Good morning, everyone. Hi, thank you so much for coming. We just wanted to let you know we started arriving and we're going to
Heart done by you. Some things look better, babe, just passing through. And it's no sacrifice, just a simple word. It's towards living into separate worlds, but it's no sacrifice, no sacrifice. It's no sacrifice at all. No sacrifice at all. No sacrifice at all.
It was good for me, it was good for you. Nothing either of can say or do can change the way you feel tonight. Sometimes love just leaves aside. Just one thing before you go, just one thing that you got to know. No one will ever touch me that way, the way that you did that very first day. And I'll never be the same without you here. I'll live alone, hide myself behind my tears. No, I'll never be the same without your love. I'll live alone, tried so hard to rise above. The years go by, there's always someone new to try and help me forget about you. Time and again, it does me no good. Love never feels the way that it should. I love you then, I guess I love you forever. And even though I know we could never stay together, think about it, how could it been if we could just start all over again? And I'll never be the same without you here. I'll live alone, hide myself behind my tears. No, I'll never be the same without your love. I live alone, tried so hard to rise above. It was good for me, it was good for you. Nothing either of us can say or do can change the way you feel today. Sometimes love just slips away. Just one thing before you go, just one thing that you got to know. No one will ever touch me that way, the way that you did that very first day. And I'll never be the same without you here. I'll live alone, hide myself behind my tears. No, I'll
Good morning again, everyone. I know I promised you we'd get started. We'll just need about 5 more minutes. Just waiting for one of our speakers to arrive, who is quite early in the program, and then we'll begin.
We can change all the world tomorrow. We can sing songs of yesterday. I can say, hey, farewell to sorrow. This is my life and I want to see you for always. I just can't stop loving you. I just can't stop loving you.
Good morning again, and welcome to those of you who would have arrived since I said welcome before. I'm your Master of Ceremonies, Paula Ann Jackman, and welcome to this Cybersecurity Leadership Summit. Before we go any further, I want to get into some housekeeping on behalf of the space. And welcome again on behalf of the Sagicor Cave Hill School of Business and Management. And we're going to take a brief moment to cover these housekeeping and safety items to ensure your comfort and safety throughout the session. So firstly, the restroom facilities are conveniently located just outside of this training room. So upon exiting, you'll make a turn to my right, your left, and to do Bayesian directions. When you see the nice decor on the green wall, you're headed in the right direction. So the facilities are also identified. You can look out for the signage. In terms of emergencies, we've got a primary exit route. In the event of an emergency, please follow these following instructions carefully. Exit the room and turn to your left, my right. Proceed through the glass double doors and descend the stairs. Once outside, please move away from the building and assemble in the car park outside of the McAllister building. Please remain there and await further instructions. There's an alternate route that they'd like me to share with you. So again, you exit the room, you turn right, proceed through the double glass doors ahead, press the exit button located on the wall to your left if needed. Ascend the stairs, exit the building, and move to the open area to the right of the building. And please remain there for further instructions. Your safety is their priority, so we kindly ask that you take a note of these procedures. So again, thank you for coming and welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today in person and also on the live stream. Today's summit, as I said before, the Cybersecurity Leadership Summit themed Safeguarding Business Resilience. We are so delighted to have you with us for what promises to be a timely and impactful discussion. So this summit brings together business leaders, cybersecurity professionals, policymakers, and industry experts to explore how organizations can strengthen resilience, manage risk, and lead confidently in an increasingly complex digital landscape. And personally, I'm very happy to be here as somebody with my passwords saved in one spot in my phone. I feel like by the time I leave, y'all will all have a positive impact on me. So today's conversations will focus on leadership, governance, emerging technologies, and practical strategies to safeguard organizations against evolving cyber threats and, people like me. Before we begin, I'd like to briefly highlight the branding and partners that have made today possible. Liberty Business, of course, Sagicor Bank, Sagicor General Insurance, the University of Cave Hill School of Business and Management. So thank you all. We can give them a round of applause. Thank you for today. You'll also see the summit branding displayed throughout the venue, and if you're joining us live, reflecting the shared commitment to cyber resilience, innovation, and leadership. With this, feel free to take a visit to the booths at the back of the room. We'll have specialists there to share information with you. So we have a full and engaging program ahead, and this includes an international keynote address, expert panel discussions, and interactive sessions. We encourage you to participate actively, ask questions, and engage with our speakers throughout the day. So once again, welcome, and let's get started. To formally begin today's program, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce our opening speaker. Please join me in welcoming Michaela Collymore on behalf of our Executive Director, Dr. Dion Greenidge.
Good morning. Cybersecurity is not a product, but a process. On behalf of our Executive Director and CEO, Dr. Dion Greenidge, good morning and welcome. Today's Cybersecurity Leadership Summit is not simply about safeguarding systems. It's about safeguarding business resilience. In a world where risk is constant, cybersecurity success is no longer just a technical issue, it's a leadership imperative. Cyber leadership is about readiness, the ability to anticipate, to respond, and to lead with confidence in the face of uncertainty. It requires vision, collaboration, and a commitment to building organizations that are secure by design and resilient by culture. We are proud to host this summit in partnership with Liberty Business with the valued support of Sagicor Bank. Together, we are advancing a shared mission to strengthen leadership capacity across the region and to future-proof our organizations. Let us use this platform not only to learn, but to lead with purpose, with clarity, and with impact. Thank you, and I wish you a highly engaging and transformative session.
Thank you, Michaela. To continue our opening segment, we are now moving to the corporate opening, and we have here with us Mr. Romel Sargent. He is a telecommunications executive with over 15 years of experience driving business growth, leading high-performing teams, and delivering innovative ICT and connectivity solutions. As Senior Manager B2B Sales at Liberty Business, he leads the enterprise sales function, helping Barbados businesses leverage technology to enhance performance, improve customer experience, and unlock new revenue opportunities. Since joining Liberty Business in October of 2023, Romel has focused on accelerating commercial growth and positioning digital solutions, including mobile connectivity and advanced ICT services, as key enablers of business success in a rapidly evolving economy. Prior to this role, he served as Government Relations Manager, where he built strong partnerships across the public sector and contributed to policy and strategic engagement. He has also served on several boards as director and most recently as deputy chairman, bringing valuable governance and leadership insight. Romel believes that every challenge presents an opportunity. He is passionate about empowering businesses through technology and inspiring teams to focus not on the problem, but on delivering impactful solutions. Welcome, Romel.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me apologize for that person who held up this start. I will definitely deal with him after this. You have my word. All right, so good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to join you for the Cybersecurity Leadership Summit, Safeguarding Business and Resilience. On behalf of Liberty Business, I extend our sincere appreciation to the Sagicor Carefield School of Business and Management for partnering with us to make this important event possible. The school continues to play a critical role in shaping leaders across the Caribbean, equipping professionals with the knowledge and strategic insight required to navigate an increasingly complex business environment. Initiatives like this summit highlight the value of strong collaboration between academia and industry, particularly on issues that are central to sustainability and resilience of modern organizations. Today's cybersecurity is no longer simply an IT concern. It is a leadership imperative. As organizations accelerate their digital transformation, embracing cloud platforms, mobile access, and online services, the opportunities for innovation continue to expand. At the same time, the increased connectivity introduces new and evolving risks. Cyber threats, including phishing, ransomware, and data breaches, are becoming more sophisticated, affecting organizations of every size and across every sector. For business leaders, the implications are significant. A single cyber incident can disrupt operations, compromise sensitive data, erode customer trust, and create lasting reputational damage. Protecting information, ensuring operational continuity, and maintaining stakeholder confidence must therefore be central to every organization's strategy. At Liberty Business, we understand these challenges. Our focus is on equipping organizations with the technology and security solutions needed to operate with confidence in a digital-first world. Through our cybersecurity portfolio, including solutions powered by Bitdefender, we deliver enterprise-grade protection designed to defend against malware, ransomware, and advanced threats. These solutions provide real-time monitoring, cross-platform protection, and streamlined deployment, enabling businesses to remain secure without placing undue strain on internal IT resources. We also recognize that email remains one of the most common entry points of cyber attacks. Our Business Email Pro platform is designed to address this risk by offering secure connections, advanced anti-spam protection, and daily cloud backups to safeguard critical business data. However, technology alone is not enough. Cyber resilience requires strong leadership, clear governance, ongoing awareness, and a culture of security embedded throughout the organization. That is why a forum such as this is so important. Our hope is that today's discussions will provide you with deeper insight into the evolving threat landscape, practical strategies, and strengthen resilience and a clearer understanding of the leadership role required to protect your organizations. Most importantly, we hope you leave here better equipped to ask the right questions, make informed decisions, and build stronger, more secure businesses. At Liberty Business, we remain committed to partnering with organizations across the Caribbean to deliver innovative solutions that enable businesses to grow, compete, and operate securely in an increasingly digital world. Thank you for your presence today, and I wish you an insightful, engaging, and productive summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Romel. And we wanted to kick things off a little differently. And before we get into our international keynote speaker, we're going to have a giveaway on behalf of Liberty Caribbean. Liberty Caribbean, formerly C&W Communications, operated by Liberty Latin America, is a leading communications and technology provider with operations in more than 20 markets across the Caribbean, delivering broadband, mobile, video, and voice services to residential customers through the consumer brands Flow and BCC. Through its B2B division, Liberty Business, the company delivers enterprise-grade connectivity, cloud security, and data center services to businesses and governments, supporting economic growth in an increasingly digital world. With a legacy spanning more than 150 years, Liberty Caribbean remains steadfastly anchored in the region, providing robust networks, personalized local support, and tailored solutions that truly resonate with the people and communities that we serve. So, without any further ado, we have our first winner selected randomly from your registration, and that winner is... Congratulations, Glenn Griffith. Yes, please do join me, Glenn. We have a little presentation for you. Welcome, Stephen Packer. Okay. So we're getting a beautiful woman for the photo ops. Stephen, you just couldn't cut it. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Liberty Caribbean, and congratulations, Glenn. We will have more winners today, don't you worry. And everyone is a winner at the end of the sessions with our mixology session, so I hope you can stay. We now turn to our international keynote address, a highlight of today's program. As cyber threats continue to evolve in scale, sophistication, and impact, leaders across all sectors are being challenged to rethink how they manage risk, resilience, and responsibility at the highest levels of their organizations. As one of the most influential cybersecurity leaders in the industry, with 3 decades of frontline experience, including roles as Chief Security Advisor at Microsoft and Group Head Crisis Management at the London Stock Exchange, Sarah delivers transformative strategies to help organizations build resilience to digital disruptions and global crises. In 2022, Sarah published her debut book, Effective Crisis Management, which explores the traits and leadership skills required to thrive in the face of adversity. Her second book is Amazon bestseller, Understand the Cyber Attacker Mindset, which dives deep into the psychology of cyber warfare. As a global advocate and trained PR spokesperson, Sarah has appeared in multiple industry publications, media outlets, and global conferences as a keynote speaker, panelist, and conference chair. This includes NATO, World Energy Council, and Sky News. Sarah's engaging style is trusted by Fortune 500 companies, government agencies, and industry leaders. It's our pleasure to have her here. We now welcome Sarah Armstrong-Smith, who will deliver the keynote address, The Evolving Cyber Threat Landscape, What the C-Suite Must Know. So welcome, Sarah.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be with you all today. I'm Sarah Armstrong-Smith. I used to be the Chief Security Advisor at Microsoft. I'm now the Executive Director at Secure Horizons. I've come from the UK yesterday. So we're just talking about all the great delights that I'm going to be doing tomorrow when I'm with you. So don't just kind of kick things off. I'm waiting for that to turn. I'll just make a little dance or something on the stage. Yeah, I see it there. That's the problem.
I think they're keeping it on those screens.
Oh, sorry. I'm with you. I was expecting you to be able to see that. Okay, so you can all see that now. Brilliant. Okay, let's start again. So I'm really delighted to be with you all today. So I'm going to give you a really good overview of the global stage, really what's going on the outside world, bringing it a little bit closer to home. And I really want you to challenge when we talk about cybersecurity traditionally as an IT problem. I'm really going to be talking about this is not an IT problem, it's an absolute business imperative. And then I'm going to be talking about the case for human-centric cybersecurity. To start things off, I really want to kind of focus on the global trend. Particularly whatever's going on the outside world has a direct bearing on what is going on right around us. Particularly when we think about geopolitics, we think about some of the global conflicts that are going on. It's been 4 years since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we now have the conflict in the Middle East as well. But this is what motivates a number of the different threat actors with regards to why they attack, who they attack, and their method of attack as well. And what we can safely say when it comes to a lot of the state actors, so those nation-state actors, one of which I've already mentioned, is really that they're changing their emphasis, particularly when you think about if I'm a global entity and I'm a nation-state actor, if I was to do an active cyber attack on another state, that could be seen as an act of aggression. But that doesn't stop me wanting to attack those different states. I just have to find a way around. And we see this huge increase when it comes to proxy actors. In essence, this is layering of different threat actors. And this is really hard when it comes to attribution. So it's very easy for me to turn around and say, oh, it's Russia, it's North Korea, it's Iran. But how do I know 100%? And we've seen organised crime who are really kind of taking things to the next level when it comes to ransomware, who they're targeting. And I think it's fair to say a lot of threat actors understand IT infrastructure very, very well. Maybe not operational technology when it comes to energy and telcos and all of these things, but they're learning and they're learning to scale. Now, you may have seen some of the big cyber attacks even in the UK last year, particularly Jaguar Land Rover. You may have seen it was gone into hundreds of millions. This is a macro level impact to the UK economy. And we see these big attacks not just affecting individual companies, they're affecting companies on the global scale, particularly supply chains. Now, you can't have a presentation these days without talking about AI, so I'm going to be digging into a little bit of about that as well. But also, we've got to be really cognizant, as much as we talk about the outside world and the external threat, we really need to be really mindful with regard to the internal threat as well. So I'm going to give you a little bit of perspective. I'm going to draw my time back to Microsoft. Now, I'm a little bit biased because I said I spent 5.5 years as the Chief Security Advisor. So you may or may not be aware, Microsoft is probably one or two top most attacked entity in the world. Depending on what day of the week, you're like, wow, okay, who's number one? US Department of Defense. You're like, yeah, probably doesn't surprise you, does it? So we go to Microsoft, then we go to Amazon, and we go to those kind of big hyperscalers. But when you're under constant attack, what that means is we actually gather a huge amount of threat intelligence. Now, again, a little bit biased, I have to say, happen to think Microsoft has one of the best levels of threat intelligence in the world. I'll give you some perspective on that. So every single day, Microsoft collects, processes, analyzes about 100 trillion telemetry signals. That sounds like a big number, doesn't it? So when I joined Microsoft in 2020, just as we were going into lockdown, that was 6.5 trillion. So that number is going up and up and up. Why is that? The attack surface is always going up exponentially at the same point. But at the end of every single year, Microsoft publishes its digital defense report. It's a look back over the previous 12 months, and what is it we're seeing? What are the kind of the big trends? Now, I want to kind of just going to give you the top three. So you're seeing around the screens are not moving, are they? They're not moving. So let me just kind of just double check. Sorry, guys. So that's. I've got some really nice slides for you guys as well, I have to say. And you're missing out all of this kind of big, lovely pictures. Going to be the big reveal. Okay. Okay. There we go. See one there? That one's not there. Okay, we've got one screen. Does anyone else see different screens?
No.
Okay. Right, can you all see the same? Can you ever see everything? Right, okay. I'm not going to start again for the third time. I'm going to pick us up, right? Okay. So anyway, now you can see the lovely reveal that I was talking about. So in essence, what you're seeing here is the beginning of 2025. Now, what I can safely say for the last 3 years or so, IT sector has gone off the charts as the most attacked sector. Now, you're thinking, why IT? Now, if I cannot tack you through traditional means and methods, what am I going to do? I'm going to go to that trusted supply chain. Most of you, or probably some of you, are using IT service providers, or maybe using the cloud, you may be using managed service providers. We had a very interesting conversation, didn't we, this morning, Kevin, with regards to those things. Now, the thing that you can kind of turn around and say, what's interesting about IT service providers is a lot of them have privileged access to your environment. So if I can't attack you through the front door, I'm going to attack you through the back door. Now, what changed at the beginning of last year, where a certain president in the USA kind of came into power and all hell broke loose? So government agencies, you might have thought they were already at the top, but I would sort of say they were around the middle. They went back to the top. Because a lot of those different agencies, particularly state actors, they were really interested in policy, constant change in policy, some of the tariffs. I mentioned some of the conflicts that have been going on, and they're really interested in understanding policy. They're understanding how much you are invested in that policy, particularly from a defense and law enforcement perspective. But they're also trying to think about the long game as well at the same time. Now, the third one I want to show you is research and academia. Now, these are really interesting. Now, from a malware perspective, research and academia, when we're talking about education, schools, universities, malware accounts for 10 times more malware in education than any other sector. Why? Because a lot of the threat actors are using education as their training ground. Why education? Now you think about it, you've got thousands of people potentially going through schools and going through universities. We had the COVID pandemic, everyone's suddenly working from home. You've got multiple different unsecured devices, probably got one big open network. So as I'm a threat actor and I'm trying to think about how I'm going to attack all these different sectors that you're kind of seeing, what am I going to do and how am I going to do it? So in essence, they start in education and then they ripple upwards. So they go through education, they go through retailers, they go through financial services, and that's kind of really is what their pattern is all about. But what that kind of really means is we have to kind of get into this process of operating in the grey zone. So what's the grey zone in essence? Well, if you kind of think the difference between operating in peacetime versus wartime, and it's very easy for us to turn out. We know when we're in an active conflict, we know we're in peace, and this grey zone is where a lot of the cyber attacks act. And this is where a lot of the threat actors are growing. And then really they take it right to the edge. Particularly a lot of these state actors, so they kind of push the bear, they kind of push the boundaries, see what I can get away with. And how far can I push before you push backwards? And a lot of this is influencing regulation, it's influencing government policy. But the problem you have is a lot of this policy and regulation takes far too long to catch up. And so by the time these new policies and regulations come into play, the world has already moved on. The problem is when we talk about cybersecurity, it's gone way beyond traditional cyber attacks. It now looks at cyber influence operations. So part of this is the long game with regards to how they are now thinking about how they influence you as citizens, not just you as organizations. So they're creating huge amounts of disinformation, kind of synthetic media, deep fakes, and it's getting harder and harder for people to be able to tell the difference. We now have more AI-generated content on social media than human-generated content. What you may have heard of this term is AI slop as well. This is when it's really obvious that it's being generated by AI. I haven't even tried to hide the fact it's AI-generated. I'm just putting out this complete and utter rubbish. The reason why they do this is on purpose, because all the machines, all the detections, all of those things are working round and round and round the clock. Is this real? Is it fake? Am I supposed to do something with this? And the problem is it's this overload of noise and overload of information. And the problem is that means all the real stuff, all of those cyber attacks and everything else are getting through. And this is the world that we're constantly living in. So I want you to kind of then think about going to the next level. So we now have groups where we call them cyber mercenaries. Believe it or not, you know, mercenaries, guns for hire, you now have cyber weapons for hire. These are private sector companies who are building weapons to be sold to the highest bidder. Now, it used to be, if you wanted to buy a cyber weapon, you had to be a state actor. Really good zero-day attack, not the kind of ones you buy on the dark web, really good. So I'm talking state to state. These are worth about $10 million. Now, the problem you have is you kind of like, who's got $10 million to be spending on all of these cyber weapons? Well, you think probably another state. Who has enough money to now buy them? Ransomware operators. Now you imagine a ransomware operator who now has a 0 day of such good, and I talked about the fact a lot of them are using in IT. What do I now use this in an operational environment? What I now use this for mass surveillance. What I now use this for interception and mass sales sabotage. I talked about those supply chain threats at the beginning, but this is how it's evolving, this is how it's scaling. And you kind of think a lot of the cyber attacks may have only been in the realm of some of these big actors. It's now becoming into the realm of a lot of these organized crime as well. And they've got access to tools and technology they've never had access to before. How do we know? So Microsoft already said tracking approximately 1,500 large-scale threat actors. These are state actors, ransom operators. And as I thought about this layering that we talked about, is they've got, the state actors are giving them tools and giving them all this technology. And part of this is they're trying to understand what is it I need to do to stop you detecting me. So one of the things we can safely say, as the technology improves, so does the level of attack improve. So we're under this constant cat and mouse, if you like, where one's always improving the other. But part of the threat actor's objective, they have to make sure that once they've gained entry, how do I stay in entry? How do I stop you detecting? How do I stop you from blocking? So they're looking at how do I elongate the process as well. So it might be that they first got access into your environment maybe a couple of months ago, then they sit and they wait. They want to basically turn around and look at what operating system are you using, what security tools are you using, have you patched those systems? And so in essence, I'm now running through all of these things and trying to work out. Now, if I start this at the small level, if I can understand some of how do I work through education and the retailers and the financial services, I can kind of go up and up and up. So it's no longer about them just breaking in and getting out. Some of them are still motivated. I get access to the data, get a financial gain, but they want to blend in. And I think that's the bit that's really important. So part of what they're trying to do is that initial access. Identity has overtaken endpoints. And this is really the interesting thing again. When we talked about phishing, and I would sort of say for multiple years, phishing was the primary attack. About 80% of all phishing attacks was kind of the initial access. Now I want you to kind of look at this click fix. Click fix overtook phishing for the first time. What is click fix? Now I'm going to go back a little bit. Do you remember the CrowdStrike incident from a couple of years ago? The big change that went wrong? Supply chain impact. Now the threat actors got wise to this and said, well, what if I pretend to be Microsoft or CrowdStrike and I now convince you that I'm the IT help desk? And rather than I'm trying to get a phishing email for you to open it and download this attachment or go to the URL, put all your fake details in, if I can convince you that I am IT, remember IT, off the charts in terms of who is attacking who, and now I'm going to get you to run a command on your own device. And that's what click fix is. So in essence, I am now getting the user themselves to download all of the malware and capabilities and backdoors and everything else. So what are they after? What is kind of number one priority as far as they're concerned? So I said cloud identity, the one to trump them all. Now it used to be that phishing, it was very much, I don't necessarily know who I'm targeting. It's very scattergun. If I might get the wrong person, I have to laterally move. You're going to detect me, you're going to block me, you're going to do all of the things. So I am gunning for your domain admin. Now I'm going to hazard a guess, and hopefully a lot of you might be using Microsoft Office 365. Now if I have domain admin access to Office 365, I control everything. I can control all your devices, I can control your mailboxes, I can control multi-factor authentication, I can enroll devices, I can delete devices, I can do everything I want. So from the threat actor's perspective, this is the crown jewels, if you like. Now one of the things you might be thinking is, oh well, I've deployed my MFA, and so they bypass the MFA because they've now enrolled a different method of MFA or a different device. And so the other things that you might have behavior analytics. So maybe you're, again, if we think about Microsoft, some of you might have heard of conditional access. I'm looking for high risk factors in your environment. So a normal environment might be that you're just logging in from home or your office, everything's fine, everything's normal. Something different in your environment, you just stop off at Starbucks on the way into the office, you get a coffee, you use the VPN, and go, oh, this is different. You've not used this VPN before. High risk, medium risk, it's okay. Maybe I'll just give you an MFA prompt. High risk would be, how can you be logging in from Barbados and the UK at exactly the same time? You've probably been compromised. Now what happens is that triggers an alert normally. Say, hey, something's going on. Can you do that MFA thing I asked for? Can you change your password? Can you do all the things? So what do they get wise? What they do? They're going to bombard you with 100 messages all at once. And you don't know which one of these is real. So you think, I'm being spammed. Somewhere in there is actually the legitimate message that says you're supposed to actually change your password, please. But because you're being spammed left, right, and centre, you don't really know what's going on. And so they've now bypassed in. And that's really where they're trying to get to. The second stage attack, now business email compromise, if you're familiar, the most financially impacting cybercrime of all. You might be thinking that's ransomware. It's actually really hard, to get ransom and extortion and exfiltrate data without you detecting it. So what I told you about that blending in, so a lot of that they're using deep fakes, impersonation, and let's just say they want to impersonate your CEO or someone in leadership, all of you people in the room. And so they need to understand your mannerisms. So are you a Bob or are you a Robert? How do you sign your emails off? Because this is really important that when I kind of come to impersonate you, I know what we're doing. Now, it used to be days of old, a lot of the threat actors, they used keyword searches, invoice, accounting, a special project, whatever the case. And they would use that to send the emails outside of the organization. So Microsoft got wise to this and they turned off the auto-forwarding rule by default. So that doesn't mean you can't auto-forward. It means an admin has to give you permission to be able to do that for you. And so did that stop the threat actors? No, it didn't. So what did they do instead? They just said, I know what I'll do. I'm going to use another folder in your own mailbox to divert these mails. So junk, draft, maybe all the folders, the archives. And what that means is, when I do these keyword searches, the email comes in, you never see it, it gets diverted into another folder. I now control the conversation. I can hijack the conversation and I can change the conversation. So as far as the person's concerned on the other end, it is still the actual person they think they're speaking to. I have not spoofed an email. I've not created another email. It's the actual email address. This is kind of what they're doing. And the part of that is their ability to hijack the conversation, lead the conversation. And if you kind of think again from that supply chain, trusted relationships, this causes a huge amount of issues when it comes to authenticity and trust. But what are they after ultimately? So they have to monetize. Now, there's a kind of a misconception that a lot of threat actors are financially, a lot of them are, a lot of them aren't. But ultimately, well, they need something. So let's say data. Data is kind of what they need. Now, from your perspective, they don't necessarily know what data. Unless they're a state actor or very specific, so maybe they're a grieved insider, they're a whistleblower, they know where all the dirt is in your organization, that know where you don't want anyone to see, and that's kind of what they're after. They know exactly what they're after. I'm going to exfiltrate that. Maybe a ransomware, but I don't really know. I need to kind of search around. It's opportunistic. I'm looking for high volume, maybe personal data, financial data. What is it that is going to make you worried about me giving you that extortion demand? So data theft is kind of right up there. But it's little things that you can look at, because sometimes they're looking without exfiltrating. So there's a little bit of a sign to sort of say they're poking around your environment because they don't really know what it is. But from your perspective, I want you to think about the really sensitive data in your organization. Say, what if? What if this was a state actor, organized crime, an activist, an insider, exactly the same data has a different value to it. What could they do with it? What should I be doing with it? Now, I talked about AI, particularly agentic AI, has kind of become the equalizer. We talk about this cat and mouse, the yin and yang, always up and down with regards to what the threat actors are doing. So from an attacker's advantage perspective, it's about speed and it's about efficiency. And if they've turned away from the scattergun approach of phishing to high precision targeting. I don't want to waste my time and my effort knowing what security tools that you've invested in to be caught out. So I need to know that I am gunning for that company and I'm gunning for that specific individual, and I need to target everything about that. So I'm using the AI to do reconnaissance. Maybe reconnaissance on the individual level, I'm learning about the company, and I'm really learning how to adapt and I'm learning how to scale. So part of that I was talking about is if I can get access, how do I retain access? So they're looking at how do I evade detection? How do I recover? How do I do all these things? Now I'm going to come back to the agent-to-agent attacks, but I'm going to give you what's the defender's perspective. In essence, it's exactly the same in reverse. So speed and efficiency. We talked about the attack paths. And sometimes we say, how is it the threat actors know more than we do? Well, they don't. They cannot know more than you do. They're just, maybe people say they're lucky. How lucky can you be to be able to find all the paths through without being detected? This is your gift. It's your business, your processes. And so start backwards. We know the end point is data. Work backwards and understand, and then cut the paths off. And that is part, again, use the AI to be able to accelerate that. Now, you may have heard about deceptions and decoys and all of these kind of things, but you can just push them down this route over here when the crown jewels is actually over here. But you can just kind of sort of see, you're just going to be doing this all the time. This is how they're now weaponizing AI for system abuse. So we talk about AI experimentation. So these little agents that you have, in essence, they're now trying to figure out how do I've already figured out how to gain access to identity, whether that's a human identity, a non-human identity, an AI agent identity. Now remember, what you've now given that agent access to data. You've given it access to various parts of your network, and you're now allowing it maybe to make decisions. Now, if I can control the agent, if I can manipulate the agent, I can hijack the agent, I can jailbreak the agent, whatever the case, you can kind of sort of see as I'm scaling my agent attack up because you have created all of these agents and all the vulnerabilities in your environment. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit into the insider threat. And I want to talk about culture. Is your culture working for you or against you? So let's talk about the insider threat. So this is really this is the kind of the malicious insiders, if you like, when we're kind of thinking about the people who just make mistakes, and there's people who just get things wrong. There's a second or third group of people who absolutely 100% know what your processes are. This might be the disillusioned middle management layer as well. The people who started on the ground floor, they know where all the issues are, and they're hoping when they get into middle management, they can convince the leadership team of all the problems that they've seen. It's all going to be fixed, but it doesn't get fixed. Now, these people are being primed, if you like, for sabotage, being primed for blackmail, being primed to sell their credentials or ignore the MFA prompt and various different things. But we're getting up to executive level blackmail as well. Particularly, we're going to talk a little bit about the leadership imperative, but also we've got to think these are all people in our organization. So we've got to think every single person, every single layer is vulnerable to attack. And when they were talking about executive level blackmail, so you might be sitting there, I have a ransomware, an extortion demand, say, I'm absolutely not paying. Now imagine if the CFO, Chief Financial Officer, or your legal counsel has been blackmailed to say the opposite. And they suddenly say, yeah, I think actually, you know what, I think we should pay. Let's do this. I think that's a great idea, yeah. Let's just do it. You can imagine the impact of that. So you've got to be really open-minded. There's another group, which is the planted. Remember what I said at the beginning about a lot of the threat actors willing to play the long game. Now, you may have heard about North Korea, who have kind of taken this to the nth degree, and they're now getting their own agents employed into IT companies. But I said IT companies, biggest attacked sector. Why? So in essence, again, if I could get a legitimate mail address, and imagine they actually have an address that says Microsoft.com. I don't need to fake it. I don't need to pretend. I just get someone employed into Microsoft to actually be a legitimate support agent or a cloud engineer or anything else like that. So why would you do that? Maybe it's because they want an email address. Now, the other interesting thing, sometimes they actually just want a job to fund the regime. But part of this is the long game. So again, you think about, when these people are trying to get employed into your organization, you do the HR verification checks, you're looking for fake job profiles. They're not doing that anymore. They are getting legitimate qualifications. They are actually going to university. They are actually making sure that when you're looking for the best engineer, the best accountant, or best whatever you need, these are the people that are coming through. Then they're using AI and various other things to make sure that their candidate gets to the top of the list. But part of this is then really thinking about a lot of these kind of, how far into the future are we looking for somebody to go through the school education process and out the other end, to get employed into some of these organizations. And are you the target, or you would jump through to another target beyond you at the same time? Now, we talk a lot about shadow IT. Let's talk about shadow processes. So these are all the little ways in which you have a really nice little manual that says this is how things work. And maybe you've kind of had it all documented in your lovely flow charts, and people go, yeah, whatever. So this is not how things work in the real world. People do their own way of working. Now, the thing is, if you have no idea how things are working, how do you secure it? So you already have a problem with shadow IT, and now you've got shadow AI because people are downloading stuff off the internet. And so if a person in your organization can find the least path of resistance and do whatever they like when they like, why not an attacker? So again, we've got to kind of think about all the things that we've allowed to happen within our organization. And the other thing is we're breeding these kind of people from inside, or the level of apathy that's in your own organization as a result of the kind of the people who they're hoping to be seen. They go, I do work the extra hours, I do all these things, I'm hoping when it comes down to performance review time, you're going to notice me, you're going to give me a promotion or a pay rise, and they don't. So all of a sudden, that really great, happy employee builds this level of anxiety inside of them. They get this level of contempt. Do you know what they do? They say, I don't care. I stop caring, don't care about you, don't care about your organization, that security awareness training, whatevs. The phishing email, simulation, don't care. Someone, you want my credentials, you want me to click on this link, you want me to give you this stuff, yeah, sure, whatever. This is really, really dangerous. This is what the threat actors are really hoping for. But we've got to be mindful about the rise of the super malicious. You've heard of malicious users. These are the super malicious. So these are the people who, as I said, 100% know all the gaps in your organization. So they probably work in IT. They might even work in your security department or your fraud department. And so these are the people who probably told you where the gaps are and were probably ignored. They may even look to prove a point. But then ultimately, we've got to look at the big picture. We've got to look at the external threats. We've got to look at the internal threat, how all these things are coming together. So let's get to the so what, the leadership imperative. And this is really about the human-centric leadership. And I talk about from my crisis management and my business continuity back, people first, always, in terms of the impact. What are we thinking about? We always talk about, oh, we're here to protect endpoints and cloud and things. No, you're here to protect people, first and foremost. And I can't tell you how many business continuity plans that I've seen across my career. When it looks at impact, this is financial impact, operational impact, safety and welfare, kind of down here. So I then turn around. So you value profit over people? Is that right? No, not at all. Like that is pretty much what you're saying. Profit over people. Flip it round, and it makes sure that we are always in the right mindset. But this is grounded in psychological safety. This means that I think I clicked that link. I think I might have given away my credentials. Yeah, I thought it actually was accounting, and I thought it was genuinely I should have changed the bank account. And so we need people to come forward and say, I have a problem, I have an issue, I need to talk to somebody. So this is really important. It doesn't matter who and why and what, we just need to be able to think about it. And this is all about the diligence and the honesty. Because ultimately, if you don't know how bad it is, we talked about the disillusioned middle management, everyone else down here knows what's going on. Leadership hasn't got a clue. They all think everything's rosy. They all think security's got this thing covered and IT's going to got all the backups and we're going to be rosy when we have this cyber attack. But actually the difference is very, very wrong. And so it's a really interesting thing from Satya Nadella, Microsoft CEO, when he talks about embracing the red. One of the things he said when he talks about risk registers and things that get reported to him, I don't care about green. I actually expect things to be green, right? It's normal. A normal service is green. I need to know the red. I need to know the things that are wrong. I need to know what needs to be fixed, and I really need to know right now. And so this is about embracing the red, not fearing the red. And so many times, again, I've seen we can't report bad news to the leadership team. Oh, can you just change the colour a little bit? That looks way too red. Maybe just down it to amber or something like that. And so part of this is, again, about really staying calm under pressure. So we talked a little bit how the threat actors are really manipulating people. So when they come at you with some of these extortion demands, they say, you've got 30 minutes, and if you don't respond, if you don't pay, you don't do all the things, bad things are going to happen to you. But they're probably not, because they need you to pay. So kind of giving me this demand and saying you must do it now. But we have seen some threat actors who deliberately trigger the crisis management process to see what you do next. So if you turn around and say, definitely not paying, we have our backups, trust the IT team, don't we have a backup, right? I think. You did test it, I don't know. And so we have seen the threat actors actually coming on the Teams call and saying, these backups, the ones I'm deleting right in front of your face, those, okay. So this is why it's about posturing, preparing. They know what you're going to do and they know how you're going to do it. So part of this is really getting into that really crisis management response, all hands off. Because the problem is you don't know how far they've blended in, you don't know who they blackmailed, and so you kind of got to go into this real secluded area, because you don't know if they're in your teams, you don't know if they're in your communications, you don't know if they're in your email, and you don't know what they're going to do as a countermeasure. So you can't be doing this in the middle of a cyber attack. You really need to be thinking about this in advance. So testing, exercising, and one of the things I say, what are the toughest, hardest decisions you're going to have to make? And I really be open and transparent about it, because are you talking about shutting your entire network down? Are you talking about having to ring your customers and say, yeah, your data was breached? You're going to ring the government up? You're going to go and kind of admit all these things? Toughest, hardest decisions. Make sure you understand in advance what they are. And ultimately, it means being a safety net. You're going to have to assume compromise. You have to assume failure. The best will in the world, the technology, the training, the awareness, the guidance, they're going to counteract it because that's their job. So that means we can't blame people. We can't blame the user. It's the user's fault because they clicked the link and they gave their data and everything else. We have to build our technology to support them. Now, we talk about defending through the layers. So on this, you probably think we've got identity I've talked about, we've got data as the endpoint, and you've got all the little layers in between. So you kind of expect that a lot of the security is traditionally on the edge. But you've got to kind of assume they're going to break it, that's their job, they're going to break through all of those things. And ultimately, this means, I always say it's really, really simple, irrespective of how big your company is, whether you're a tiny company, multinational, the strategy is really simple. Stop the access in and the exit out. That's it. Stop them getting in and stop them exfiltrating. There's a lot of stuff to do in the in between when it comes to your endpoints and your networks and your infrastructure, but you know they're 2 points. These are your priority. And when it comes to AI adoption, we talk a little bit about the secure by design, but this is getting, I talk about this new principle of safer by design as well. So we're looking at the reliability, the resilience, all of the workflows, that what if that we keep talking about. What if they could gain access? What if they could manipulate? What if they could control the outcome? What if they control the decision making? And so all of these things have to be factored in. We have to train the agents in the same way that we train people, but we know people can be compromised, agents can be compromised, so where we go back full circle. And then we kind of got to think about when it really hits the fan, it will hit the fan at some point, how far you're willing to go in terms of doing an investigation. Because I can tell you, your data breach was not caused by a cyber attack. A cyber attack is an outcome of something else that we just talked about. That is gaps in your infrastructure, it's missed warning signs, it's all the test reports, all the reds that were down to amber and to green. Something more systemic in your organization has enabled a threat actor, whether that's external, internal, to be able to breach into your infrastructure, remove data and do all the things within your organization. So the outcome of that is a cyber attack that led to a breach of data. It is not the cause. And so I want to kind of leave you with a few little things. In essence, this is actually from Microsoft's own board. Very interesting. So Microsoft brought the CISOs from the top 500 customers from around the globe to Microsoft. They have a conference every year. And the board member, she was basically sort of saying is, what is your job as a board member? She said, noses in, fingers out. The board is not there to fix stuff. The board is there to help you fix stuff. And she said, so you're going to be really clear and concise. So if you're getting into the tech world and the jargon and everything else, that you're going to lose them. You've got to bring it back to an enterprise level risk. How is this impacting me, my company, my stakeholders, my share price, my reputation? And she said, what are the top 3 things I should know? Now, people will go to their risk register, here's my top 3 risks. She said, yeah, that's cool. I need to know what's coming up fast. So if you've got something in the middle that's kind of rising up through the ranks, don't wait till next month to tell me this is now number 1, when you didn't tell me last month it was number 4 or 5. So he said, I need to know what's high ranking. But also, what is the plan to fix? What do you need from me? How can I help you, in essence? So what is just going to round this up. Hopefully we've got time for questions. I know we've been running a little late this morning. But in essence, the leadership accountability really kind of comes down to a couple of things. Now we can go back every year, and we can sit here every year now until the cows come home. And every single year we will talk about the fact that we've had an evolving threat landscape. This is always going to happen. We've got this constant move. What doesn't change is the mission. What doesn't change is the motivation of the threat actor. The only thing that changes is the method. And so that's something we've got to be really clear and concise on. So we need to understand the big picture. We need to understand that geopolitical threat. We need to understand what is going on in that world outside that is leading these threat actors to want to attack in this way or gain access to this information. So all of that backdrop means that we also need that positive culture. Top-down leadership needs to be able to show people the way, make sure we've got safer by design, and we have this kind of principle. And it always kind of comes down to 2 things. The 2 things you have to protect: your most vulnerable people and the most sensitive data. And again, we've got to think about when it hits the fan, as I said, it will hit the fan at some point, as having really good crisis leadership. Those toughest, hardest decisions. Nobody likes to talk about it. But please really kind of have those conversations as early as possible. And then it kind of comes down to the tech responsibility. We've kind of shifted everything already over to the leadership. Tech doesn't get away. They still have a level of responsibility. So the accountability sits at the leadership. Responsibility really kind of comes down to the tech layer with regards to some of the tools and technologies. But it's about having that visibility end to end. So irrespective of how that threat actor got in, where they traverse to, if they try to exfiltrate data and they've tried to do this over a stretched period of time, part of the tools and technology in the decision layers is your ability to have that visibility and your ability to respond as quickly as possible. Stop them in their tracks. If that is even a possibility, but that is ultimately where we need to get to. Talked about this kind of safer by design, but it's about deploying the technology. And I could kind of say again, I put my Microsoft hat on, about 80 to 90%, I would say, that's quite a high percentage of vastly underutilizing the technology they already own. So you've kind of gone to the market, you've got procurement, they're in the market for this thing, but you actually got huge amounts of capability at your disposal. So don't feel like you have to keep buying more tools and more tech, because I'm sure they're probably thinking, gosh, Sarah, this has got suddenly the pound signs or the dollar signs are racking up. This doesn't have to be an expensive job. It just needs to be a balance of that job in terms of utilizing the tools, technology, processes, education that you already have available. That's why I said identity data are your two highest priorities. And then the final thing is the resilience. You cannot stop every single cyber attack. You have to preempt and predict what's coming, why they're coming, and again, really kind of thinking about, are we prepared? Are we telling the board we're prepared? If we're not prepared, what does our roadmap look like? What are we going to do to close the gap? And it really kind of comes down to two things. Ultimately, how do we reduce the risk? How do I increase resilience? And that is kind of where this counterbalance shifts back into that kind of leadership imperative. I hope we have time for questions. I said I know we're running a bit late. We had a bit teething problems at the beginning with my slides. So I'm going to just go to our team. Yeah, have we got time? Yeah. So I'm happy to take questions, or if you want to ask me something individually, we can do that in the break.
Sorry, I have a question.
Yeah. Do you want a mic?
Hi, Sarah. Stephen Williams. Make sure I ask the right question. Because how many of your opportunities to see how businesses respond deal with them underestimating the value of their data? Let me give an example. I can't speak for anyone here, I'm going to put anyone on the spot. But I've seen from time to time people or CEOs say, well, my data is not valuable. I don't think anyone wants my data, which impacts the investment to protect it. So how often do you see that playing a role? Because it might not be your data, so you mentioned the poking around. I listened to you very carefully. Sorry if I was not back and forth, people. But the poking around and saying, you know, if I want to poke around my network, they ain't gonna find nothing. We don't do anything of note. But what they might not realize is that they don't have important data, but who their customers are, that are trusted by them. All right, maybe where they're after. So my question to you is, how often does that play into a cyber attack?
I think the problem is, just, as you sort of said, people go, why would you attack me? I'll give you an example. So about 8 years ago, I was asked to present a charity IT leaders conference in the UK. So these are the biggest charities. And the CIOs there, they were like, why would someone attack a charity? We do nice things. And it's like, because you have money. I don't care. I'm not a nice person. I'm a threat actor. So you have money, you have something I want, I'm going to take it. And I think it's just trying to get yourself in this perspective. Every single person at an individual level, you have a value to you. You have a value to your data, but also have a value to who you're connected to. So that might be about, who your friends are, who your parents are, who your children, but also who you work for. So all of these things are interconnected. So just turning around and say, why me? Why would you attack me? So I think you're very right in terms of sort of saying, but we've got to then you're a custodian of data. So sometimes a lot of those individuals, particularly if you're working in public services or maybe financial services, those people do not have a choice about what data they give to you. So you're collecting all their personal data, you're collecting a lot of their financial data. They trust you that you have the right processes and you're going to actually safeguard their data and safeguard their identity as well at the same time. Now on top of that, I'm going to assume that you have a lot of intellectual property, what is actually your data. Now you think from a threat actor's perspective, there's a lot of threat actors who are looking to steal intellectual property. And I talked about research and academia. I focused a lot on the school side of things and education, but a lot of the threat actors are trying to steal research and steal high value data. But to your point, some of them, they don't know if it's a high value to you. So I'm just going to take it anyway. And the problem is that data, I'm not really interested in that data, but I think who will be someone on the dark web. So even as me as a ransomware operator or something like that, you've got to think I've got an interconnected network and supply chain just like all of you. And so even when you're kind of thinking maybe that customer's not right for me, but I know someone who is. I know someone who would want your business, and I know someone who would like that. So all that data is being utilized. You can 100% guarantee it's not just, I'll just throw it to the side. I've collected it, I'm going to monetize it. Because otherwise, what's the point of my cyber attack if I've gone through all of this effort, not only to gain access into your environment, to exfiltrate the data, and then go, no, it's not really for me. So they'll just sell it down the road. Because I guarantee you that has a value to somebody, particularly if you're an opportunist or just trying to make a quick buck. The bigger ones, not interested. But also state actors who are collecting information are also giving that down to ransomware operators. So as me as a state actor, I have a very specific objective with what I'm trying to do. Happy days if I just happen to get access to other nice data that wasn't necessarily on my shopping list, but I'm going to give that away to all of these other threat actors as well at the same point. Just to give you a little bit of something that's quite concerning as well when you're talking about the target. So just thinking about, again, children's data. Now sometimes the children are a target to gain access to the parent. So I want you to be really mindful about, the only thing, well, why would someone attack me? How would they do it? So you've got to think that children are very trusting, particularly with the fact that you might have given them your device, your old device, which has got lots of lovely information on it because you don't delete stuff, you hoard it. And you've probably got lots of nice information on there. But sometimes, so you've got to kind of think of the bigger picture. So it's not about why would someone want to attack me? Why wouldn't they want to attack you? So ultimately, you want to make it as hard and difficult for them to gain access. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go away, but it means that you might be able to stop and block a lot of the different threat actors and their motivations. Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. Well, it's more as your advice. I'm Anthony Howard from Marriott Hotels. We spend a lot of time putting procedures in place for business continuity, and they're never really tested in a real life environment. So I'm kind of a radical in my organization where would you support a control shutdown of all systems to really test really test those procedures that executives have sat in hours of meetings saying this is what would happen. But you would find that you do a control shutdown of payroll, yes, their systems would run. They have their manual procedures, but if you shut down payroll and accounting, or purchasing and invoicing, or the PMS at the front desk, everything then starts to really get into a panic. So if everything went down at once, you would actually see the impact that it have. So would you support a control shutdown of all systems, not for an hour, because if you get a cyber attack, it can last days. If you have a system outage, it's an hour. Everybody sits down, we make jokes, we laugh, IT gets the systems back up. But a real cyber attack takes a very long time to recover from. So to me, if I can simulate that with a control shutdown and then see the panic of people, would you support something like that?
So there's a couple of parts to that. So the first one is what you said.
Have you done it?
So controlled shutdown is a very prominent part to that. Because I would hazard a guess that even if you sort of said, we have no control to be able to control the shutdown. So first and foremost, it's like, what level of control do we have to enable us to do bite-sized pieces? Because I'm just going to blow the plug and see what happens. You are going to actually have Armageddon, I can imagine. And so part of that as well is what we want to be able to turn around and say, toughest, hardest decisions. Can we shut our entire network? Actually, do you know what? I don't want to shut our entire network down. If the ransom's only over here and it's only in this network, part of the network, why am I shutting down the entire thing and rebuilding it? So part of that is micro-segmentation. So if you have one big open network and the threat actors are allowed to go wherever they like, do what they like, we don't know where they are, they've kind of infiltrated everything, probably you're going to have to do a full rebuild. And one of the things that Microsoft talks about as well when we're doing incident response, most companies, they think about containment and recovery. So how do I stop the threat actor doing any more damage? How do I recover my data and my systems? One thing they don't think about, how do you evict the attacker in the first place? Assuming you know who they are and what they've done. So in that instance, you may have no choice but to actually rebuild your entire operating system or even upgrade because you're still running really old stuff. Now, do you want to do that in a live environment? Probably not. So I'm talking about hardest, toughest decisions. And this is the reality in our leadership team. We have this open, we haven't tested this, we haven't deployed it. Do you want to do this live in a cyber attack or do you want to do bite-sized chunks? So you asked me, have we done it? So I want to give you a story of my previous company. I used to work at Fujitsu, if you're familiar with that company, my big managed service provider. Now in Japan, they have basically disaster recovery days. And this has been going on for about 20 years, where they said they have to basically build more and more confidence to the point where they turned around and said, I need to literally shut a data center down. I'm going to turn it off. Now, you don't just turn it off. You build up to turning it off. So you do small things, you build the confidence, you kind of refill. But they said, ultimately, I need to know that if I have to shut down an entire data center, bearing in mind we're hosting services for government and all of these different services, and not only shut it down, I need to actually bring it back up again. And so I need that level of confidence. That's what they were building. And so they did. They got to the point where they could literally switch a data center off. And now they said, now I've done it in the Fujitsu environment. Now I need to bring all the customers in and make sure when I shut all these things down, all your disaster recovery plans and all your business continuity plans are springing up with it. So this is a constant 15, 20-year thing that they've been doing. Year on year improves. And don't get me wrong, this was months of planning, but this is disaster recovery day. You know something, boom, is coming. And it actually played dividends in the Japanese tsunami. So I can't remember how many years ago that was. But in essence, when multiple companies all lost their services, what stayed up? Fujitsu's data centers, all of them. And what that meant is a lot of companies all of a sudden who lost their data, lost their server rooms, lost their infrastructure, lost their data, Fujitsu were able to turn around and say, come to me, come into my environment, come into my data. And they gave it to them for free. And they said, because I've got the capability, I've got the infrastructure, most of the companies never left. So I think there's a real positive story behind it. There's a rationale and reasoning for building this level of resilience. Just switch it off, 100% no. Maybe they don't have a choice because they're going to do it in a live environment, but this is where it kind of comes down to, what do you want to build this process up? But I think one of the things that Microsoft has said, just to kind of round that story out a little bit, so Microsoft was also in the crosshairs of two very big state actors you may have seen in the news. I don't know if it's kind of made its way to the Caribbean. So we had China and Russia. Now the interesting thing about Russia is not necessarily how they got in, it's why. So they wanted to answer, Microsoft, how are you able to attribute to us, and how do you keep shutting us down and doing all the things? So they tried to gain access into Microsoft's internal environment to gain access to very specific people working in security, threat intelligence, and they wanted to know literally how we do our intelligence. So Microsoft has created this Secure Future initiative. It's a complete ground-up, multi-year program about how Microsoft thinks about security end-to-end. So this is about networking, it's engineering, it's data centers, it's the cloud, it's all of those things. So one of the things they said, one of the things I mentioned, is you have to assume compromise. So you think of how much infrastructure and investment. I think Microsoft spends about 20 billion in security. So it's kind of like a hyperscale. But instead of all the plans and all the processes, we've got to keep playing that what if. What if a threat actor could come internally or blackmail or get someone to sabotage from within Microsoft? Because actually you cannot gain access to the public cloud from the outside world in a Microsoft environment. But so then you have to flip it around. That doesn't stop the threat actor, does it? So I need to gain access. I need to find a user. I need to manipulate that user and get them to do something. So even if they did that, they're boxed in. So we've got layers and layers of micro-segmentation, which basically means you only have access to that part of the network, which means you only can destroy, potentially, if that's their objective, that bit of the network. So you're now making the case, we don't want a big open network. We don't want to have a threat actor just to be able to do what they want when they want. And again, assuming they could get access to this thing, whatever that thing is, so what could they do with it? How much damage? What do we need to do to control it and to stop it? And I think that's played dividends in terms of it's narrowing the impact. So you've got to think that not only now have you've got to mimic and get access to Microsoft. Remember the North Korean threat actors, they are trying to do that potentially, sabotage from within. They've already tried it in Google a few years ago. So this is when you can build all these layers and layers and layers outside, but if I can get in, then I control everything anyway, as we said. So this is just about you limiting your attack surface and attack disruption at the same time. So you want to be able to put that in front of your management team, leadership team, and say, okay, I'm going to do it. Not necessarily right now, but this is the plan, because if I don't do it, someone else is going to do it for you.
And this is our last question for these.
Yes, it's going to be really quick. Sarah, you spoke about agentic AI, and coming off of Carrie's question, you spoke about micro-segmentation. Would you say that agentic AI being really, really good, but also quite risky for the business because it can kind of make its own decisions, would you say the micro-segmentation would be something to prevent it from kind of doing all the bad things, or are there any other suggestions?
Yeah, you bound it. I think the problem you have is if you're building it on the back of a human agent, and that human agent is not bounded, then the agent, it could mimic exactly what the human can do. Because I'll just give you a little bit of an example as well. So do you remember when Copilot first came out, if you're familiar with Microsoft? Now, people being people, they can't help themselves. So they're like, yeah, how much does the boss get paid? How much does my team get paid? Now, if they can figure out, if they can find how much their boss gets paid, they've always had the ability to find out what their boss gets paid. They just didn't know how to find it. They didn't know that they had access to SharePoint. They didn't know they had access to this part of the network. And so we had lots of companies who were going, like, panic! The bad, naughty Copilot. It's like, no. This is copying the role-based access controls that your user has. So if you've given them way too much privilege, they've changed jobs, they've done all the things, and they've inherited more and more privileges, then guess what? So does the agent. So one of the things that we said is, why don't you use the AI in reverse? So use it as a data governance tool. So if you're now worried that said human or other agent or any other thing has access to stuff and that you're not quite sure what it has access to, get it in reverse and kind of go, literally show me all the things, and then start shutting it down. Because ultimately, the threat actor's path is your user's path, and it's also your agent's path as well. So you can imagine if a human has access to it, an agent has access to it, so does a threat actor. Now you could imagine if a threat actor had access to Copilot, show me where that lovely tasty data is that's all across your organization, and how much do they get paid? Who do I need to blackmail? So it's just a great way of just layering it backwards, in essence. But I think it's even more important. I mean, again, if you thought about when agentic AI first came out, it's a presentation for another day, I have to say. But the human in the loop. With regards to, so something, again, like just to give you a little bit of oversight, when responsible AI, so when Microsoft was building a lot of their AI programs, it was really about understanding consequential impact. So sometimes if it gets information wrong, it's a mild inconvenience. So let's just say I'm in Barbados, I've been talking to some colleagues about what I should do tomorrow, and maybe I'll go and visit various places, and I might put that into ChatGPT or whatever. So it might give me an itinerary, and it didn't know that something was closed or the museum time was wrong. I was like, okay, whatever. But you can kind of take that to the next level. If it starts to get something really wrong, it starts to actually shut people off from being able to gain access to credit. It's making the wrong decisions. Actually, it was the wrong John Smith. Because we hadn't done our identity checks and balances and everything else like that. There's a real consequential impact to that person, but also that person's rights as well. So you kind of got to then think about how much control, how much access are we willing to give, and do we still have that human oversight that says, what if the thing was designed wrong in the first place because it was mimicking the human, or someone could control it, manipulate it, hijack it? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. That was amazing. Your insights were very helpful. Did we all enjoy? Yes, I know a key takeaway for me was not just thinking about it in this zeros and ones and matrix kind of way, but the psychology and the people that are behind the threats that we could potentially experience. So right now, we are going to take a 10-minute break. So according to my flow phone, it's 11:55. So we will reconvene at 12:05, take a stretch. We have those booths at the back that I mentioned before, and get to know each other, and see you back here in a moment.
The whole agenda's just completely blown out the window, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened was that we were trying to run it from one way, so that it would run for everything, for the YouTube and everything. But I had to take my control and run it from here separate. So it wasn't on you. It wasn't on your end. No. I use it from my end. Check one. No, you can't. One. But yeah.
The moonlight dances on the sea so wide. A gentle rhythm whispers by my side. In every step, the world just melts away. So I dance a samba till the break of day. The breeze, it hums a tune so soft, so clear. The night enfolds me, whispers in my ear. With every sway, the stars begin to play. So I dance a samba till the break of day. I lose myself in every gentle turn. The fire of love within begins to burn. A melody that carries me astray. So I dance a samba till the break of day. The sand beneath my feet, a lover's stage. The ocean sings a song beyond its age. The world, it fades as shadows softly sway. So I dance a samba till the break of day. In every motion there's a tale to tell. A love that lingers where the heart will dwell. The night, it holds me in its tender way. So I dance a samba till the break of day. I lose myself in every gentle turn. The fire of love within begins to burn. A melody that carries me astray. So I dance a samba till the break of day. No canto suave da manhã. Deixamos as brisas
whisper secrets through the trees. Soft as the waves that kiss the seas. In stillness, my heart begins to roam. Meditation, my soul's true home. Oh, light dances on the quiet sand. Stars weave stories with a gentle hand. Each thought drifts like a fading tide. Meditation, where dreams reside. Oh, the silence speaks a tender hymn. Fills the spaces where love.
Hello again. We're about to begin. While you get settled back into your seats, we'll have another giveaway. This giveaway is sponsored by Safguarding Bank, and we thank them for their support of today's Cybersecurity Leadership Summit. So I'll tell you a bit about them while you get some more refreshments and make your way back to your seats. Safguarding Bank Barbados is leading the digital banking revolution by boldly presenting banking options that are easy to get, simple to use, safe, secure, and rewarding. They are a dynamic digital commercial bank focused on ensuring your financial health is A-grade. Safguarding Bank Barbados offers a full suite of banking services to personal and business clients. They provide unmatched benefits and convenience to clients in their portfolio, supported by a diversely skilled team located in Barbados. So you can visit their booth when you get the next chance. We have lunch and then we have another break this afternoon to discuss banking solutions that can help your business to succeed. So it's time to announce the winner. We have a little mini drum roll. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Carolyn Edgel. Yes. Congratulations. And she will make her way up here. We already have Business Banking Manager Charlene Weeks from Safguarding Bank to make that presentation. And it didn't happen if we don't get a photo. Yes, yes, keep manifesting. Thank you both. So it's time to move. Our first panel, Building a Cyber Resilient Organization. Moderating this session will be Stephen Williams. And our panelists are Michaela Catwell, LG Ramokan, and Roger Blenman. Michaela is an accomplished IT professional with over 15 years of experience in technology, digital banking, and cybersecurity. She holds a bachelor's degree in computer science and a master's in information security from the New York Institute of Technology. She is earned with support from a Barbados National Scholarship. Beginning her career in the banking sector, she progressed from developer to head of user experience, contributing significantly to digital transformation initiatives. She currently serves as head of cybersecurity and enterprise architecture at Safguarding Bank, where she drives secure, innovative digital banking solutions. So let's give her a warm welcome to the panel. From Michaela, we go to LG Ramokan, With over 20 years of experience in the financial industry, Mr. Ramakhan is a senior cyber executive overseeing the cyber resilience and threat intelligence portfolio for the financial sector at the Bank of Jamaica. His leadership experience spans Thank you. Including secondment. Is everyone hearing me? Good. All right. Let's find my place again. Including secondments to the Ministry of National Security and the Financial Services Commission, where he led national cybersecurity infrastructure initiatives and strengthened regulatory cyber resilience strategies. Mr. Ramakhan holds degrees in computer science and economics, an MBA from the University of the West Indies, and advanced training in cyber policy and strategic management from Harvard Kennedy School. A university lecturer certified PMP and PMI ACP and authorized PMI instructor, he is also the author of the globally recognized Ramakhan #1 PMP exam prep book and Open Sesame. He is a sought-after international speaker on cyber risk, project management, and financial productivity. He lives by the principle, remember, empathy is the beginning of excellence, and discipline brings precision to achieving your vision. So thank you, LG, and he's joining us online. And finally, Roger Blendman. Roger O. Blendman is a seasoned educator and cybersecurity professional with over 25 years of experience across IT education, governance, and risk analysis. He brings a structured, systems-oriented approach to complex problem solving, combining technical expertise with a strong understanding of organizational dynamics. Roger began his career in education and later served as head of department at Queen's College, Barbados, where he developed strengths in leadership, process design, and operational management. These capabilities now underpin his work in cybersecurity with a focus on risk management, compliance alignment, and stakeholder engagement. Regionally, he has contributed to education as a supervisory marker with the Caribbean Examinations Council, developing training frameworks to standardize assessment practices across territories. Currently a senior associate at DPMAS or DPMAS. Am I getting that right? Sorry. All right. Roger supports cybersecurity governance initiatives, vulnerability assessments, and emergency preparedness projects, including the design of a custom asset tracking solution for national emergency simulations. He is also pursuing an MSc in cybersecurity at the University of Liverpool and holds multiple industry certifications with continued progression towards CISSP. And finally, I'll tell you about our moderator, Mr. Stephen Williams. Stephen Williams is a technology commentator, digital governance strategist. You can hear me if I just go like this? I think it's back. And cybersecurity professional who has shaped Caribbean technology discourse for more than 2 decades. He began his writing career at the Broad Street Journal and has since contributed to the Barbados Advocate and Nation's Business, and currently authors the Cyber Pulse column for Barbados Today, delivering clear, incisive analysis of cybersecurity, data privacy, and the business of technology to regional audiences for over 25 years. Stephen holds an MBA from Durham University in the UK, is a certified Chief Information Security Officer through EC Council, and a certified Data Protection Officer accredited by PECB Canada. He served as lead technical consultant on Barbados' 2023 draft cybercrime bill, and in 2025 as advisory and lead speaker for Guyana's National Defense Institute on cybersecurity risks to critical national infrastructure. He is the founder of the Data Privacy and Management Advisory Services, providing DPO as a service compliance programs and data governance advisory across the Caribbean. So please join me in welcoming our moderator and our entire panel as they begin the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. It's afternoon, no. Very much afternoon. Okay, so normally I would not be on the moderator end. I would not be on the sit-down chair and getting to talk, but I think Damien didn't want me to talk much today, so thank you, Damien. So brace yourself. I will moderate this afternoon for you. But before we dive in, I just want to frame up something. We talk about cyber resilience, and it can mean different things depending on where you sit. So, but here in the Caribbean, right, that question carries additional weight. Right? We operate in an environment shaped by natural disasters, constrained budgets, limited specialist talent, digital infrastructure, right, that is still developing. So resilience for us isn't a luxury framework designed by for a Fortune 500 company. It is to be practical, affordable, built to survive both a ransomware attack, right, and a Category 4 hurricane, all in the same fiscal year. So, right, with that as our starting point, I would like to pose the first question to our panelists, and I'm going to start with Roger. All right, in the Caribbean context, where organizations are navigating budget constraints, disaster risks, and the talent shortages alongside evolving cyber threats, what does a truly cyber-resilient organization look like in practice? Not in theory, all right, not on paper, but operationally, day to day. And once the first question is posed, anyone that wants to jump in and shape the perspective, feel free to do so.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Well, they said not in theory, so that part had me a bit stumped. Okay, in the Caribbean, we deal with what we can see. So we can see the effects of a hurricane every year. And we know that in the last couple of years, the strength of the hurricanes have been increasing. So it means that a company is going to take out the necessary insurance. They're going to make sure that in the event of a hurricane that, you know, things are locked down, things are stored high, if the place could be flooded, that sort of thing. Fire, you know, we're going to do the necessary things. We're going to have fireproof cabinets, et cetera, et cetera. Cyber threat. What does that look like for us? So that isn't something that we can see. That isn't something that we can touch. So most companies don't really consider it. I think Sarah touched on it earlier when she said basically if we have a cyber attack, you know, it's money for the most part. And a lot of us say, well, I ain't got anything that anybody gonna want. So a lot of us don't worry with it. But resilience, you're looking at from the ground up. We often say that the end user is the weakest link, but the end user could also be your strongest part, the strongest part of your defense. But what it's going to call for is providing training. But for the most part, that is theory. So the answer to your question would be, it's probably utopian at the moment. We have an idea as to what it should be, but most companies are not willing to take the time out to train. They're not willing to take the money to train. They're not willing. No, I shouldn't say they're not willing. They're not willing to give the amount of money towards the budget that would provide meaningful, continuous training for their employees, well, the end users.
Thank you. Anyone want to follow up?
Sure. So I'll take it a little step further from Roger. And we have the operational side of building resilience. But then we have to take it a little bit further with the business and the leadership component. So to me, building resistance is a really big symbiosis of both your operators and your decision makers and your leadership, right? So to me, cyber resilience really starts from like the top down, honestly. So it's your CEOs, your CROs, your heads of operations, really understanding what your threats are. Not just physically, hurricane, we all aware of that, but honestly to really understand and have the risk assessments completed and documented and understood as to what there are in your environment. And not just understanding and are aware that they're there, but really and truthfully having the supporting processes and procedures in place for you to be ready in the event that something happens, and ready not just by paper, but also ready in the sense that they're tested, they're tried, they're proven, because that's the only way you can really understand. Sorry, and let me say tested safely, because a question was posed earlier, right? Right? But tested safely so that, you can have those questions answered, because trust me, you do not want to have to try to figure out when it's happening. Right? So I think cyber resilience is a double-edged sword. It's not just the practitioners or the operators, which would be like your technical people, but it is really your leadership, really understanding what those risks are, accepting they are, because it's really it's really more at the core of psychological, it's acceptance. Because a lot of times we want to think that everything is okay and everything will be covered and whatnot, but if you really delve into that, we don't have the answers to those questions, right? So being resilient is really making sure that you ask the right questions and you have the answers, and that those answers are proven, so that in the event you do have something that does occur, you can have a little bit of comfort that you are covered to the highest or the majority of the measures.
I want to leave out LG. LG, you have anything to add? Because they're wonderful answers by these two, but I don't want to make sure you're left out.
Yes, absolutely. Are you hearing me well?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, great. All right. Well, I mean, just to, there's no such thing as being individual resilient. Cyber resilience is a shared responsibility. Cyber resilience is a strategic outcome. Cyber resilience requires a systematic approach. And, as an industry, we've shifted from just merely a cybersecurity mindset, which really is about preventing cyber attacks, to a cyber resilient type of approach, which, as Sarah would have said, we assume that there's a breach, that there's order compromise. As the IBM statistics usually tell us that it takes about 9 months before you recognize that you have actually been hacked, which basically means that your system is likely to be pregnant with a hacker that you don't know just as yet until the hacker is revealed after 9 months, which emphasizes the importance of what cyber resilience is about, which is going beyond the prevention of cyber attacks and now looking at cyber resilience, which is about assuring continuity in the midst of a cyber attack and being able to take the necessary measures to be able to operate during, recover quickly, and end up stronger. And that's what cyber resilience is all about. If I were supposed to summarize it into a kind of continuum, there's been cyber conversant. I think that's the first pillar we need to be able to grow and mature our organization towards. In other words, ensuring that in our conversations, it's aligned, clear, concise, and conversant related to cyber, generally speaking. So move from being cyber conversant to being cyber capable. So now cyber capable means that the things that you're doing are actually relevant and you're acting on a single source of truth in terms of intelligence and having a kind of visualization so that you can galvanize the wider organizational support, and then move from being cyber capable to being cyber secure, and then from cyber secure to being cyber resilient. which cyber resilience is a team of teams approach. While for IT, you can have an IT specialist. For risk, you may have a cyber risk specialist. For audit, you may have a cyber audit specialist. But when it comes to cyber resilience is a team of teams approach and requires the team to challenge each other to be test driven in its orientation.
Well said. Thank you. Also, let's look at frameworks because, if you sit in the cyber world, there's always a framework for everything. Risk, cyber, no AI, there's always a framework. So, like NIST and ISO 27001 are benchmarks for resilience. How well do these frameworks translate to the Caribbean, in the Caribbean context? Right? And where do they usually fall short if implementation is attempted? So I would go with, I forget.
Michaela.
But no, it's not that. I was like saying I was going to go back to L. But sorry, Michaela, sorry.
No worries. Okay, so let me start by saying that I think the frameworks are great. As a practitioner of ISO 27001, because Sagicor Bank, as a regulatory mandate, has to be ISO 27001 compliant. So Central Bank has mandated that we maintain that compliance in order to keep our doors open. If we don't, problems. So I said they're great. They're wonderful frameworks for the foundation of building a cyber practice. And it also allows you to really chart and build your cyber maturity. So you're able to benchmark your industry and your specific niches against what the creme de la creme of the world, as they would say, right? How they measure. And it also allows you to have that basis to build roadmaps based on your niches, because you have to appreciate, and I'll get to that a little bit more, that every industry really and truthfully doesn't pose the same risk, right? So financial industries and manufacturing and transport and whatnot, they'll all, government and whatnot, they'll all have their certain levels and measure a risk that, it's not an even playing field, it's not a monolithic experience, right? So in that regard, I think they're fantastic. I think they're great. I think they're good guardrails to help you build and maintain a practice. However, we think about it now from the context, the real world context, and the actual application or the practicing of this in our environment, right? They have a couple of gaps. They're not perfect. So these frameworks, in my opinion, and I mean, it could be, in my opinion, are more suited for persons who have lots of budget, lots of resources, and lots of knowledge-based power. Because the specific areas that are targeted in these frameworks, and I'm going to talk specifically about ISO 27001, because that's the one that we operate with mostly, they do require a lot and a deep knowledge base and expertise that you really do not get natively in our Caribbean region. They're bright folks that we have that are able to interpret them we've placed in the scenario. But to be honest, you do have a lot of restrictions, and it does come from like budgets, for example. So unless you're working in an organization or, Fortune, was it 500?
Fortune.
400. But which one?
100, 500.
100, 500, all them. The big billion-dollar industries that you have money to play at a lot of these things. It is difficult it can be intensive to manage and to operate, right? I know specifically for ISO, there is a heavy auditing process involved. And as IT practitioners or practitioners in the environment, I can tell you, audit fatigue is real. I know most of the people in here who are really and truthfully IT operators, you hate to see audit coming, right? But those things are necessary prerequisites for us when we have to become certified. So the size of your team, right? These frameworks somehow think that you can have dedicated individuals to do every single task. And then sometimes you have a team that one person is doing the job of 5 people.
That's definitely Caribbean reality.
Yeah, that is reality. So you wear multiple hats. You just shift and you change them depending on what's required, right? And then when you come to like some of the controls that are in there, while they provide really good foundational elements for how you work, for our environment. So for example, I'm thinking specifically environmental and physical. They don't really speak, I would say, to the nuances of our environments where we have Category 4 hurricanes and the Category 5 hurricanes and, unstable infrastructure and how you manage outages. Because, I had a conversation with a wider group of Sagicor CISOs, and they asked CISOs, head of cybersecurity, and they literally asked, what is our redundancy for infrastructure outages, right? And I had to parallel to in Barbados, and I had to parallel one of them to the fact that when his power went out in Toronto, he literally walked 4 miles shy of the length of Barbados to get where he was going. And that became a stark reality to him as to how small and how impactful these things have an effect on us. And I think sometimes the frameworks are not, they have enough breadth for you to cover, but sometimes the specificities of them, they're not really tailored to our environment. I know with the new ISO standard, they started to take into account environmental and like environmental conditions, but that was like a couple years ago. Actually, it was 4 years ago that they really started that. And then, as I said, the talent. Really talented, bright folks in the Caribbean region, but this particular area of compliance and assessment and attunement and alignment to the framework is not innately there. So you do have to rely sometimes on outside third parties to help support with a lot of the requirements for these standards.
Okay.
But on the basis, they're great.
Okay.
Right?
Let's put it this way, right? I dare any one of you two of y'all to beat that with a stick. Very comprehensively answer, Michaela. Right? Y'all want to dare answer a follow-up, or you good? You good? Right, but I agree. It's nice, but we got to be practical about where we are in the region. All right? So technology can be patched overnight. Human behavior is hard to change, though. In building a cyber-resilient organization, how do we move from cybersecurity, from a policy people sign, to a culture people actually live? So, El, you want to tackle that one? You heard me? You heard me, by the way?
Yeah, right. Yes.
Okay.
So you're asking, how do you make it practical?
Yeah. How does it become now part of the culture that people live and make it a reality, not just something that they sign and agree to?
Right. Okay. So cybersecurity has to be something that is personal before it gets professional, or before you take it seriously. Right. Now there are 2 ways for it to become personal. One, you actually get attacked. Your credit card is compromised, or you're unable to get onto your laptop, and then you realize that, wow, this kind of impacts me as well. Now, we don't want that to be the starting point of your awareness with respect to cybersecurity, cyber resilience. It's best to be able to become aware that once you have any piece of technology, you become interested in knowing how to use it well, both to be able to use the functions and features of technology, but also how to use it to make sure that you're safeguarding your data, your identity, and that sort of thing. Financial institutions and other types of organizations that have digital touch points have to be seized with the responsibility to be able to build what we call digital trust, which is to be able to, through the many different digital touch points with customers, to be able to show not just the new app that they can use, but the security features that are embedded in there, either in the background or that they can, touch, slide, click on, to be able to ensure that they have the required level of privacy for the data. For the regular type of person, the general public, anyone, they should ensure that whenever they're typing in passwords, creating new passwords, that they're strong passwords. What I say, strong and long passwords. As a matter of fact, going beyond just passwords to passphrases. So think about that favorite jingle. Think about a scripture verse. Think about just a combination of words that can be made as a part of your password, on top of putting some special characters in. But even beyond that is to be able to look at the other options, such as two-step factor authentication, multi-step factor authentication, which many providers, many applications now provide as a standard. And to use them, not to know that, it's optional, but to really use it as a way to reduce the probability of being hacked. In my general cybersecurity training awareness, talk to different audiences, I promote the importance to bathe, right? So cyber hygiene is what any regular person should be able to adopt in a very practical way. And just like how bathing is important, no one skips a bath each day or twice a day, or to brush your teeth, once, twice per day, right? A fun fact, they say that there are more mobile phones produced than toothbrushes, right, in the world. Now, what does that say about your oral hygiene versus your cyber hygiene, right? So bathe means backups. That's a B for bathe. A is for antivirus and awareness. T is for two-factor authentication or more in bathe. H is for hygiene and hardening. Hardening means the multiple layers of defense, like what Sarah was showing on the screen earlier. And then E speaks to endpoint security and email security. If we just do these simple bathing practices from a cyber perspective, we will reduce the probability of cyber attacks or increase our defenses with respect to cyber attacks up to 98% just by doing those things. The other possibilities are just based on the fact that it's not if you'll be attacked, it's when. And that's where cyber resilience comes into conversation, because since the situation is not if, but when, now we need to ensure that when it happens, we're able to bounce back, reduce the level of liability in relation to what may be lost, and to be able to end up even stronger.
Thank you. If there's any takeaway that I have from the whole day, is to remember to bathe. Thank you.
Stephen, says the culture people actually live. The culture people actually live. I remember yesterday I received a notice about a tsunami drill or something like that. I think that we need to start from as early as possible to have children bathing.
I agree.
Yeah, right? So from as early as possible, the children are interfacing with the devices.
Yeah.
And we need to, from as early as possible, teach them to use them responsibly and to protect themselves, right? So yes, we instead of going with the long passwords, now we're going to encourage them to use passphrases. Yes, we're going to encourage them to do all the things that we will be teaching or that we'll be doing in training with employees on the device, endpoint devices at work and stuff. We need to get these things being done by the children from as early as possible so that it becomes a second nature, so that when they get into the workplace, it's less likely that they would be doing the wrong things, because the culture that has now been instilled in them is one where their cyber hygiene is a few points higher than probably ours was when we first started.
I'm glad we're sticking with you though, Roger, because the next one is the Caribbean faces a significant cybersecurity talent retention challenge. Professionals are trained and frequently moved away or recruited away. I mean, I can see where you can get trained up to master's level and all the certifications in the world. And then when you look at the ability to pay someone, right, for that level of skill. So how should organizations build a resilience around talent base that they might not be able to hold on to? I'm not coming with easy questions today.
Again, Sarah mentioned it this morning in her presentation. People are doing work, they're doing good work, and then at the end of it, there is no recognition. And for most of us, that recognition will come in a bump in your pay packet. It might not even need to be something that, say, your pay moves from $1 to $2, but it could be that there is some reward for a job well done. So at the end of, let's say, the quarter, you recognize people who have done fantastic job. And what is going to happen then is, it is those that were not recognized, you will find that they will try to up their game, and then the ones that were recognized will continue to up their game. So it means then that your productivity should increase, right? I think most people, most employees recognize budget restraints, but I think everyone appreciates when their efforts are recognized. And I think that is one of the first steps that we can make in making sure that talent that we have stays. Yeah, and offering opportunities for staff to improve themselves. Education is expensive. If I invest in you, and I've heard it said, I invest in you and then you're going to leave and go and work for someone else. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that if you invest in me, you are giving me a reason to stay with you and help build you up, right? Of course, if you invest in me, I expect that you're going to pay me a little bit more too, right? You let me study. I mean, at the end of the day, money talks, and we know what walks. So,
anyone want to follow up quickly?
Yeah.
Huh? Killer?
Yeah. That is true. So invest in people first.
Yeah.
People first. Organizations do tend to have a better retention rate of their staff because folks are seen. Big buzzword. They feel seen. They're recognized. They realize that folks are invested in them. So, reciprocal. You invest in me, and I give back to you. But the reality is, people will leave.
Correct.
That is true. That is thing. And it doesn't necessarily have to be lack of investment. Life happens, right? Yeah, something. Life happens. And then, sometimes based on how your organization is structured, folks can plateau as well too, right? Yeah. So I think a good way with all of the variables and taking into account that people do leave is really to have really good knowledge transfer mechanisms in place.
Agreed.
So documentation is vital. It is your Bible. It keeps everything as a source of truth. So it doesn't matter who sits in that seat. There is a continuous flow and transition of knowledge to whoever comes behind. So that they can basically kind of almost like pick up and go. I think a lot of times in organizations, we have this kind of fatigue where there is a gap. Some person may transition upwards or into another space or actually leave the organization, and somebody has to come and sit in that seat. And they have to start from zero. There's really, hey, do you have a procedure? I think so. What's the process? Ask some person, and if you've ever had the situation where you tell me go ask John tell me go ask Mary tell me go ask Michael tell me go ask back John. So I end back up where I have started, and that really stagnates your environment, and especially in this cyber environment. When you talk about cyber resilience and building cyber platforms, it creates gaps. So you need to be able to have that knowledge transfer, that knowledge retention, that source of truth available at all times. And I would also say, we don't like to hear this, but we can also rely on consultants and third-party firms. Utilizing these folks sometimes keeps your knowledge a little more, your knowledge and your business a little more continuous than it would if you have folks in-house. I know we don't like to hear this sometimes, but if there is a gap, if those structures aren't in place, you can invest in supporting partners because they have this, it's their business. So if they stop doing the business, their business shuts down.
Correct.
So then you have the ability to get that continuity even if they go. If you have vendors, how many vendor managers you might have in the lifetime of your cycle, but your business keeps running, right? So that's also another component of keeping.
But no, let's put it this way, we're talking about resilience.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I mean, yes, consultants do cost, but it just like anything else, to keep it running consistently, all right, you must invest. And I love that aspect of continuity in terms of people may come and go, but I've never seen a company go, you know what, I don't want to work with you anymore. You know, I have just too much knowledge, and these people are going to pay me better. They're going to find a way to work with you still, right? So, El, you want to jump in? Are you good?
Yes. Right. No. This is a very important conversation in relation to talent. Well, the first thing to recognize is that people are not your greatest assets, and you heard me right. People are not your greatest asset. Aligned people are. So, in other words, it is not just to have warm bodies in front of a computer screen and saying that you have cybersecurity. It's ensuring that there is alignment in terms of budget, in terms of connecting what is happening behind the computer in the systems to your bottom line, and to really center the conversation of cybersecurity first at the enterprise level. In other words, cybersecurity, cyber resilience is not just an IT issue, it is actually a board level issue. So when we get the board's attention, then we know we can talk about money, right? And when, as for the Bank of Jamaica and the financial sector, we do have a set of guidelines called the Cyber Resilience Principles, the 10 Cyber Resilience Principles, which outlines, the 10 principles that that guide the financial sector and their third parties with respect to the importance of cyber resilience. So some of the principles are, first, cyber is not just an IT issue, keeping the cybersecurity on the board agenda. We speak about the lines of defense, the principle of least privilege, and we speak about security by design. We also speak about targeted, thorough, and just being transparent, targeted, and thorough. By having that kind of conversation and centered around the board, we're now able to have the topic about budget, right? And of course, the general practice is ensuring that you have at least 10% of your overall IT budget committed to cybersecurity at a minimum. Right now, there's a shortage of 3.4 million IT jobs, right, that are not being filled. And so there is a huge gap, and especially in the Caribbean.
Let's contextualize it. Are we talking about the Caribbean, or are we talking about globally?
No, we're talking globally.
Globally, okay.
Globally, 3.4 million in terms of
global
cyber professionals, right? There's a gap, and of course, in our Caribbean context, we'll have our gaps as well. Yeah. So therefore, it's important as a part of our overall cyber resilience strategy to have a strong talent pool and to recognize that you can't afford not to afford those critical roles, because if your organization, whether you like it or not, is becoming more digitally enabled, where the center of your operations is a digital operation, you need to ensure that you have the requisite skill sets to be able to support that. So training is important. I know that the concern about, when you train, they leave. Well, as Michaela said, and as is normally the practice, ensuring that you have the necessary procedures, policies, procedures in place, ensuring that you have the support of third-party providers. And to that tune, BOJ, the Bank of Jamaica, we have led our overall cyber resilience strategy, ensuring that the cyber professionals across the financial sector are adequately trained, following a certification path, and also ensuring that they are part of a community of cyber professionals that take education seriously. So even if they shift from one bank to the other or inside or outside the industry, that the level of training and development for the newcomers to come in, they're able to now start that ladder of education. Also very important in terms of talent development is what we do, we call them cyber fire drills. So every year, at minimum, we have a cyber fire drill, which essentially is a simulated cyber attack with very little notice when it happens, where the cyber professionals of financial institutions have to gather together in a particular location to basically coordinate among each other using their incident response plans and playbooks to be able to tackle two evolutions of a particular cyber attack affecting the financial institutions. This is simulated through a provider called Cloud Range or Cyber Range, which allows cyber institutions to be able to use their platform to detect the cyber attack and to coordinate how they are going to respond to the cyber attack onto the resolution and reporting to necessary authorities.
Thank you,
So
guys.
it's not just about having the talent, it's about engaging them, letting them feel that there's a path of growth, and ensuring that at a board level, at a management level, they understand the seriousness of not being able to retain that talent. And the last thing I want to share is what we call the cost of ABCD when it comes to cyber resilience. So sometimes when we don't understand the cost, we don't appreciate, the value or the required budget needed to cover the cost to get the value that is needed. And ABCD basically means attrition, the cost of attrition. So we have to recognize that when we lose somebody, what it costs us, right, in terms of money and in terms of lost opportunity and the increased risk of a cyber attack. So that's A in ABCD. The B is the cost of a breach. And the IBM data breach report shows that the average cost of a breach is 4.5 million US dollars. And that is just on average for the hospitality sector. And it can go up to $10 million. The cost of competence, right? And when we say cost of competence, we're talking about the training, the development that is needed for the talent to meet the evolving threat. And then D is a cost of downtime. When you lose a talent, then there's increased susceptibility for downtime, not just in terms of it occurring, but how long you remain down, and then the other opportunity costs that are foregone in terms of customers being able to pay through the various means of payment, utilizing your digital services, and therefore losing out on business. So it's very important to recognize the overall total economic cost of not having the right talent in place, and therefore to serve an adequate budget to support that, which will support overall cyber resilience.
Thanks, El. You answered my next question, so I'm just going to give the audience the question to your answer. Right? Most organizations have, and I'll leave it to the other, McKenna, Roger, if you want to contribute, or we could go straight in the interest of time to the final thing, wrap-up question. But thanks for that. Most organizations should have an instant response plan. It's a compliance requirement, particularly in Jamaica and Barbados when it comes to personal identifiable information. Yet fewer have generally tested it under realistic conditions. What does meaningful resilience testing actually look like? You answered already, El. All right. How do you make the case for investing in it before crisis actually arrives? Let's start. Michaela.
I think LG answered the question. Honestly, I mean, everything that he spoke to just now really speaks to how you made that case, right? I think in some sectors and segments, and then also dependent on your CEOs and your leadership's focus points, or even their measure of understanding. And I also sympathize with them from the understanding point, because I find us techies have a particular language that we use, and when you go into boardrooms,
It don't translate.
It does not translate, and also we don't seek to, I guess, make them understand the importance and the relevance of what we're doing. One, and also two, they don't understand. So I find sometimes that like technology and cyber decks tend to be rushed through board proceedings. Honestly,
That's my experience as well.
Right, you get rushed through board proceedings. Shoot, sometimes you don't even get to sit through the whole board meeting, and therefore, before you get comfortable in your seat, you got to step back out, right? So I think what LG alluded to, being able to have those practical exercises, breaking down the costs, they understand dollar figures well. So once you have that cost defined, you engage them in the exercises. I think LG referred to his as fire drills. Like we do tabletop exercises that encompass all our, and we try not to have it with the practitioners, but the decision makers, right? Because most of the practitioners will know what to do.
Correct.
Sometimes the leadership doesn't, right? So having it from those perspectives, it makes it real for them, and that drives the interest, and then the focus and the support when you need to have these frameworks, these processes in place.
Roger, so we'll wrap up quickly. So
Yeah.
I just respond, but in the interest of time, be quick. So I have one wrap-up question here.
I want to ask you a question. How many of you remember what to do in case of emergency? It was said this morning. How many of you remember? Right.
Why do people don't forget nothing?
So the point is, you can let people know what to do, but unless they actually do it, unless they have the opportunity to put what they've learned into practice, that's where your drills are going to come in. When it happens, somebody is going to miss that. So that is a very, very important part of the whole program.
So, the question is, right, if you could leave organizations represented in this room with one concrete action, right, they could take, right, this week to meaningfully strengthen cyber resilience, what would it be? I learned bathe. So, right, is there any other things you guys want to leave besides the fact to bathe?
I would say the CEOs, the people in leadership, listen to your CISOs, listen to your cybersecurity experts, and basically, if they ask for a particular tool, chances are they actually need it, and as far as possible, try to accommodate them in that regard.
I'm going to stick to the leadership, and I could do that because mine left. So I'm safe. But I would say challenge your leadership. Ask them the hard questions and push them for the answer. If they're not clear, you're not clear. They drive your vision, they drive your strategy, they drive and shape the business that you operate in. So I would say challenge your leaders where it comes to your cyber resilience and what is most critical to them. And I think that's a big start. It might be shock and awe, but it is a good entryway to the conversation to really get them thinking, because if I firmly believe if they're not the leaders or the ones who champion the change, there's really little that will happen. That top-down style is still very prevalent in the Caribbean, and we really, as cyber practitioners, need to use that to our advantage. So challenge your leaders where it comes to cyber resilience.
Oh.
Right. I would just like to give an analogy of a guitar. So cyber governance is like a guitar. So for our standard of sound practice for the financial sector with respect to cyber risks. We speak about not 3 lines of defense, but 4 lines of defense when it comes on to managing cyber risk. And those 4 lines basically make up the 4 lines of a guitar. And just like, in the Caribbean, we use a guitar to play, reggae, to play soca and all that. The 4 lines are, the first line is operations. Operations needs to understand the importance of cybersecurity and have a cybersecurity function. The second line of defense is risk management. There needs to be someone who understands the digital implications with respect to risks. The third line of defense is internal audit. Internal audit needs to be able to have the capabilities, whether with the support of third-party providers, to properly assess cybersecurity related to risks and programs. And the fourth line of defense, which is the main purpose of having the 4 lines of defense, is what we call the information sharing and external assurance line of defense. So in other words, information sharing is a critical baseline. That's a 4th line. That's a baseline that keeps the system steady, keeps cyber resilience going as a continuous outcome. Because without sharing, incidents, cyber threats, if one bank has a cyber incident, it's important that other banks learn about it. Because what we've recognized over the past 3 years in particular, where there have been cyber attacks, is that several institutions, whether financial or non-financial, have been affected by the same threat actor. So it's very important that within your own industry, there is a kind of neighborhood watch with respect to cyber. So if someone gets attacked, you don't feel as if, you're the only one, or you don't feel as if, you should just keep it to yourself because you don't want customers to know. Well, now there's based on data protection acts and so on, you have to report. But even before doing those elaborate reports, letting others know what is happening is important. So see cyber governance as a guitar and see cyber resilience like an orchestra, where everyone, big or small, will be different instruments, but we should be playing to the same tune of cyber resilience.
Thank you. All right, we're going to wrap up now, but I have one question. This is going to lead to the end of today's proceedings. How many of you here know that we have actually a cybersecurity compliance requirement in Barbados? Raise your hand. If you don't have a cybersecurity requirement compliance across not financial services sectors, so I don't say all the financial sector, a cybersecurity requirement across all the Barbados. 1, 2. Okay, cool. Thank you. No, I'm not. We're going to be, so stay, because we can hear what that compliance is and how it applies to all businesses in Barbados. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen, Michaela, LG, and Roger, for that insightful discussion. I am sure you all enjoyed that. And as the panel makes their way down, I will just let you know a bit about the space that we share before we take our break. The Sagicor Cave Hill School of Business and Management at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus is a leading Caribbean business school dedicated to excellence in business education, executive development, and applied research. Through globally informed, regionally relevant programs, SCH-SBM equips individuals and organizations with the leadership capabilities, strategic insight, and innovation required to thrive in a dynamic global environment. As a strategic partner to governments, corporations, and development institutions, SCH-SBM plays a pivotal role in advancing sustainable growth across the region. Again, to our panelists, and thank you to you for paying rapt attention. You will see over to my right and your left, Davani. He's raised his hand. He will come over to each individual table and let you know where you will head to have your break. Take the opportunity again to network, get to know each other, and check out our booths at the back. We'll be back soon.
Uma dança no ar, ela é carioca, difícil não amar. Ela traz consigo tempo segredo que não quer contar. Poema que o vento escreveu. Ela é carioca, sonho meu. Ela some na rua e deixa saudade, como se fosse eco de felicidade. Mistério que nunca vou desvendar. Ela é carioca, vou sempre amar. Ela some na rua e deixa saudade, como se fosse eco de felicidade. Mistério que nunca vou desvendar. Ela é carioca, vou sempre amar. Ela caminha tão leve assim, como a brisa que vem do jardim. Seu olhar tem a luz do luar. Ela é carioca, não dá pra negar. Ela é o som da onda no mar, um segredo que não quer contar. Poema que o vento escreveu. Ela é carioca, sonho meu. Sua risada é doce verão que aquece até o mais frio coração. Cada passo, uma dança no ar. Ela é carioca, difícil não amar. Ela traz consigo tempo de paz, como se o mundo fosse bom demais. Seu jeito de ser é pura poesia. Ela é carioca, minha melodia. Ela é o som da onda no mar, um segredo que não quer contar. Poema que o vento escreveu. Ela é carioca, sonho meu. Ela some na rua e deixa saudade, como se fosse eco de felicidade. Mistério que nunca vou desvendar. Ela é carioca, vou sempre amar. Lá vai o barquinho a deslizar
pudesse contar as noites calmas e o céu a girar. Talvez o mundo parasse a escutar o doce mistério que é navegar. O barquinho dança tão devagar, carrega segredos que vão se perder. Um suspiro leve ao longe a chamar, histórias do mar que ninguém vai saber.
O vento dança no ar sem saber, carrega segredos que não vou dizer. O sol se esconde no azul do olhar e somos nós perdidos no mar. Nós e o mar, um abraço sem fim. O sal na pele, um começo em mim. As ondas sussurram histórias de lá, de um amor que o tempo não vai apagar. Na areia deixamos pegadas a sós, enquanto o céu canta apenas pra nós. A lua espia com brilho a brilhar, e o mar nos leva pra outro lugar. Nós e o mar, um abraço sem fim. O sal na pele, um começo em mim. As ondas sussurram histórias de lá, de um amor que o tempo não vai apagar. E quando a maré resolver nos levar, eu sei que contigo eu vou me encontrar entre as estrelas e o som de luar. Nós e o mar não vão se separar. Nós e o mar, um abraço sem fim. O sal na pele, um começo em mim. As ondas sussurram histórias de lá, de um amor que o tempo não vai apagar.
The rain falls soft, the world turns gray. A whispered tune, a fleeting day. The rivers rise, the earth will weep. The waters call, the secrets deep. gentle touch, the time it flows through fingers lost like melting snow. The storm it comes, it clears the air and leaves behind a love laid bare. Aguas de março, a dance of time, a fleeting moment, a subtle rhyme. The heart it beats, the tide will turn. In love we drown, in love we burn. The drops they fall like soft embrace. They kiss the earth, they find their place. The river bends, the tide will jump. A winding path, the heart it proves. Through every storm, a light will glow. A fragile truth, the winds will show. The waters speak, they call us near. In every way, a whispered tear. Aguas de março, a dance of time, a fleeting moment, a subtle rhyme. The heart it beats, the tide will turn. In love we drown, in love we burn. In love we drown, in love we burn.
The sun sinks low as shadows creep. Words unspoken haunt the deep. A soft breeze whispers through the air. Your absence lingers everywhere. Pra dizer adeus, meu coração fica perdido na escuridão. As estrelas choram, o céu se desfaz. O amor partiu, não volta mais. Your voice a ghost, a fleeting trace. Time can't erase your warm embrace. The waves they crash, but still they fade. A love like ours was never made. Pra dizer adeus, meu coração fica perdido na escuridão. As estrelas choram, o céu se desfaz. O amor partiu, não volta mais.
shadow dances in the light. The melody of what once was echoes softly just because. Pra dizer adeus, meu coração fica perdido na escuridão. As estrelas choram, o céu se desfaz. O amor partiu, não volta mais. The moonlight whispers through the leaves tonight. A song of sorrow drifts into the quiet light. Hosanna's voice, it calls across the sea. A melody of longing, setting spirits free. Canto di Hosanna, it lingers in the air. A tune of love and loss, tender and rare. It dances through the heart, soft as a sigh. Canto di Hosanna, beneath the velvet sky. The waves are humming secrets to the shore. Each note a memory of a love no more. The stars are witnesses, they softly gleam. Hosanna sings of a broken, wistful dream. Canto di Hosanna, it lingers in the air. A tune of love and loss, tender and rare. It dances through the heart, soft as a sigh. Canto di Hosanna, beneath the velvet sky. A shadow moves, the night begins to weep. The songs embrace, it pulls the soul so deep. Each chord a whisper, each lyric a tear. Hosanna's canto Entre as ruas que me levam ao mar, vejo sombras que querem me guiar. Caminhos cruzados a nos encontrar. O destino dança sem avisar. Caminhos que vêm, caminhos que vão. Na curva do tempo bate o coração. Entrelaçados em pura emoção. Será o acaso ou pura ilusão? Na brisa leve que toca o chão. O teu sorriso é minha direção. Tantas histórias sem explicação desenham traços da nossa canção. Caminhos que vêm, caminhos que vão. Na curva do tempo bate o coração. Entrelaçados em pura emoção. Será o acaso ou pura ilusão? Se o vento sussurra teu nome pra mim, será que o destino sempre foi assim? Dançamos num sonho de cores sutis, cruzando fronteiras do que é ou do que quis. Caminhos que vêm, caminhos que vão. Na curva do tempo bate o coração. Entrelaçados em pura emoção. Será o acaso ou pura ilusão? The moonlight dances on the sea so wide. A gentle rhythm whispers by my side. In every step the world just melts away. So dance a samba till the break of day. The breeze it hums a tune so soft, so clear. The night enfolds me, whispers in my ear. With every sway, the stars begin to play. So dance a samba till the break of day. I lose myself in every gentle turn. The fire of love within begins to burn. A melody that carries me astray. So dance a samba till the break of day. of day. In every motion, there's a tale to tell. A love that lingers where the heart will dwell. The night it holds me in its tender way. Sudden so somber till the break of day. I lose myself in every gentle turn. The fire of love within begins to burn. A melody that carries me astray. Sudden so somber till the break of day. No more longing in my chest tonight. The moon whispers soft and silver light. The waves hum gently, a soothing refrain. Shigadi saudade, no more pain. The breeze carries secrets sweet and low. The stars, they shimmer, but they don't know. Your name still lingers like a song in the air. Shigadi saudade, you're not there. Oh love, I've danced with shadows too long. Your memory fades but stays in my song. Let the rhythm heal what's been torn apart. Shigadi saudade, free my heart. Shigadi saudade, free my heart. The sand remembers the steps we shared. The tide erases, but I still care. A gentle samba to chase the ache. Shigadi saudade, let it break. The night sings softly, but I won't cry. The dawn will bring colors to the sky. I'll find new melodies, a brand new start. Shigadi saudade, mend my heart. Oh love, I've danced with shadows too long. Your memory fades but stays in my song. Let the rhythm heal what's been torn apart. Shigadi saudade, mend my heart. In the whisper of the ocean's tide, a quiet song where dreams reside, soft as shadows that kiss the sand. Happiness slips through my hand. The moonlight dances on the stream, reflecting faces I've only seen in dreams.
melodia do teu jeito de amar. Eu danço no céu do teu olhar. Tuas mãos tocam o vento com leveza. Teu perfume é a essência da pureza. Quando o silêncio vem te encontrar, minha namorada, tua presença faz cantar. Oh, minha namorada, meu porto seguro, teus abraços são meu futuro. Na melodia do teu jeito de amar, eu danço no céu do teu olhar. Mesmo nas noites que a lua se esconde, teu calor é o lume que responde. Tua voz é a canção do meu caminho. Minha namorada, és meu destino com carinho. Oh, minha namorada, meu porto seguro, teus abraços são meu futuro. Na melodia do teu jeito de amar, eu danço no céu do teu olhar. Under the shade where the breeze does hum, I hear the rhythm of a gentle drum. Whispers of water that kiss the shore, calling me softly, I can't ignore. Agua de beber, my heart's desire, quenching a thirst, a quiet fire, flowing so smooth, it fills my veins. Agua de beber, washing my pains. The moon reflects in your endless stream. You are the keeper of my sweetest dream. Each drop you give, a love untold, liquid embrace, so soft, so bold. Agua de beber, my heart's desire, quenching a thirst, a quiet fire, flowing so smooth, it fills my veins. Agua de beber, washing my pains. Oh, river of life, take me away, drown my sorrows, let them decay. Every ripple a melody clear. You are my solace, my waters near. Agua de beber, my heart's desire, quenching a thirst, a quiet fire, flowing so smooth, it fills my veins. Agua de beber, washing my pains.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start again in just about 5 minutes. So you can make your way back to your seats. We're almost at the end of our 45-minute break.
Que invade minha calma. No silêncio me perco no seu mundo. No brilho dele me encontro tão profundo. Este seu olhar que dança entre as estrelas, como o mar que beija as pedras tão inteiras, sussurra segredos que só o vento entende. E no meu peito uma saudade ele acende. Ah, este olhar que me prende sem querer, um laço invisível que eu não posso desfazer. Como um poema que o tempo não apaga, este seu olhar meu coração embala. Na noite escura ele ilumina no meu caminho, um farol que guia o meu destino tão sozinho. Eu tento fugir, mas sempre volto a me perder neste seu olhar que me ensina a viver. Este seu olhar que canta sem palavras, uma melodia que a minha alma grava. Tão sereno, mas carrega tempestade, traz alegria, mas também a saudade. Ah, este olhar que me prende sem querer, um laço invisível que eu não posso desfazer. Como um poema que o tempo não apaga, este seu olhar meu coração embala.
One.
Welcome back, everyone. I trust you enjoyed your lunch and dessert for all those who partook. We'll have another giveaway as a way to help you get settled before we get into our next expert. And this one is from Sagicor General Insurance, Inc. Sagicor General Insurance, Inc. is one of the longest-standing general insurance companies in the Caribbean. The company offers a wide range of auto, home, travel, and business insurance protection. Sagicor General Insurance maintains a solid reputation for efficiency and excellent client service, with an impeccable record of settling claims quickly. Sagicor General Insurance is a subsidiary of Sagicor Life, Inc., which maintains an AM Best rating of A Excellent. This reflects the balance sheet strength, operating performance, and parental support. SLI is a member of a wider group of companies with Sagicor Financial Company Limited as its ultimate parent. Sagicor Financial Company Limited is a leading financial services provider with over 180 years of history in the Caribbean, over 90 years in Canada, and a growing presence in the United States over the past 70 years. So are you ready to hear who our next winner is? Drum roll. I lost my drummer. Okay, good. Congratulations to Valdez Lewis. Dwight from the Sagicor Bank team will make the presentation to Valdez. Is she here? He. What a manly man it is. Sorry. Congratulations and a big thank you once again to Sagicor General for sponsoring this giveaway. We now move into our executive presentation, Data Loss Protection and Executive Risk Exposure, examining how data loss directly impacts executive and organizational risk. We'll hear more about Christian Benjamin first. As an information security professional, Christian is dedicated to safeguarding critical digital assets and ensuring the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of sensitive information. He brings proven experience in designing, implementing, and managing robust security controls to protect organizations against evolving cyber threats. His approach is proactive and risk-focused, combining strategic planning with hands-on execution to strengthen organizational resilience. He specializes in developing security frameworks tailored to diverse environments, from small businesses to large enterprises, ensuring alignment with operational and business objectives. He remains current with emerging technologies, threats, and industry best practices, applying solutions such as advanced encryption, risk assessments, and security awareness initiatives to reduce exposure and enhance preparedness. Beyond technical expertise, he values clear communication and collaboration, working closely with stakeholders at all levels to align security priorities with broader organizational goals. Committed to continuous learning and knowledge sharing, he actively engages in professional development, industry events, and mentorship, contributing to the ongoing advancement of cybersecurity practice. So please join me in welcoming Christian.
Good afternoon, folks. Hope everyone is fed and not suffering from the fatigue, as we know throughout the Caribbean. So I'm here to talk to you about data loss and risk, right? I want to talk about risk a little bit in your organizations and businesses, right? Risk is a part of life as well. You may not realize it, but you take decisions in your personal life based on risk every day. So, for example, getting to an event here today, you want to get here early, right? So I need to mitigate the risk of what? Getting here late. How do I do that? Well, do I take route A and stop in Lawrence Gap and party before I reach, right? Or do I take route B, which has less traffic, and I get here, right? If you're a sports fan, how do I protect my heart from, Arsenal not winning the EPL this year? Or, West Indian supporter, cricket supporter, how do I protect my heart, from that heartbreak? All right, well, I ain't watching them this year, right? So we live in risk. And that is what the point I want to bring across to everyone in this room. And everyone in this room is an IT professional of some sort. And it is important as IT professionals we know and learn to communicate to the C-level, right, in their language. And they speak risk every day, all day. they also speak in dollars and cents, profit and loss, right? So one of the strategies that we should try to employ as IT professionals speaking upwards is saying, look, boss, if we don't protect these assets, protect this data, right, here's what's going to happen. And then we put a dollars and cents at the end of it. It's going to cost us $1 million a day if we are down, if we don't have access to our data, a ransomware attack occurs, right? So that's the type of language we need to use. So we'll jump right into DLP. So what is DLP, data loss prevention? It is not only tools, right, but it is strategies as well. So for example, your policies and procedures, right? That in combination with a tool would prevent unauthorized access to your data, leakage of your data, misuse of your data, right? In cybersecurity, and information security on a whole, we reference the CIA triad. So anyone here knows what the CIA triad is? Not Kevin, not Brian, not this table. Anybody else? The CIA triad. Confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And in the cybersecurity world, anything we do, we try to keep that triad at the forefront of our conversation in how to protect our data and systems, right? So DLP also helps prevent accidental and malicious breaches, right? So what is an accidental breach or accidental exfiltration of data? In my presentation, I like to give stories. So there is a medium-sized chain hardware in Trinidad, right? Their CFO, right, or I should say, they had a breach before, right? And they decided, okay, you know what, we need to tighten our systems. So they did that. They put policies and procedures in place. One of the policies was you cannot take your work laptop home. But you could take the data from the office and carry it home and work on it, right? So what happened? They put a USB in their work laptop, took the data, copied the data, carried it home, worked on it. You know, Sarah mentioned our children as being an attack vector. They lent that flash drive to their child to do homework, who put their homework on the flash drive and went to a friend's house, right? True story. Went to a friend's house to do homework. Put it in the flash drive in their friend's computer. That friend's home network was compromised. So guess what happened? This attacker now was waiting in the wings, just gathering data, just looking at stuff going on and see, but hold on. I now have financial data for this medium-sized hardware in Trinidad. Okay, I could do something about this, all right? We spoke a lot about the culture in the Caribbean. My data not that important. So this hardware was like, not that important, right? We'll survive. Until one of the major vendors who resides in the US found out about the breach. The first thing they did, that vendor, they cut connection, physical connection, right, to the hardware's network. You know what's the second thing they did? Anybody could answer, not this table. Anybody? They canceled the contract immediately. They didn't ask too much questions. They said, this is what we saw. We can't afford to take that risk. They canceled, right? So they went from thinking about or saying, our data, we too small, right? That is the culture. We too small, doesn't happen. To now 45% of their business being down, right? The manager, the owner of the hardware saying, I'm not doing business, I'm losing money, right? We need to fix this. They called around to, the service providers, got a quote, and what they didn't want to spend in proactively, they now spend in reactively, right? So why does DLP matter in Barbados? Well, and my good friend here, Kevin, could attest to these numbers, right? But there's a rise in cyber threats in the Caribbean region, right? We may not see it personally, but we take one step lateral and we know somebody who worked in an organization that has been compromised, right? And it involves all sectors, from finance, healthcare, tourism, government, especially tourism. If your economy is heavily based on tourism, right? Barbados, Antigua, the other islands. Can you imagine tourists, visitors coming into Barbados, leaving Barbados, going back to their homes in Europe and the US, wherever, and now having their identity stolen? And after investigations, it is determined it happened in Barbados, happened in Antigua, where else? I guarantee you they're not coming back. They could love the beaches, they could love the food, how much they want, they're not coming back. Right? And as we mentioned, data breaches leads to financial loss, reputational damage, legal penalties. We'll get to that just now. The driving force here is financial loss. Our culture in the Caribbean is, especially where cybersecurity is concerned, it don't matter, we'll take the hit, right? We know we people, they'll come back to us, right? It doesn't matter, TSTT get breached, tomorrow I'm still going back to buy a phone and a plan from TSTT, right? Massy stores get breached, I'm going back, Massy store and buy bread, so it doesn't matter in that cultural sense. So a driving factor we have to understand is financial loss. And not only financial loss during the event, or during the incident. Something happens, you have to spend money to deal with it, to recover from it, right? You have to communicate that clearly to your C-level, right? That's just a fact of life nowadays. You have to, whether it be, and I'm talking proactively, right? Whether it be, you write a risk report or a risk analysis and you send to them saying, these are the risks we've outlined. This is how we mitigate those risks, right? This is what it will cost. And this serves as a cautionary tale or, a warning to you, Mr. C-level CEO. If this happens, you were warned, right? And that really drives them in making a decision. Okay, we really need to, spend the money and ensure that our data is secure. So shifting gears, the Data Protection Act of Barbados. Everyone here knows that you guys have a Data Protection Act that was enacted in 2019. Well, to quote the famous Biggie Smalls, if you don't know, thank you. So, it was enacted in 2021, 2019, 2021. It mandates organizations to protect personal data. And it requires the proper handling of data, whether it be data in use, data in transit, or data at rest, right? We talk about that a little bit. So data in use, right? That's data on, you are manipulating data in some way. You are changing the data, right? In the CIA triad, that translates to the integrity of the data. You don't want anybody making a change to, your data set and you don't know about it, right? Data in motion. So for example, data is flowing from the database to a web server. That has to be secure, right? Because if you are thinking like an attacker, when an attack happens and you are aware that the attack happens, the attacker hasn't been in your system for 5 minutes, They may have been there for 5 months, right? They do reconnaissance. They will sit there and listen to everything and absorb everything, right? We are creatures of habit. So once they figure out that habit, that's when they strike, okay? So ensuring that medium of transport is secure. And data at rest. So, okay, great. We ensure our website is, HTTPS, all the protection we have there, our transport layer is protected, but our data is residing in a database that is unencrypted, right? And everyone from the finance person to the system administrator has access to the database. System administrator does not need access to our database, right? To the data in the database. There's no need for them to have access to that. Your database administrator may be required to have access to that data, right? But sometimes no, they're just taking care of other aspects, right? So it's important to protect your data at rest as well, right? Always think in the CIA triad as well: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And we try not to compromise those, those tenets of security for ease of use. If we are thinking like business professionals and cybersecurity professionals, we have to understand that they both work hand in hand. Cybersecurity is here to enable the business, not hinder the business. And as IT professionals, cybersecurity professionals, if we are not in those types of conversations that affect the business, the governance, the strategy, the goals of the business, we have to interject ourselves in those conversations, right? Why? Because the business may want to take a certain direction, right? And we have to understand, okay, what that direction is, what that new goal is. And we have to come up with the appropriate controls and protection, to ensure that the business can go in that direction. We don't ever say, no, the business can't go in that direction. The business has to grow, right? This is the reality of business. We're here to make money, right? A lot of people may not like to say that in presentations. That's what a business does, right? It provides a service for a fee. Everybody here gets paid. I don't think nobody here goes to work and, somebody says, thanks, come again tomorrow, and we go to that. And everybody has a mortgage to pay, everything, right? So that is how, as IT professionals, cybersecurity professionals, we have to be thinking, right? I need to insert myself into those types of conversations to understand my business. And I don't think we do that enough, right? As IT professionals, we pride ourselves sometimes in staying in that silo, that little bubble. This is my world, I will protect my world. Yes, it's fine. But to understand the business and where you work, you need to involve yourself in that kind of conversation. So, DLP in action. Some examples, blocking a confidential file from being emailed externally. So whatever tool you use, you have to ensure that that tool can, understand that this is a confidential file and it does not need to be, or it does not need to leave this organization via email, right? So for example, your payroll, you don't need to be emailing your payroll to whoever, right? It doesn't happen. Even the CEO doesn't need to see a payroll file, right? So you have to classify your data, and we'll get to that in a second. Alerts triggered on unusual data transfer. So the example I gave of the USB, right? Something your DLP solution should do is understand that, okay, life happens, somebody needs to stick in a flash drive every now and again, or a storage device, external storage device. But your DLP solution should be smart enough to understand, okay, I need to take a look at what is being transferred, either block it, send an alert to somebody saying, hey, this is trying to be transferred. Do they have permission to do that? Yes, okay, go ahead, no, block it, and tell them why they don't have permission to do that. That is important as well, right? We spoke about the culture and the fear, of, oh, I made a mistake or I did something wrong. Your or an organization's employees need to be made to feel safe and welcoming, so that even if they do make a mistake, they know I'm not going to be punished for a mistake. I'll be trained up. I'll be even looked at as, being praised. Hey, this person made a mistake. They caught the mistake. We rectified it, right? And then you have your DLP solution should also be able to encrypt sensitive documents. So, okay, the CEO really needs the payroll, to see where he could cut something and provide a nice bonus to himself because he needs to buy that yacht, right? So, all right, I have to send it. The DLP should say, your solution should say, okay, you need to encrypt it. And the encryption should be at least military grade encryption, right? Though WinRAR would put a password on it. Please don't do that, okay? So what are the steps for implementing a DLP solution? First thing you need to do is classify your data. Show of hands. Who classifies their data within their organizations here? Right, for everybody that can't see, no hands went up, right? So what you are telling me, or what I can assume from no hands being up, is that all the data in your organization is public. Because if it has no classification, then it's public, right, by default. So see how we could get into some monkey pants here. So classify your data. Know what your data is, right? And you can use 3 classifications: top secret, secret, public, right? Public information or public data might be, information on the company that resides on our website. It's just informational data, right? Private data might be, some policies and procedures you might have. And top secret is things like payroll. If you're in manufacturing, your manufacturing secrets. If you're in finance, your customer data is top secret. That's not supposed to get out at all. Second one is train your employees, right? From top down. The CEO or the C-level should never be excluded from training, right? Because statistically speaking, 8 out of 10 times, they are the culprits for, data breaches, right? Statistics. It is what it is. Train them all the way down to the cleaning staff, the custodians. Because when we are not there at the end of the day, and the custodians, the cleaners, they come to, clean the office, and you are leaving sensitive information on your desk, guess what? They have access to that information, right? They may accidentally discard a paper that's supposed to be shredded, but you didn't have time to shred it today. So cleaner take it up, throw it in the bin, and attacker goes dumpster diving. They have your data, right? So security awareness programs are very, very helpful. I'll give you an example. In Liberty, we have a strict and stringent user security awareness training program, right? We get phishing simulations probably once a week, right? I can boast and say I've never fell for it, right? But I can tell you that managers, right, senior managers, they fall for it all the time, right? I have senior managers that come to us and say, did you fall for that? I'm like, no, I fell for it. But why did you fall for it? Well, I wasn't reading too properly, or, I was busy. And then they automatically get kicked into training one time, retraining one time, right? It doesn't matter. It could be from our CEO to our custodians. Training is training, and information security is everybody business, right? Then deploy your DLP tools. Choose that tool that fits your organization, right? Do your due diligence and risk assessments on those tools. Don't just take a peer's word for it, right? We in the Caribbean, all islands are small, everybody know everybody, right? You might ask a friend working at a different organization, what tool do you use? They might tell you, all right, well, I'll buy it. And then after you buy it, you realize it doesn't fit your organization. So do your due diligence, your risk assessments on those tools, vital importance. And then, of course, ensure that you align with the Data Protection Act in Barbados, right? That is what governs data and how people access and use and privacy regulations, right? So align yourself with that, right? That will talk about how you implement controls, the full works, right? And final thought. Well, DLP is, of course, it's critical to not only digital resilience, but cybersecurity resilience and business resilience. I'm going to mention it again. As professionals, IT professionals here, cybersecurity professionals, it is our job and our duty to explain upwards of the importance of risk, right? And why mitigating those risks are important, and the financial impact it can have on your organization, right? So if I bored you to death and you don't take anything else away, right? Think of risk. Everything you do in life has some component of risk in it. So just keep constantly thinking, how can I mitigate the risk, right? And you should be fine. Any questions?
I just want to make a comment on the question.
Sure.
Like what you said, most people, when the problem concerning the position of, if you have, yes, when you mentioned, Stephen Williams again, sorry. When you mentioned if you have classify your data, that's new, that's green fields for us, that's new, right? But what will help sell that even more, right? Because remember we were talking about how do we get top level involved, right? Is a data governance strategy.
Yes.
Because invariably what's missing is if you don't have a data governance strategy, you're not going to link it with data classification, you're not going to link it with cybersecurity, you're not going to link it with the Data Privacy Act, right? So it then becomes this umbrella thing, and then you get management, top-level management in place because it's a corporate governance strategy now, not just cybersecurity.
Yeah.
So going back to data classification, right, and linking it back to cybersecurity professionals, if we do not know what we're protecting, how can the firewall help?
Correct.
Right? How can any DLP tool help?
Yeah.
Right? And that has to do with even HR. Because if you structure data in such a way that your HR files, right, have different levels, because according to the Data Protection Act, when you collect certain types of information and you link it in a file that says it's financial, it's also private, it may be healthcare for HR,
yes,
you have to now classify files separately and distinctly.
Yeah.
Right? The firewall or any DLP tool cannot help you. Right?
Correct.
Because it cannot interpret for you what that file is. Right? The human in the loop determines that. Right? So if you don't do that step, and then it's like, wait a minute. So what's the governance to say what does private or what does confidential look like? That now comes back to the CEO on the board.
Yes.
Because they're the ones that are going to have to make a determination if this file is public or not, or what classifies there. So that's one way to probably get corporate executive management involved, because it's no longer an IT thing to determine what a type of file is.
Correct. And that's why I mentioned that we as IT professionals, cybersecurity professionals, we have to insert ourselves in those types of meetings and conversations, right? Because we have to we have to understand what business we are in, right? I can remember, many years ago, as a junior analyst in an organization, right? You are taught to, okay, you need to protect this system. You need to ensure the firewall is up to date and stuff like that. Why? Why is it important to do that, right? Because we have a policy that says so, okay? You don't understand the business, the nature of the business, what drives the business, right? So don't silo yourself into, okay, well, I just need to know about cybersecurity or IT. No, you need to know about the business you are in. You need to know about the data you are trying to protect in order to protect that data. Yeah? Any other questions? No? I did great. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Testing.
Thank you very much, Christian, and I'll never lend out my flash drive again. So we'll have another giveaway. This one is also from Liberty Business.
Sorry.
No problem. And this one will be, drum roll, given to Faye Bowen. Faye, are you here? Okay, great. Diversifying. Siobhan will make today's presentation. And congratulations, Faye. Before we get into our second panel discussion of the day, allow me to tell you about our panelists, and then they will join us on the stage. Antonio Arthur is a seasoned leader in fintech and information technology, currently serving as Chief Information Technology Officer at Affinity Plus Credit Union Limited in Barbados. In this role, he directs IT strategy and operations for one of the island's leading credit unions, supporting more than 30,000 members and overseeing assets exceeding Barbados 250 million. With professional experience spanning retail, telecommunications, and financial services, Antonio brings a broad, results-driven approach to leveraging technology to improving efficiency, strengthening security, and fostering innovation. Beyond his executive responsibilities, Antonio plays an active role in industry governance and risk management. He serves as a board member of the Barbados Automated Clearinghouse Services Incorporated, contributing to the stability and advancement of national payment systems. He's also a member of the Anti-Fraud Committee, a subcommittee of the TBBA, where he supports initiatives focused on fraud prevention and regulatory compliance. Recognized with honors such as the CEO Award, Antonio remains committed to advancing digital security, operational resilience, and member-centric financial services within Barbados's evolving financial landscape. Welcome, Antonio.
Thank you.
Janelle Germain is a seasoned Caribbean marketing executive with over 11 years of experience spanning telecoms, banking, and FMCG across up to 27 territories. In her current role as marketing manager at SLU Beverages Limited, she oversees brand strategy and digital marketing operations across multiple markets, integrating AI-powered tools into everyday business workflows to drive efficiency and data-driven decision-making. A hands-on AI practitioner, Janelle has trained extensively in AI applications for business, prompt engineering, and AI integrated platform development. She is currently pursuing a cybersecurity certification through Google, sharpening her understanding of how organizations can adopt AI while navigating the security risks it introduces. Beyond her corporate role, Janelle is deeply passionate about Caribbean SME development. She is currently building Pioneer, an all-in-one AI-powered business operating system designed specifically for Caribbean small and medium enterprises, integrating point of sale, inventory, accounting, HR, AI-driven marketing, and more. Janelle is a firm believer that the Caribbean's next wave of growth will be led by tech-enabled, AI-literate entrepreneurs. Please join me in welcoming Janelle.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
And finally, David Gittins is an independent Barbados-based cybersecurity consultant and a highly respected cybersecurity professional with extensive experience supporting global and regional financial institutions and government organizations. His work has focused heavily on cybersecurity risk, resilience, and national-level strategy. In 2021, he was recognized by Information Security Journal as one of the Caribbean's top 10 security and resilience professionals. And in 2024, he was named a Commonwealth Caribbean Cybersecurity Fellow. David has played a key role in national cybersecurity development, serving for several years on a government cybersecurity working group and collaborating with the OAS to help develop Barbados' first national cybersecurity strategy. He has also chaired the Anti-Fraud Committee of the Barbados Bankers Association and was the founding president of the ISSA Barbados chapter. Passionate about advancing the cybersecurity profession, David is actively involved in developing international cybersecurity and AI governance initiatives. He holds degrees from Loughborough University. Did I get that right? Sorry?
No,
Tell me. Loughborough University and the University of Liverpool, and maintains numerous globally recognized security certifications. Welcome, David. And our moderator is Mr. Tremaine Trotman. So take it away, folks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, I just want to frame this discussion before we begin. We are currently operating in an era where artificial intelligence and emerging technologies are no longer just a line item in an IT budget. They are the new architects of enterprise risk. This session isn't about the how-to of artificial intelligence. It's about the strategic what now for leadership. We are here to pulse check whether our regional appetite for innovation is outstripping our capacity for governance, and to ask the hard questions centered around security, technology, and people. Because we cannot discuss AI and enterprise risks without discussing how it will affect people. So against that backdrop, I want to ask the first question. For the executives in the room who see AI as science fiction, how do you define it as a practical business tool? Is it a fast calculator for mining data, or a new digital employee who needs constant supervision? Janelle, do you want to answer this?
Yes, sure. Good afternoon again, everyone. So before I get into the discussion today, I'd like to say I'm not a tech professional. I'm a business professional who has understood AI over the last number of years and able to apply my knowledge in day-to-day business transactions. So the first thing I'd like to ask, how many of you understand AI past the normal LLMs like ChatGPT or Claude? Can I see a show of hands, please? Okay, great. So I'll try to keep my responses as simplistic as possible so everybody clearly understands. Okay, the first thing to note I want to dive into is helping you understand the types of AI that exist today. The first AI we have is artificial intelligence or artificial narrow intelligence. This is called weak AI. So what is weak AI? Weak AI is the only AI that exists today. It is AI that is trained on patterns, so pattern matching. So what it does is that it would match patterns and respond to you at extraordinary speed. Then you have, and it is what powers ChatGPT, Claude, Copilot, etc., which some of you may be using already. Then you have artificial general intelligence. So what is artificial general intelligence? It is theoretical right now. And what artificial general intelligence is, it is AI which gets to the point where it's able to think and rationalize in any discipline at human scale. Just to be clear, it does not exist today and may not exist for another number of decades. Then there's the final AI, which is artificial superintelligence. So when we think machines will take over and all of these sci-fi movies, this is what you call artificial superintelligence. It does not exist and may never exist in our lifetime, thank God. All right, so to answer your question, I would say that, give me the question again, because I have to just remember. There's a lot to remember.
That's no problem.
At least give me the starting point.
Essentially, is it a computer sort of tool or a new employee that we need to supervise?
All right, so when you think of AI, I'm going to try to break it down as best as possible for you. Think of it as an intelligence layer on top of your existing systems. That's exactly what AI is, guys. Intelligence layer. So let me give you an example. For some of you who may be using Sage as software, for example, right now, what your employees do, they would plug in a command into Sage and they would get the output as a report. If you were to integrate an API into your Sage platform, for example, an API, think of it as a connector. It connects a system, in this case, to a large language model. Now, I can take a whole number of minutes to go through what the different types of AI are. But think of large language models as the tools you generally use today. So like Claude, ChatGPT, Copilot, etc. When you connect the large language model, Claude, to your system, Sage, it then enables the user to output reports, data at exponential speed. So let's say you tell your employees, hey, I want to know the top 10 customers that are generating the highest revenue in Q1 2026. They would simply type in the question and they would get the output. So that's how you have to think of large language models and API connections. So what your AI enables you to do, it enables you to boost your productivity significantly. It is not a tool that is going to limit your operations. It can actually enhance it. It is not science fiction. In a McKinsey report published earlier, in 2025, 72% of organizations are using AI globally today. And of those 72%, 2/3 of those organizations are seeing exponential growth in their rate of productivity. What does that say for you as an organization? It says that if you do not use AI today through the right governance policies, we may be left behind.
Okay, great. So we see it as a tool that can enable and enhance your organization.
Yes.
Yeah, let me just add to that because I'm going to be brief. In my opinion, the best description I've heard of AI is that it makes good employees great. So my view is that we also have to be concerned about the fact that it makes good attackers much better. What I've noticed has been happening locally is that we've been seeing websites and scams that are now, where before you used to say, look out for grammatical errors, look out for mistakes, that no longer works. I've looked at it and I was actually afraid to even make it public because I wasn't sure if it was real or not. You know, that's the level we're getting to know. So we have to be much more careful about how we educate the public about these scams. The other concern is, from my perspective as a fintech individual, as we approach these online payments, these attackers are also using AI as a means of attacking FIs. And we really need the users, the customers, to start securing their email. Your email is tied to your banking. Your email is tied to your money. So you need to make sure that your email has two-factor authentication associated with it. So if you have a Hotmail, if you have a Yahoo, if you have a Gmail, you need to make sure you have 2FA, two-factor authentication, on that as well. If that is compromised, the person can gain access to your funds.
I actually want to build on that. So given that we are currently in a global AI arms race. For the Caribbean organization with limited resources, is the rush to adopt AI for efficiency actually creating a potential dependency and security gaps that we won't be able to correct in the future? Or how do you see that? And David, you could follow on from that.
All right. First of all, I wouldn't say that our situation is much different from the international situation. I'm a member of some international forums, and a lot of the issues that we have with AI, others have. The reason being that nobody's actually going to say, I don't want to implement something that could that could improve my productivity significantly, or that could allow me to reduce my workforce to about 25%. No C-level person is thinking that way. They may be a little scared, but money talks. AI promises incredible profits and incredible savings, right? So us, just as people in North America, are being swept up in the whole AI wave. Everybody wants to use it to do better. Even if an employer doesn't want to use it, you can be sure his employees want to use it. And they're not going to tell him. It's very easy to use it. You can use it from your mobile. So the widespread use of AI without governance is here. It's in North America, it's in Europe, it's already here. That's something that we have to understand. The thing is, what do we do about it? Right? The difference between, I would say, North America, Europe, and the States, and right, some of those other developed countries, is that they're leading in terms of legislation. The States, the UK, the EU, Singapore, they're all putting legislation to try to protect it somewhat, whereas we in the Caribbean mostly haven't put much. But we have the same problem with the AI just rushing over us.
But just to add to what David said, I think the best approach for most conservative IT professionals, and many of us tend to be a bit conservative, is, take it slow, use something like Copilot, that is a vendor that you're accustomed to, Microsoft. It is integrated with the software that you already use, the full Office suite. And I think that's a good starting point for the average person that wants to, explore AI, but also wants to be conservative. As David was saying, the fact of the matter is, if you don't give the employees the tools and give them guidance, they're going to go about it on their own, and that's not what you want.
Okay, great. So we understand that AI is a tool and it's already here, so embrace it. That's what I'm getting so far. But
sorry, we didn't say embrace it. We say that it is here. We don't really have a choice. It will come, and it'll come quickly. We don't have to say, I'm going to embrace AI. It's here, and we want to be competitive. And employees want to do their jobs easy. Are you going to spend, a dishonest employee who might spend 8 hours in a report, if he can do it in 8 minutes with ChatGPT, he will do it if he can get away with it.
So actually, let's look at that.
So that's a little bit, because on my spectrum, I'm definitely a proponent of using AI. I see significant value in it for businesses. But that's where I want to land it for most for organizations and for the person representing your organizations here. The reality is, like my colleagues here were alluding to, is that there's going to be 2 paths that's going to emerge with AI. One path is that whether you accept it or not, your employee is going to seek a productivity tool to be able to enhance their performance. It doesn't mean that it's a bad thing, because think back in the day when we had, when we were trying to think of collaboration tools. You ain't gonna have nothing to collaborate, so you use WhatsApp and you share information through WhatsApp. When you were looking for cloud storage and we didn't have our own cloud storage, we would use Dropbox. So it's the same principle that's going to apply. It is inevitable. AI is going to be used whether you approve of it or not, and they will find a number of ways to do it. That is just how it is. I'm seeing it every single day in everything I do. However, the objective now for the organization is to develop a few things. One, you need to have today an AI governance policy. It is never going to go away. You also need to look at what is an acceptable use policy. And just to hone in on that, there are 3 important things to consider with AI. If you use a free LLM, meaning like large language model, your data, the LLM will more than likely be trained on your data. Let me give you an example. Samsung engineers a few years ago, I think last year or something, they would have put in proprietary code into ChatGPT. ChatGPT then trained the model on the code because they use a free tier, and then competitors got access to Samsung's proprietary code. Initially, Samsung panicked, they banned ChatGPT. But guess what? The problem still exists. The employees are still going to use ChatGPT, etc.
How do we treat that?
So organizations, what you need to do today is understand that your employees will use the different AI tools. The ultimate way is to look at API integration. Remember I talked earlier about connecting the two systems together. So if you use the API integration, then you have control over what data goes in. You can manage what, first the AI cannot be trained on your data once you use that API. It's pretty much just using the AI brain. Or you could look at enterprise grade solutions, right? Which is, it is secure based on the terms of use policies, and there's no way that the AI will be trained on your data, making your data, and your employees then have tools that they can access without having to, go around and do their own thing.
Given that we are on the topic now of legislation and policies and stuff like that, we just came from a discussion looking at the data protection law. Barbados has it, Jamaica has it, where AI models thrive on massive data consumption. Is it even possible to be AI innovative in the Caribbean while remaining strictly compliant with these evolving privacy laws?
My perspective, and I've always been very aggressive because the reality is we have to compete with the rest of the world. If we decide to stay still, the rest of the world continues to move forward. And given where we are, I believe a light touch approach to regulation is what's required. I'm not saying that you need to allow, a free range, but we have to be very careful that we don't get left behind. That has to be the number one priority versus being overly stringent and allowing us to become stagnant. That's our default approach as Caribbean people, unfortunately. So we need to be very careful to guard against that, especially now.
That is true. And given the fact that in the Caribbean, technologies used to get to us later on, we import so many things. And as emerging technologies often come to us later, in a region where we are still developing a digital infrastructure, how much risk are we unwillingly importing when we plug global AI tools into our local trade and financial networks?
Right. First of all, I want to disagree with Antonio.
That's fair. That's fair.
I disagree with him to some extent. I don't think we are in danger of legislation stifling our creativity. The truth is our legislation is often old, and something like AI that changes so rapidly, our legislation is nowhere close to it.
Well, let me guide your rebuttal to him. Do you think it's a failure of technology or a failure of leadership to provide these safe, governed alternatives within the workspace?
It's way above technology, it's leadership.
Definitely.
Most countries that are managing AI to some extent, it comes from the top, where they decided this is what we're doing in terms of national policy, and then industry will follow and they'll have their own organizational policies. Right? But it comes from the top. It's not a technology problem at all. Technology is not the problem at all. Right. So
you want me to repeat the question?
All right, go on, sorry.
So in a nutshell, where we in the Caribbean usually get technologies, emerging technologies later on, and we import so many things. And I know we're going to import more things given that the government just increased the cap on imports. Are we unwillingly importing risk when we use global AI tools in the workspace, and especially in the finance sector?
I don't think we're importing risk any more than anyone else. What is the problem is that we may not have the governance frameworks to deal with technology, not just AI, any sort of technology. Right? If the governance isn't there, then you can buy for anybody, you can buy any product, you can release it without testing it, you can do anything. You can bring it, put in a new system without doing risk assessment, doing pen tests. Without governance, you can try anything. So the risk is really the lack of governance as opposed to the technology or whatever. I mean, in Barbados, if an organization in Barbados saw this fantastic tool for health or whatever in AI, chances are they can put it in without violating any laws, any organizational policies. They can just do it. In the UK and the EU, they cannot. They can't just do it like that because all these policies they have to follow. And then in terms of policies and regulations, then there are fines attached to these internationally. We can do almost anything in terms of privacy or AI here and not worry about policemen. We can, and if we get a policeman, we just go get a good lawyer.
Well,
is that I know you're a respected tech professional, but the question I ask, like, is that a good thing? Because, or what to me the risk of not having it is significant right now. When you look at CARICOM, from my knowledge, there is no CARICOM country right now with a national AI policy. So even for me as a practitioner and somebody that's going to advocate for AI and work with different organizations, I felt like I was exposing Barbados to something, and even the other clients I work with, to something that could be catastrophic. Because here I'm saying you could do all of these things with AI, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, there's no policy around this, and there's no national framework around this. And this is even why I decided to take a cybersecurity course. I don't even like IT. But, sorry guys, sorry. but I needed to. No, but I needed to, because as we develop those frameworks, as you know, we're exposed to so much stimuli around IT now, around AI now. It is becoming a significant challenge for us, which we need to. And I want to just highlight, I like to give stories, right? Because stories bring things together. Recently, it was Anthropic. So Anthropic is the owner of Claude. Anthropic and the Pentagon, the US Pentagon at that, they had this dispute where the Pentagon wanted to use Anthropic, which is Claude, to create autonomous machines, autonomous weapons, and also survey Americans. Anthropic said, no, we're not doing this. This is not happening because this is going into privacy. OpenAI, which is ChatGPT that everybody loves, decided, hey, I'm going to jump on this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to buy into this $200 million deal at that, and then I will, give Pentagon whatever it wants. Guess what happened? Their shares went down immediately. Their earned insult was phenomenal, and Anthropic, which was always number 2, now became number 1. So I'm saying that to say to you, even at that level right now, these organizations, these global entities don't even have their AI governance in place. And here we want to use various tools where we rely on their technical infrastructure, their policies to be able to govern our organizations. You as professional, IT professionals, CEOs, etc., it is important now, today, that you focus heavily on what AI governance look like, because I can tell you in the next 6 to 9 months, Barbados has the highest literacy rate in the world and highest internet penetration rate. We are going to be in problems.
Well, let's look now. Let's give a regional context to how AI could potentially affect things within the region, because we know that AI is optimizing our regional supply chains, but it also creates a brittle system. If a core AI logistics provider for the Caribbean suffers a breach, do our organizations have a manual mode or default, essentially, to keep trade moving, or would our regional commerce effectively grind to a halt?
Let me just give a quick answer to that. It really comes down to your business continuity and DR planning. You need to have tabletop sessions. You need to explore all the various scenarios and prepare adequately for each of them. Once you do that, you should be in a much better position to handle any kind of failure, whether it's a breach or it's actual failure. And it goes beyond AI. That is just something that you should do in your organization as it relates to just the day-to-day, your servers, your network, your power. You have to be prepared for any failure that occurs, and you need to set up these tabletop sessions to go through scenarios. It is difficult when these things actually happen because everybody's losing their head. To know how you're going to respond, you need to plan the response ahead of time.
And David, how should these executives view this risk, the risk of emerging technologies and disrupting these flow of goods and commerce?
Like any other risk, the board owns risk for organization. The board sets the risk appetite. They need to decide how do we deal with the risk. As you were saying, business continuity, that's one of the key methods of actually dealing with risk. You look at all your risks, your physical risk, your IT risk, market risk, finance. You look at all your risks, and you put a plan, and the plan will, where possible, have what you refer to as a manual aspect. So it's not an AI anything. It's normal running an organization where you must have business continuity, where you have documented, these are my key assets, these are my key clients, these are my key processes, this is how long I can afford this system to be down, this is what I will do to prevent it from going down, and if it still goes down, this is what I will do to try to get back up in a reasonable time frame. So we want to look at AI separately. We look at this as a business. The board needs to deal with the risks.
Just want to add to that a little bit, right? Because I'm more from a business, day-to-day, see how things work. So manuals are important, but you have to take it a step further. Yes, you're good, because let's be honest, if you implement any API into your trade operations, you are definitely going to realize significant productivity gains, hands down. But what we want to do is almost, like my colleague here was alluding to, almost step by step identify what the manual process looks like, and not just identify it and park it somewhere in the filing cabinet. You need to be able to train your employees on business continuity. So I think the gap I'm seeing is that we have the contingency plans, we have the business continuity plans, but it's like the best kept secret. And when things happen, or we're literally running helter-skelter. So that's something I just wanted to land for everyone, so that we understand it's not just about putting those plans together. As you look to adopt AI, it is actually ensuring that everyone in the organization understands how to implement it, the manual mode, if we need to.
Well, looking ahead then, how do we plan for this? For the Caribbean organization with limited budgets, and you know in the Caribbean we are currently facing a brain drain and a talent drain as our young people are going out. Where should AI investment be focused right now? Should we be looking at the futuristic AI that could potentially make up for the loss of employees? Or should we, now where we still have the chance, we focus on those, some would say boring fundamentals, but the SOPs and user manuals that Janelle mentioned?
I wouldn't. Normally in your budget, you're not going to have AI as a separate heading, right? You're going to have budgets for departments, and the way AI operates, it can be used in almost any area. HR can use it, IT can use it, physical security can use it, marketing can use it, finance can use it. So you're not necessarily going to have an AI budget per se, but in your budgeting, some of your solutions may use AI. But it's not going to be treated as something separate, right? AI can be used all over to help an organization.
In the future planning, in ensuring that as we address these issues as brain drain and talent drain, how then do we find that balance of ensuring that we don't create a dependency, but at the same time we have that backup for when this, or if this new technology does not actually come out as fruitful as we hope it will be?
And we're speaking specifically about talent or leadership decisions?
How leadership treats to these realities, because...
Okay, all right, so I'll just go back to your question. Definitely focusing on the boring first. I know everybody see AI as something important, something that is necessary right now, but like all of my colleagues were alluding to here, if you don't establish the fundamentals, your SOPs, understanding which AI tools you actually want your employees to use, understanding the levels of AI. So are you going to get an enterprise plan? Are you going to do an API connection? Like, what does that look like? And then what are the risk mitigation factors in the event something were to go wrong? Then there's really no point in looking at AI. From an organizational perspective, it starts first with the fundamentals, the boring, and then you go into the, what we call the productivity enhancements through AI.
Yeah, just one, I guess this is where it ends at one final point. My key is to really just start. And I go back to my original point where you say, I find that in the Caribbean we tend to be too slow to move. And my approach is always to be very aggressive because the world is changing quickly. We need to make sure that at very least we start somewhere. I go back again to Copilot, and I know that the average IT person is going to be comfortable with Microsoft. So you implement that, and then you allow your employees to determine, to some extent, their level of engagement. Some users are going to be, tepid and a bit afraid of the technology, and others, especially those that are younger and have come up with this technology, they are going to be more aggressive. So you allow them to spread their wings, and you'll be surprised at what these individuals can come up with if you just give them the technology.
I like that point. And speaking about the young people, for any young persons in the room or possibly watching and seeing that AI is going to replace them, and you see all these reports about future jobs report, I think that came out last year, 2025, how AI is looking to replace persons. Are we in the Caribbean, and as leaders, how do we ensure that we don't accidentally destroy the foundation for the next generation of Caribbean tech leaders?
Okay, so on that question, that's something I ask myself daily, because as a marketer, I am literally automating my entire end-to-end workflow. Let that sink in. Things that used to take me months to be able to execute, I can do in less than a day, right? However, when you think of AI can replace some roles, but not the person. So the person is still able to do what you need them to do. How? You need to first think of what do you want these persons upcoming to learn first? We went to school, we learned maths, English, etc. So it needs to start to be adopted from an early age in the early academics in terms of understanding the application of AI, because this is not going away. The second thing, I believe strongly in Caribbean tech enablement, and I see a new Caribbean technologist not necessarily focused on ransomware or manually coding. I can code an entire app now, and I don't know a thing about coding. Why? Because there's vibe coding. But that is where persons are heading to. My son is doing coding, and when he sees me build apps, he's like, Mommy, why am I going to BCC? So these are the discussions we need to have now as leaders, as facilitators, by one, making the knowledge accessible to those students so that they can be better equipped to be able to be resilient in the AI age and be able to automate, be able to respond quicker to these extensive changes.
Well, I agree with a lot of what she said, but I believe it needs to be looked at more at a national level. It's the government that needs to look at human resource policies, labor policies. It's the government that needs to say, okay, maybe your company can reduce its staff to 5%, but we're going to set a law requiring that at least X amount of things, human beings, right? Government has to make those policies, because at the end of the day, you're dealing with human beings. If it's left to just the business is going to look at the bottom line. If I can send home 50 people and I can make a lot more profit, I'm going to do it. If there's a government regulation requiring me to actually care about the welfare of human beings, I can only do what the law allows. So government has to get involved in terms of the labor and the human resource aspect of the country.
Given a point that you said earlier, where Caribbean laws are usually very old and, the private sector moves faster than the public sector, how should leaders and executives be looking at the ethical standpoint of using AI and hiring persons, going back to the tools, and once again to the question of how do we ensure that we aren't destroying the foundation for the next generation of tech leaders?
Well, it has to do with the culture of the organization. There's some organizations that actually believe in, I want to build my people, I want them to grow, I want them to develop while I make my profit. There's some that say just want to make my profit. Right, so it has to do with the culture. I mean, in terms of ethics, one of these big companies, they don't want to call the wrong name if it was OpenAI or whoever.
Don't call any names.
but there was a company that somebody leaked the policy, where the policy said it is okay for our AI things to try to bring sex talk to little children. They actually stated it is okay because we want engagement So if sex gets the little children, you can put it in, right? And obviously the ethical value of that company is low. There are other companies that would never do it. Like the example she gave with Anthropic and OpenAI. Some things, some companies say, this is bad for human beings. I don't just care about the money. We got to bring ethics. So it has to do with the culture of the organization.
Antonio.
Well, I mean, I think from my perspective, the risk of being left behind is so significant that I don't think that we have the luxury of saying we're going to ignore the technology. We have to allow the younger people to embrace it and encourage them to make use of it, even if we do realize that as a result of that, the way that we teach, for example, has to change. But we cannot handicap our younger people because this is a competitive world that we live in. And every company that is here operating in Barbados, in many instances, has to compete at the global level. So we don't have a choice.
So let me just bring it all in, right? We're actually in a really good space, guys, in my opinion. As a Caribbean region, we're actually in a powerful space now. Why? We are now able to learn from all of the mistakes that all of the international organizations have made to then understand that it is not, how do you say it, it's not the swift that always wins the race, right? This is where we are right now. So even having this forum, for example, where we can discuss various AI policies or look into governance and AI governance, etc., we now are able to equip ourselves with the knowledge to eradicate or mitigate the challenges that we will otherwise incur. And it comes with your cybersecurity, being more AI resilient, and there are a number of other things that my technical counterparts will go into.
On that point of being resilient, I guess this is the first time we're actually being behind is actually an advantage because we can see the mistakes and we can ensure that we don't mess up. And where businesses and banks are being more technological, and Antonio, I'm going to bring this question to you. How is your leadership team finding the balance between the push for frictionless digital member experience with emerging risk for deepfakes and identity theft? How do I know that I could trust my banking process or that the bank will be able to identify that, yes, this is me, when we have so much generative AI that can create lifelike videos and pictures of individuals?
Well, I mean, it comes down to leveraging very good and global software. You cannot fight this battle alone, particularly as a local company. You have to leverage the expertise of individuals across the globe, and you have to leverage companies that have experience in this area. Additionally, the other important part, we preach this all the time, is you need to educate the public and allow them to understand what is out there. Allow them to understand the risk and what they need to do to protect themselves to make sure that they're not the victim. Because you may have 1,000 customers and you would realize that 1 or 2 keep falling for these things over and over and over. I would just ask that nobody in this room is that one person or that that individual that keeps falling for these risks over and over.
I just want to add to that. Yes, we definitely need to have the technical support of various cybersecurity entities like Liberty. However, there's an important thing to note that you as organizational leaders, you also play a part as well. And I'll give you an example, love examples. There was an organization, a British organization called Arup. They were exposed to one of the biggest deepfake scams in the world. What is a deepfake scam? It is literally where persons are impersonated, your voice, your likeness, etc. When they were exposed to this scam, they lost $25 million. It was a conference where they called their finance team and the finance person was instructed to make this significant wire transfer. What you need to also do is implement some very basic steps. Multi-factor authentication, doing your liveness checks, so ensuring that if you're in a live video, it's actually a live video, and then human verification. So don't get to the point where you start to automate everything and implement AI and you forget that, hey, the human element is still important. So these aspects, if you implement them, they can actually have a very profound impact on your business from a security standpoint as well.
Right, and that's actually where governance and policy comes in place, because you should have policies that speak to how you interact with webinars, how do you interact with remote users, remote meetings. So a lot of that is covered by the governance. And in the policy, they will point to actual procedures, and linked to procedures will be technologies. Antoine is correct, there are a lot of technologies out there to help with this. But if you don't have a policy requiring you to do these checks, you don't even need to look for the technology. If your policy says you must do this, you need to find the solutions to actually adhere to the policy. So there are a lot of technical solutions out there. And again, your policies will speak to things about testing systems, testing vendors, doing risk assessment. So it's not the first thing that you see on Google, you say, oh, that sounds good, let me implement it. You know, your technical people need to have a look at it. You need to, okay, it needs to meet A, B, C, D requirement before we can put it in, and then you put it in. So the technology is there, we need to implement it properly, and you need a policy requiring you to find these solutions.
I absolutely agree.
Just one quick final point. What we've noticed is that a lot of the attacks that we're experiencing locally are really being driven outside of Barbados. A lot of these that you would have referenced, the attacks that the banks and credit unions are facing, it's not locals. So even to the extent where we would have realized that when you cut off one method of them trying to compromise accounts, and they actually have to call into your credit union or your commercial bank, the person has an accent. So that's a dead giveaway that this individual that is supposed to be a Barbadian has an accent from a particular region, and you realize that a lot of these attacks are not originating in Barbados. So that just goes back to the point that you have to be able to view it as you facing the most sophisticated criminals across the entire globe. And that's how you approach it.
I absolutely agree. And given our discussion today, I feel like leadership and executive members will walk away understanding that we need to develop policies. We need to consider how it affects our security and the people, and ensuring that our future employees and leadership pipeline still exists. Given that we impact our buildings and our buildings impact us, that's a quote from Winston Churchill. This was said at a time when the world was still not understanding how the environment can impact us physically. I would believe that we are at a stage where we are still trying to understand how AI will affect us. We have a good idea after hearing this panel, but my final question as we begin to close, how do you see our ability, our capacity to impact new technologies and AI in the future? When will we, as a region, become global first movers, and what needs to be in place for this to happen?
Well, I think we are, in Trinidad, they're doing some fantastic work with AI. They're really, and I believe they're one countries in the region that have like a minister responsible for AI. They have a lot of stuff that is being done there that is similar. And there are a lot of Barbadians who work for internationally who are doing work in AI. It's just that it wouldn't be identified as a Barbadian entity. Right? So I think we have a lot of good people who are actually working there, but it's not centralized. Like we don't have a AI center of excellence or anything like that in Barbados.
Yeah, I think we actually are extremely well positioned right now for a suitably talented young person or older person with the tools that they have at their disposal. You now can form almost on your own a company that is competitive globally. And that wasn't always the case. If you know how to use these tools in the right way, there's absolutely nothing stopping you. You don't have to be in Silicon Valley. You don't have to rely on VCs to fund you in the way that you would before. You now have the potential to achieve so much with so little as it relates to capital, because there's so much out there. A lot of it is open source, and you have access. The only limitation is your ability to use the tools that are available.
So just to hone in on that, like you said, I think we're very well positioned right now as leaders. It starts with, it has to be at a national level where our government needs to, and which they are actually, there needs to be an investment in terms of the knowledge and bridging that knowledge gap with our upcoming leaders today. We need to be able to utilize the various tools and teach them so that they can apply the knowledge. But what I will also add to just going back to the organizational setting and you leaders of the various organizations, as you look at AI today, you need to think of one of your biggest threats, right? Your biggest threat is actually shadow AI. Shadow AI is AI where your employees, they would paste financial data, they would paste various consumer data, consumer PII, etc., into those tools today. For us to be able to be first movers, which you don't always need to be first to finish the race, for us to be leaders today, we need to consider, at least now, where we are as leaders in the organization. You need to look at your existing AI policies and practices now and understand fundamentally that every time your employee looks to generate a report, prepare information, and they use these AI tools, that they paste it into free AI models or even consumer tests, these models will then be trained on your data, and then your competitors will now have access to your data. So my takeaway to you is, I'm an innovator. I like to be able to try things first, but that doesn't always mean that is the right way. Before we go into AI and implementing all of those various AI tools, first start off with your AI governance and your AI acceptable use policy. If you don't have it as yet, start it today, not next quarter, now, because your employees will find a way to put your data into those various AI tools. So that's just the important point I wanted to learn.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. Thank you very much, Antonio, David, and Janelle. I'm sure the audience here had an enjoyable session learning about policy, security, and how we ensure that our future is even stronger with AI. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, I'm being told, are there any questions that you would like to ask our panel? Please state your name and the organization you're from.
Yeah, Lorenzo Roach from Wabisco. Now, I've heard a lot of conversation around AI and about both the benefit and the risk that AI can bring to the business. I was looking forward to hear a little bit about where we see AGI, which is now the artificial general intelligence, and the power that is going to bring globally into business itself. There was a bit of discussion about the possibility of how AI can displace workers. I really just see it as an enhancement tool. But the risk around AGI, I don't know if we're having a conversation on that, what you guys see in terms of that risk to business.
Well, I could answer that. AGI does not exist right now. So all of the leaders in AI, Anthropic, OpenAI, they're actively researching it. Remember I said that AGI is the ability for the AI to reason at human capacity, meaning that they can think, they can feel, etc. So we're not going to be there for decades. The challenge, however, well, that is based on the research. The challenge, however, is agentic AI. I think that's the conversation we need to be having now. So between 2025 to 2026, there's this growing phenomenon around agentic AI. And what agentic AI is literally AI that is performing tasks autonomously. So think of AI that can process transactions, respond to customer queries. I'm not sure if you all, when you call American Airlines now, hey, it is not a human, it is AI. That's your customer service. So that's really where the conversation needs to lie. And eventually, organizations, even in the Caribbean, will start to implement agentic AI at scale. You need to start to think of things like, what's your kill switch if your agentic AI was corrupted, and these other phenomena, and what does your cybersecurity support look like in terms of if this were to occur?
Thank you. Can we get another question from the audience? I'll let David answer that question, and then Antonio if y'all want to jump in and answer the question.
Well, I guess I could just weigh in on agentic AI because it is a topic that I don't think is really well understood. And I guess the key thing is really to limit the access that if you do have an agent and you do choose to explore, playing around with allowing agents to make transactions for you, the key thing is really just to limit how much the agent has access to. So it is not something that is common yet locally, but again, my view is that we need to be researching and trying things out. My final comment is really just start. I don't want anybody to be left behind. I don't want us to be left behind. I understand that there's a risk associated with AI, but the risk of being left behind is far more severe. Just start.
David, would you like to comment?
Yeah, well, not this particular question. I agree with her that the real thing to focus on now is the agentic AI, because that is real and it's growing, and that is really what's going to impact us, where AI can operate on its own and you don't even know. I know a case, a colleague of mine, he was working with the AI system, and he asked it a question, and it answered, and he said, "You're wrong, that's not true." And I think the AI then went and called the support, its own support, pretending to be a human, logged the call, got the correct answer, and then came back to my colleague and gave him. Right? So they do what they want. And that is what we need to look at.
Have time for one more question. Just to the panelists and
I got to wait from a data. As a data privacy person here, right? I got to wait. I was listening. I was trying to not say anything, but I can't help it. So the issue I have, right, going back to our law and the use of AI, is the fact that our law states that any personally identifiable information going off island in Barbados must inform two sources: the data commissioner and get the consent of the individual. And that's not been discussed. And where AI is more dangerous is the fact that was mentioned that if you use AI offshore, it's training on our data. Now, it's one thing to send my data outside and trombone, which is like an email, right? It goes out to come back in, right? And to Antonio, me and Antonio have a conversation next. But you see Office 365, I have a problem with Office 365. And I can tell you why, right? When I'm using Claude, I know that I'm sending my data to Claude. We use Microsoft as like oxygen. Microsoft Office 365 sits on Microsoft servers. And they're being attacked because they're part of military infrastructure, right? So let's be realistic. The problem that I have with Microsoft is that when you become too big, you become a target. If you become a target, be aware that your data now is under threat because of that. So I think we need to discuss this governance concerning AI some more, because at least if you're going to send me data off island, let me know.
Given that we are out of time, I am sure that of course, but I'm sure that at the cocktail hour we'll have time to discuss this in person. I'll let Antonio respond, and then I will.
No, I mean, he is absolutely correct. And Stephen works with us on a regular basis, so we definitely make sure that we follow all the rules and regulations as it relates to customer data. We are very strict where that's concerned.
Once again, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here, and I'm sure once again that everyone had something to note and will walk away knowing much more about AI, where we are at, and how to treat to it in the future. So thank you once again.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you to our moderator, Tremaine, and again, to echo his sentiment, thank you to the panel, Mr. David Gittins, Ms. Janelle Germain, and Mr. Antonio Arthur. We will now have a 10-minute coffee break, and you can stretch your legs and come back as we prepare to have another exciting discussion.
there's a golden flight. Oh, balala, echoes soft and clear. In your arms, I forget my fear. Oh, balala, the rhythm flows through my heart where the passion grows. Under moonlight where shadows play. Oh, balala, take me away. The ocean hums a sweet serenade. Every note in a dream is made. Oh, balala, the breeze calls my name. Your touch sets my soul aflame. Oh, balala, the rhythm flows through my heart where the passion grows. Under moonlight where shadows play. Oh, balala, take me away. The night is ours like a fleeting tune, dancing soft with the pale lit moon. Oh, balala, a melody so true. I'm lost in this moment with you. Oh, balala, the rhythm flows through my heart where the passion grows. Under moonlight where shadows play. Oh, balala, take me away. The moon is whispering to the tide, a secret only hearts confide, softly swaying like the sea. Más que nada, come to me. Más que nada, my heart it sings under stars with silver wings, a melody.
Good afternoon, all. We're ready to begin panel 3. This one is entitled Leadership, Governance, and Accountability. Stephen Williams will return as our moderator to guide the conversation on the critical role leadership and governance play in driving accountability and organizational resilience. So joining him on the panel are Brian White and Kamla Hamilton, who bring valuable perspectives on leadership, oversight, and responsibility within today's organization. So you guys can have a seat while I tell the audience more about you. Brian is a seasoned cybersecurity professional with over 15 years of experience and currently serves as the Information Security Officer at Liberty Caribbean. He holds multiple industry-recognized certifications, including CEH, CISSP, CISM, and CCSP. Brian previously served as the VP 2016 to 2018 and President 2018 to 2020 of the ISSA Barbados chapter, where he led impactful initiatives to advance cybersecurity awareness and education. Passionate about community engagement, he has delivered cybersecurity training in schools and organized public seminars to promote safe digital practices. Brian is widely respected for his leadership, expertise, and commitment to strengthening cybersecurity across Barbados. So please join me in welcoming Brian to the panel. Kamla Hamilton is a senior ICT professional with a proven record of delivering innovative solutions that drive digital transformation. As part of a dedicated product management team, she builds a portfolio of managed security services designed to mitigate cyber risk and strengthen regional security posture, making enterprise-grade security accessible to organizations of every size. So welcome, Kamla, and Stephen, you can take it away.
So good afternoon again. I can say good afternoon now. It's well into the afternoon. No, I was told that, right, here we go. Remember I asked the question, I hope you remember what I asked. Do we know that we have a cybersecurity compliance requirement in our law? Under, how many people have seen this part? Section 62.1, Security of Processing in the Barbados Data Protection Act. It says, and this is going to go to governance and why this is important, take into account the state of the art, the costs, implications, and the nature, scope, and context, purpose of processing, as well as the risk, right? Varying likelihood, severity of the rights and freedoms of individuals. The data controller, right, and data processor shall implement appropriate technical measures and organization measures to ensure. So basically, I'm speaking to the choir here, so if you don't understand, I can just basically state. What it's saying there, take into account the state of the art, meaning that don't say we got a firewall that is 4 years old and never been up to date, or it can't do these things. So government is saying, have some level of modern technology in your security stack. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but, right, it says the nature, scope, and context. What they're saying is do a risk analysis of how exposed you are concerning what you do in your organization. So if you have a run a janitorial service, they don't expect state-of-the-art, top-of-the-line technology for janitorial service, but they do expect some proportionality concerning the risks with the job that you do. So if you're a doctor and you have a clinic like urgent care, they would expect that you will have more than just a firewall, and that is it, and you call that security, right? Because the next thing is severity to the rights and freedoms of individuals. So you have no firewall, no policies, no procedures, right? And you get attacked. One body asked me just now, but Stephen, is this enforced? Right? Is this enforced? I'll probably say no. But you know what this does? Gives the public the option to sue you. That's where the risk comes. Because you see, it'd be very difficult if you didn't have these things in place, and this law was not in place. Now you have to go and prove negligence. But I don't have to prove negligence, you have to defend yourself. And then that's when investigation happens to realize you didn't put anything in place. And that's where governance, accountability, right, play a role in what we're talking about today. So I'm going to dispense with my preamble in the interest of time, all right? And just simply say, with that, all right, executive leaders in this room, it is straightforward. The question of governance, leadership, and accountability around cybersecurity is no longer purely a matter of best practice or operational prudence. It becomes a matter of legal exposure. The board that fails to govern cybersecurity appropriately, the executive that cannot demonstrate reasonable security measures, the organization that has no accountability framework in place, these are no longer just reputational risks, they are potential compliance failures. So, as our panelists take us through today's discussion, I ask everyone to hold that thought. We are in an inflection point regionally, and the decisions organizations make today about governance and accountability will define how prepared we are for the legislative landscape that's coming. With that framing in mind, question one, the accountability gap, right? And we're a small unit, so we can answer as best we see fit, right? So despite decades of governance frameworks and best practices, high-profile failures at the executive level continue to make headlines globally. In your view, is this fundamentally a governance problem, a leadership problem, or something else entirely?
So I would say it's not either one or the other. There's a combination of factors coming into play here. So you spoke about leadership, you spoke about governance, but there's also accountability, and Sarah mentioned it in her keynote, culture. So those are four components that are intertwined and impact what we see today as the failures that we're seeing today. And you also mentioned the law. There's a failure to recognize the requirement of the law by the board or by the organizations or by the employees as to what their role is in terms of governance failures or in terms of things happening that can negatively impact the organization.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
It's after lunch, you have to give them a second.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking again, good afternoon. So, from my perspective, how would I start? All right, so when I think of governance, first off, I'm thinking about a system by which decisions are made, right? And then accountability is assigned to those decisions. And so that makes up governance because then it dictates what frameworks, what processes, what rules, but it's all going towards who has the authority to make the decisions, right? How are these decisions being made? And more importantly, are they being documented? Are the decisions being communicated to the right persons? Do the relevant persons have access to it? And what are we trying to achieve? So if I think about governance, I'm thinking about it in really four things. And the message has been percolating for the entire day. Do we have the right people? So do we have the right level of experience, persons that have the authority and the mandate to make decisions in the governance role? Do we have the right processes? So if it is that we have the frameworks, there are numerous frameworks. We've heard about NIST, we've heard about ISO 27001, right? Do we have the right information? Is the information that is coming to us as the board, I'm putting myself in that seat, acting as the body of governance, is the information timely? Is the information accurate? And so when we look at governance in that way, we realize that, coming back to the question, the breakdown really is not just about governance, it's not just about leadership. It's coming from the fact that, decisions were poorly made, or procedures and policies were not there to guide. And so this is why we continue to have this systemic problem, because governance is just documented. It's not necessarily enacted, and it's not enforced. Stephen made mention of the Data Protection Act, and we've heard it repeatedly. Is it enforced? Are penalties actually, does a company actually pay a penalty if a data breach is attributed to them? I'm yet to see this happening in Jamaica, and our Data Protection Act has been in place, enforced for quite a while. So it just means that if there's no enforcement, if there's no consequences, there's no penalty, then we're going to continue to have the breakdown of governance, and it's going to be both, a leadership and governance structure issue.
I just want to add on there. It's interesting. We are talking about enforcement and why is it in there. It's unfortunately those same companies that probably break the law are probably political backers. Anyhow, moving on. If a significant breach occurs, the sizzle is sometimes, and this internationally though, I'm yet to see, you mentioned companies failing, I'm yet to see a sizzle really fired, right, for the breach occurring. Does that pattern reflect general accountability, or does it suggest the organization still hasn't fully resolved where cybersecurity responsibility truly sits? You go ahead. Kamala, you go ahead.
All right, so that's a really interesting question. And even though perhaps in our Caribbean context, it's not necessarily the CISO that is facing the fire at their feet, it really is the IT department. They're the ones that are called to answer questions regarding the breach or what is happening, how are you going to recover? And sometimes they do lose their jobs. There have been instances of it in Jamaica. But the question really is, are they accountable, or are they the sole point of accountability? And they're not. Because let's take an example. We have an organization that implemented an EDR solution, right? So the EDR solution, endpoint detection and response, antivirus on steroids. So if we think of the organization's environment as this room today, so that EDR has been applied to every single person in this room. And that provides a layer of security control and protection for you as an individual. Someone enters the room, and that is akin to a new server, but the EDR is not applied to them. And then that person becomes the point of entry for the virus that just takes over this entire room. Now, in a situation like that, who is at fault? Is it the fault of IT for not implementing the EDR on that new entrant into the environment? But it begs the question, is there a policy document that states explicitly that whenever a server, a production server, or any type of entity that has to do with core infrastructure is implemented within an environment, these are the steps that must be followed. This is how onboarding is completed. And the application of EDR is one of them. But if that policy document does not exist, is IT completely at fault? Not necessarily, because then it comes back to the board. The board is the one that makes these decisions. The board is the one, as we've heard, that sets the risk appetite. The board is the one that creates the policies and procedures. IT/security are responsible for executing. They have the responsibility, but the determination of that risk appetite and the determination of the policy and procedural documents that guide and govern the organization, it sits there. So I know you want a complete answer in terms of you need to point your finger there, but it's not as black and white as that. And even in the event that I've just described, if the CISO or the IT person is removed from the position, does that remove the existing environment for it to recur again? No, because the governance structure is not, exactly, it's still absent. So introducing a new person into that role without that structure in place, you're going to have the same problem occurring again.
I just go off script a little bit. I asked the audience a question. It's a little weird, I know. But we're talking about a breach happening. But question is, if a breach does occur, who should be the person that responds publicly about that breach? I'm just curious to find out. How many said the CEO? 1, 2, 3. I see about 4 hands. Anyone else thinks differently? A breach has happened, so it's a major breach. all right? I don't want to call any breaches embarrassing anybody that may be here. But let's call it a major breach of a company whose data is important, right? The public must be informed. Who should be the person that responds about that breach? Okay, so I just want to, please don't ever let the CEO respond. Right? No. Listen, this is for your IT people to, right? Advise them. This is a quick win. Do not ever let your CEO respond. And I can explain why. I can call it because it's public knowledge. Remember BRA? Remember the Broadband Revenue Authority hit? The minister responded. And to take accountability, okay? Rush out there with no information or lack of thereof, and then put the whole organization structure in jeopardy. If it's a press conference, I agree with you, it's a press conference. You have a communications officer there who can say, I'm a communications officer. Lovely question, right? I will get back to you. Any other questions? So she has a script of what has already been vetted and known, right? But do not ever, because one question that the CEO cannot answer, what does that look like? Incompetence. And you never ever want to put your CEO in the position of looking incompetent. I would tell anybody, do not ever let your CEO be the first one to respond in the crisis. Because your CEO must project leadership, and some leadership means hanging the heck back. All right, back on script. I just mentioned that because...
Hold on, I just want to add something there too, because it speaks to, once again, governance. So the question that was asked is, if a breach occurs, who responds? We don't need to be questioning that if we have it documented, it's been tested. So exactly. So if we already know as an organization that if a ransomware attack occurs and our institution or organization is affected, its services are disrupted, we already have a plan of action. One, who is going to inform the communication team of technically what is happening so that they can translate it into something that is palatable and doesn't put any liability forward for the company. And that needs to be handled by the communications team. Now, what happens is that, as he said, that is not in place. So you're scrambling, and because the CEO is the focal point of the organization, you then say, push them forward. And they're not prepared to have that conversation. They're not prepared to answer the questions because they're just unprepared.
All right, back on script. How should executive management go about determining what an appropriate cybersecurity budget looks like, and who in the C-suite should ultimately own that conversation?
Right. So it all depends on the organization, the size of the organization, and the structure of the organization. But a well-governed organization would have some resource or a group of resources, like a risk committee or a cybersecurity specialist who advises them as to what the risks are. And as David and Kamala mentioned, David mentioned in the previous panel, and Kamala mentioned again, the risk is owned by the board. So those resources need to translate those risks to business impact, and the board needs to accept whatever residual risk there is and determine how funding will be allocated to address whatever risk needs to be mitigated. That could be the managing director, CEO, and or CFO to make those decisions. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, he said it. It's perfect.
Okay, there's a well-documented pattern of organizations underinvesting in cybersecurity right up to the point of reckoning, right? So therefore, something has gone down. At what point does this pattern shift from being a resource challenge to a governance concern?
So, I mean, one of the things that you've been hearing, it's a recurring theme, and I'm hoping that you're listening keenly to that recurring theme. Cybersecurity is an important and integral part of any and all organizations, irrespective of size, irrespective of industry. The complacency that we see from organizations because you think that you're too small or your information is not valuable enough for anyone to target is the very reason why it is targeted. because you don't have the requisite controls in place. Now, the other important thing is we've been talking about the implementation and integration of cybersecurity as a risk management. Risk management that is tied to the core business outcomes of the organization, right? It's intricately tied together. Now, that just means then, if Brian, as our CISO, has presented to the board on several occasions that there is an instance in the infrastructure that needs to be updated. So I think the example that you mentioned earlier was a firewall that's 4 years outdated. A firewall that's 4 years outdated, well, it doesn't even matter if it's a firewall. Any type of equipment that's 4 years outdated and can no longer be updated with the requisite patches, it's a very important point of vulnerability, right? And can be breached at any time. So if Brian as a CISO raises this to the board on numerous occasions, the board is advised of the risk that it potentially presents to the organization and the likely outcome of it being breached. And the board ignores, or the board says we don't have the budget and puts it aside. And then finally something happens. That's not a resource issue.
Mm-hmm.
It has now moved past a resource issue to being a governance issue, because it's already been established. If you remember from Sarah's presentation when she was saying, express as red, that the CEO of Microsoft was not interested in seeing green on the risk register, but red. So if that red has been there continuously, quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter, and then it's finally exploited by some external or internal threat actor, that's not resource allocation. That's governance, because the board has taken the decision to accept the risk, but not mitigate it in some other way.
Cool, Brian? Yeah, nothing to add. Okay. Frameworks like NIST, and we mentioned the 27001, all right, are more accessible than ever, yet adoption often stalls at implementation. What tends to separate organizations that generally embed governance from those that treat it just as a compliance exercise?
You let me to go? Okay. So, not sure if you remember panel 1, but Michaela mentioned it in her discussion. She mentioned the value of certifications, but there is a true, what should I say, audit fatigue. Audit fatigue is one. Two, these certifications and maintaining these certifications take funding. So that's another thing that kind of inhibits continuation. But what companies must understand is that these certifications are business enablers. Especially if you're working with financial sectors, they are concerned about third-party risk, supply chain risk. If they're required to be certified, they would like their suppliers to be certified also. And that can mean the difference between you gaining business or maintaining business with certain organizations. The other aspect to consider is that why there's failure is if the board or the executive leadership does not see the value or have the commitment to set the tone to say this needs to be done.
Thank you.
I was just going to lead on to that this needs to be done, and then there's a consequence for non-compliance. And that consequence for non-compliance doesn't just sit with IT, it doesn't just sit with the board, but it sits with every member of the organization. Let's take, for instance, a board could then institute a policy that says that business heads are responsible. Let's take an element of, one of the frameworks. For instance, user security awareness training needs to be completed, right? So rather than making it the responsibility of IT or security to ensure that everyone completes, you make it the responsibility of the business head or the team lead of the sales department or whatever department. So what you're doing now is that you're distributing the responsibility for compliance and for governance and for the eventual rollout of that system or that framework. So it doesn't just reside solely with IT or the information security officer, because let's face it, Cybersecurity is the responsibility of everyone within the organization. Everyone has a role to play, and that's the only way the human fabric is going to be strengthened to ensure that the overall posture of the organization is also strengthened.
Thank you. From my perspective too, I think for those organizations treated, beyond a compliance exercise,
Exactly.
they should see it as an investment vehicle. Because going on what Brian said, I think the approach we took today, and I had this conversation, was one of risk, and risk can seem like the embellishment of negative. But if I want to now move from doing business in Barbados, which may have a little bit more lapse approach in terms of cybersecurity, but I want to do business in Trinidad, beyond the region, I need to invest in this infrastructure. Right? I need to invest in these policies, in this framework, so I am not technically capable, but I qualify. All right? And I think those organizations that see it as an investment vehicle, more so than just risk mitigation, the board tends to have a better approach, right? And it's not necessarily always an approach, but they see it less as, oh Lord, another cost center, another thing to spend money in the sinkhole.
Yeah.
So, that's just my thinking. I don't know if you...
No, I agree with that, because, as we were talking, but as you were saying, we've been kind of beating our heads against the table for so long when we present it in a certain way. So, as you said, we need to present the opportunity that it provides. But more importantly, I think as well, for me, cybersecurity is such an important and integral thread for any and all organizations. And when we talk about it needing to come from the top, and when we talk about it needing to be part of the culture of the organization, we don't need to just suddenly be afraid of it. Because think about it. When you want to modify or change the inherent culture of your organization for behaviors to change, you employ a plan. You go about it in a very strategic manner. Why is it different for cybersecurity? Just because it's nuanced and it's technical? Mm-hmm. No, we need to stop thinking about it purely as technical. And as he said, it's a business enabler. Cybersecurity literally is what is going to determine the success of your organizations in coming years. The previous panel is talking about AI, right? The implementation, the adoption of AI within your organization, within the streams, the workflows. How is that going to be guardrailed? Cybersecurity is bread and butter. It's a utility, right? A brick and mortar organization can't operate without energy.
Correct.
Any organization today cannot operate without cybersecurity. It's just a fact.
So leading on from that, what does meaningful return on investment look like for the investment in governance, leadership, and accountability? How would you make the case persuasively to a CXO, so CFO, CEO, who still views cybersecurity as that cost center?
Yeah, so Christian in his presentation highlighted it in terms of the risk. But not only just the risk, the money, return on investment. So let's say, for instance, a security solution costs $3,000 per month to implement, and it provides you with 3 layers of security, whatever it is. Hypothetical. It provides you with 3 layers of security. And we know these 3 layers of security are going to allow you to, 1, detect when a ransomware attack is coming, it's going to contain it, it's going to mitigate it. That's what $3,000 will provide you with. And you decide, no, I don't have that budget today. But then a ransomware attack occurs. And from our experience, we know that in the Caribbean, the minimum amount of money that it takes to get you back to approximately 66% of or to revert the service disruption is at minimum $100,000. That has been our experience across the region for customers that we've helped with incident response. So let's look at that. $3,000 per month that would have detected and prevented and protected you against that ransomware. That's potentially what, $36,000 for the year versus a one-time payout of $100,000. So what happens now is that $36,000 is literally your cyber insurance payment on the policy. So that's another way that it can be framed for CFOs. that return on investment is paying for that insurance that is going to ensure that you're protected, controls are in place. And that is how you determine, or not, I don't want to say it definitively, but that's one of the ways that it can be framed.
Nice. Yeah, so I think, so adding on to what Kamala said, loss avoidance translated into cost savings is one way to frame it to the executives. For example, some of the tools that are used within my organization, they actually quantify what the value of a preventative attack is. And that can be shown to the board, say, okay, this tool has saved you X amount of money because we have prevented X amount of attacks.
Nice, yeah.
So it's showing the value of the investment. Yes, the tool may cost, $100,000, but it saves you $2 million. That's one thing to look at it. The other thing I would like to say is going back to the same business enablement. You have organizations are more interested in supply chain risk because even though their internal security might be the best ever, they can be compromised because of something further down in the supply. So what I'm seeing is that a lot more partners and customers are requesting audits, et cetera, et cetera. So it is a business enabler if you can prove that you are certified against industry standards. So those are two ways to look at it: loss avoidance and business enablement.
Nice. I think you answered part of a question already by that, which is, can you identify 2 or 3 metrics that executive leadership should be tracking, but probably are not? If so, what would it be?
Okay, so I spoke about the metrics in terms of loss avoidance, but another thing that executives can look at is how much is cybersecurity inculcated within the organization? Why is that important? And one of the metrics to measure that is mean time to detect. How quickly does your human firewall, the people that work for you, detect, okay, is this a phishing attack? Is this, this is social engineering? How quickly are things reported? That's a way of measuring, what your tools are doing and how, how well the culture has adopted cybersecurity. So that's one, mean time to detect. The second one is cyber risk quotient. What is your residual, the financial value of your residual risk? And that's something that should be monitored because that financial value of your residual risk may change quarterly, monthly, depending on how old your infrastructure is, what the evolving threats are, and if you are, looking at addressing those evolving risks. So one thing that we tend to do in larger organizations, we have a yearly financial budget cycle. But with the evolving risk, how quickly can you, replace your particular brand of firewall because, it's just turned out to be less than ideal based on the number of zero-day attacks that you're seeing on a monthly or quarterly basis. Can you replace it? So you have to think about these things.
And to kind of add on to the first point that he made about mean time to detect and report, kind of expanding on that some more, coming back to the scenario that was mentioned, mean time to report to, well, not mean time to report, but how quickly do you elevate the incident to the executive level, and the quality of information and accuracy of information that is provided to them is an important metric because that guides now how the organization traverses that incident and how well, because we know if something happens, you want communication. You don't want to be in absolute silence, and more importantly, when communication takes place, you want accurate information. You want sincere and authentic information. So if the operators, handling that incident don't elevate and, move that information up the chain within a timely fashion, then it's going to, pose problems for communication and sharing.
I wanted to jump off of something because you guys triggered something here for me thinking in terms of unidentified metric. But when you spoke about large corporations and what you guys have to go through, right? I'm forever small. I don't want the big corporation headache. But you still have to do a third-party risk, right?
Yes.
So my question is, could this be a metric where you have to sometimes audit your third parties if they're an integral part of your business supply chain, correct? Just yes? Yes. So could a metric be, right? How well are we moving our supply chain vendors up the path of, I guess, a more secure posture? Why? Because there are certain vendors that if you really audit them, they're going to fail. Let's be realistic. They're going to fail, all right? You yourself struggle with these cybersecurity issues every day, but there are certain supply chain vendors downstream that might not meet it. So can a possible metric be, how well have you influenced? Because I look at Sagicor, right? Both the company as well as the bank has to deal with third parties that might not be at their level, no head of cybersecurity, right? So my thing is, the challenge would not be to like a Liberty business, Sagicor Bank, Sagicor generally. How well are you influencing those supply chain people down below that get sent up to the head of, say, cyber to say, well, okay, they were scoring 4 below. We had to keep them because we needed them, but they tried really hard, right? And now they're scoring 6s and 7s.
Right. So I can't speak definitively to how well in actuality we are doing that. But the fact is, Verizon reported last year, I think it was that 30% of the breaches, so Verizon does a breach incident report every year, and 30% of the breaches are attributed to supply chain, third-party risk, right? It's big, it's massive, it's huge. So in the seat as Liberty Caribbean, Liberty Business, yes, we do have, I don't want to say an underlying responsibility, but we do influence, because in a similar fashion that we have a checklist that we go through when we are assessing a vendor from a financial perspective, whether or not they can be onboarded, then of course, from a risk standpoint, cybersecurity risk standpoint, that's a similar thing that we need to do. Because if that vendor is going to be entering your environment and accessing your system, then you need to know, when was the last time they did a vulnerability assessment within their environment? What are the gaps? Where are the points of exposure? What are they doing in an active manner to mitigate those? Because you don't want, it says, you mustn't be, thing there, unyoked, duly yoked. Yes, it's the same thing, right? Because remember, at the end of the day, whatever happens down the chain, it's compounded and it affects you. And it will affect your business outcomes as an organization.
Okay, cool. You good, Brett? All right. Okay. So cybersecurity culture is well understood as start at the top. In practice, cybersecurity culture is well understood to start at the top. In practice, what does that actually take to move from a talking point to a live organizational reality?
So one of my favorite books is Animal Farm. I'm not sure if you guys know that. So if I get the quote wrong, forgive me, but it's all animals are created equal. Some animals are more equal than others. So the important thing here is that the rules that apply to the rank and file must also apply to the executives.
Hear, hear.
So the exception to the rule cannot be the rule for the executives, in other words. So the culture, which is led top down from the executives, must be that what applies to the rank and file applies to everyone. And that means that goes to cybersecurity training. It goes to if the executives has done something on his laptop, it's locked off. He can't use it until, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more I can say to underscore that, so it's really what is exhibited or demonstrated behavior-wise by the executive teams when no one is looking, or when not necessarily no one is looking, but when everyone else is looking on. So when their mandates issued for security and so on, what is the outward behavior or reaction of executive team towards that? Because they're being observed, they're being watched, and that is a behavior that is going to be copied and replicated throughout or permeated throughout the organization. So coming from the top down, the executive team has a huge responsibility in permeating that culture, that cybersecurity culture, that changing that mindset and that approach, and not just making it be a checkbox and be rote, but it needs to be embedded. That's how culture is. It needs to be in you. So everything you do, you think about security. Oh my gosh, that email just came in. I don't know that address. Delete contact IT.
Fantastic. Okay, so this last question. I know we discussed leadership, governance, and accountability, but what's the one message about leadership and accountability in cybersecurity that you most want every executive? I know there's some choir here, so when I say executive, I mean any person within the space here that's going to come back and tell the executive. You want them to know, right, beyond and carry it beyond to today. Final question, by the way. Final question.
So he's telling me I have like 45 seconds to answer this, right? So I'm going to go quickly. So did you hear my answer? All right, it just flashed. So I think for me, the one message, oh gosh, there's so many flying through my head right now, but I'm trying to pick the one. The one message is this. You can no longer claim ignorance of cybersecurity risk. Having attended this entire day forum, stretching your arms today, I wasn't picking on you, Damien, don't worry, right? You cannot leave here saying, I don't have an appreciation or awareness of the importance of cybersecurity and the role that it plays for risk management. So that's no longer an excuse that you can use. So if you plan to use it, just drop it right now so that as you go out the door, it's no longer a part of your vocabulary. It's no longer in your vernacular. It means then that you need to understand that you are an integral part of progressing the cybersecurity journey and increasing and improving the cybersecurity posture and hygiene of your organization. It is not it's not the sole responsibility of the CISO. It's not the sole responsibility of IT. It's not the sole responsibility of the board. It is the responsibility of every single employee. So no more ignorance, right? We are all learned scholars here today. Well, we're in an institution of tertiary education, so it only plays well. So that would be my message.
Mine is just one line: embrace the red. So basically, as Sarah mentioned before, you have to not be afraid to show what is wrong with the organization. I know executives like to hear what is green, but you can show them what's wrong and tell them how to get to the green. But do not hide the red, so embrace the red. Okay, so I have to extend in the interest of Liberty Global, and I want to thank, Liberty Business. I keep saying Global, sorry. You see, maybe I have larger expectations of you guys. But Liberty Caribbean, the opportunity to be here, but I want to now flip it back to the audience because I think that we did a lot of talking from here, right? And for me, I don't like coming to seminars and not getting the audience participation in such a way that we learn collectively. So for me, I've written many, many articles, and I'm sure that 2 people read them, if anything, right? But I learned from other people as well, too. So for me, I learned today about bath, right? Or is bathe, right? If those who are bathe, I think bathe, right? And guitar, right? But one of the things that I have also observed, right, because I've sat on boards before, is that this does not necessarily reach the board of directors.
So the question is to the audience here, right? What are y'all seeing that the board does not see in terms of, okay, now I can speak to government, so therefore you have a cabinet paper, right? Now that cabinet paper is maybe 5 lines. What the technical people wrote was 3 pages to explain. Now what the board sees, or what cabinet sees, is 2-3 lines. So my question is there a conversation gap that needs to happen at your level? Because do y'all get to the board meetings at all? Has anyone call you into a board meeting and go, you know what, our board is not technical, right? Could you please join us at this board meeting to explain why we need to spend $100,000, right, in this particular solution? Sorry about that. This is question answer section. So I started off by answering the question to y'all.
That's okay. Look, I deal with this issue all the time. And there are 2 things. I sit in both spaces. I'm the CEO of my group of companies, and I'm not an IT professional, but I spent a lot of years in the IT space, put it that way.
George, come on.
All right? I wouldn't call myself an IT professional anymore. I'm not a practitioner like I used to be. But what I will say is that until we do 3 things, we're not going to see the sort of change that we need. The first thing that we need to do is that IT, and particularly cyber risk, needs to be included in any bank mandates that you're going to get. So the bank says you want a loan from us. As part of your BCP, we need to see how cyber fits into that role.
Okay.
Insurance, as a part of compliance, in order to get your insurance certificates, and you need them every year to run your business, in order to get them, you have to have a BCP, and your cyber has to be included in that risk. Government contracts. If you want a government contract, we need to see how you have a BCP in place, and cyber is a part of that. Until those 3 elements are embedded in the business culture, I want bank loan, I need cyber to be part of the compliance. I need insurance, it should be part of the compliance. Government contracts, part of the compliance. Only then are we going to get anyone and everyone who potentially forms a risk by being a part of the cohort that we do business with on board. And believe me, the board will be the first ones to lead the charge, rather than IT trying to plead to make a case for it. So we need to flip the script. And so the only way that's going to happen is if we codify those processes into the way we do business.
Thank you. And that leads me to the practicality in this region for cyber risk insurance. Because I've seen one insurance company try, but I don't know if the uptake has been there, right? So the question is, you're talking about risk appetite, is there appetite to actually fix it nationally, down to the board level? You know, anyone wants to take a stab at that? Any other questions you want to ask? Just before we wrap up? Understand the question, no?
I want to speak from a perspective of a non... Right, I want to speak from a perspective of a non-technical executive. I think what you mentioned, Brian, is exactly what will get our attention, embrace the red. So when we, for example, when our IT professional has conversations, most of them go over our head as non-technical executives. The long report, we would love to read those, but then it normally can sometimes feel like jargon, and I've been like foreign jargon, and I've been now forced to understand cybersecurity so I can be able to, because it's a significant risk right now, and I can be able to interpret it. So I think where you need to frame the conversation is more on, like, you know how you do KPI reporting, that the cybersecurity elements now form part of your KPIs, your cadence. So it's not just a revenue or profitability or margin conversations. It's now also cybersecurity as a core factor. And even going down to like our technical and educational experience, this was never a conversation. You go to school, you learn the fundamentals outside of just the basic IT. It is now a conversation, but to be able to get it at least landed amongst people like myself, well, less myself now, but it's really about showing us the red and helping us understand the risk. And I find even when there are cyber attacks, we never hear about it. We never hear about it. So where can we drive that conversation?
But you just said something, thank you for that, because it's so weird. Has anyone that you know, you don't have to say who, got fired because a breach actually happened? In Barbados? That's good, to a point. However, right, despite the fact that it's not that big, let's put it this way, I would say that more often people retain their jobs than lose, yet it's almost like a mystery to don't say anything, right? This is a personal thing. I'm not gonna call the business name because that's not professional to do, but a large corporation, I wrote a story. It was out in public. I was writing a story asking for a comment. Right? What has changed, or what, to the leader, the CXO, right? What is the perspective difference that you have now given that this thing has occurred? And I got washed off in cuss. Why would I write a story when this thing happened 3 months ago? Why would I want to put this in the public domain? Nobody needs to be remembered of that. And I'm saying we've reached the stage with cybersecurity where it's still like if we treat to cancer, it's like, don't mention the C word. Mean cancer? If we do not normalize the fact that this thing is no part of the fact that we have to, it's not a business environment that we're operating in, and then we still treat to, man, don't say nothing here. Nobody at a particular financial institution got fired when the whole system collapsed. They might have expanded it. They actually moved beyond the current structure. But if you don't really get fired, what is the big secret? Because if I can't learn from your mistake, right, and say, well, look, this is the mistake that we made, how can we get past it? That's a big problem. So I actually do not know. Because I write about it, we know about it, the choirs in here singing lustily to each company that they represent, right? But if you're going to treat it as a secret that we got hacked and say, we get hacked, shame. No. I can tell you, big companies in the state, the Department of Defense gets hacked. You are nobody, right? If you get hacked, not a problem for you. If them is shame, with 400 cybersecurity people working probably on the day shift, who are you with a budget of $2 to rub together? But you're gonna make it, you're gonna be ashamed about it? No. And I think that's part of the problem that we have as cybersecurity professionals. We feel shame if somebody gets through our defenses. That's a problem. I'm not saying to glorify it, but I'm saying learn from me. We made a mistake here, right? We didn't do this, right? And this is what we're going to do differently. Because what we're really talking about is national security. I want to segue into something. Right now, the government is looking to spend, I think, close to $100 million on the data center. We're not going to get into if it's right or wrong, but I would just say this, right? A lot of people have said to me, Stephen, that makes no financial sense. And I would say probably not. However, it's a national security requirement. What we heard today, and I can explain what national security requirement is. What we heard today was a risk-based approach to managing cybersecurity. We have a defense force. How many people believe that if Cuba decided to invade Barbados, the defense force can really do something to push them back? We may laugh, but then the next question is, raise your hand if you think we don't need the defense force. The defense force can't defend against Cuba if Cuba invaded Barbados, but raise your hand if we don't need the defense force. See, that's not true. They serve a national security purpose. Us having our own data center serves a national security purpose, and this is where the purpose is. Right now, we have undersea fiber that if it gets cut, All of our data now overseas. We can't do anything. I'm trying to use my words carefully. But let's just say, if the policy from any country decides that Barbados, so this is a cybersecurity risk, that Barbados is not in line with what it expects, because their interest dictates that we should do this and jump how high, they could simply say to a company, they are no longer a favored nation. Slow down the tap there. And remember, Liberty Caribbean, it's a tap, it's a pipe. You cannot turn it off, but you can slow it down. And I have no problem with AI being in the cloud, right? I have no problem with these things where they are second tier, but do not put my healthcare data in the cloud to the point where you have no backup locally. Do not put critical infrastructure in the cloud, and then you hear some government go, you see this Prime Minister of Barbados? Lock that tap there for a minute. That BIMPay app, we were here talking about BIMPay. All of us have Visa, MasterCard. All of our financial transactions run through New York. They don't like the Prime Minister's policies because it's in our best interest. You see, New York, that payment system, slow it down for a minute there. Slow it down. Be tapping all of a sudden. You ain't going through. The bank's down. The bank's down. Banks ain't down. We have not linked today geopolitics and cybersecurity. Because while we're talking about hacking, there's also a serious implication to how geopolitics is playing a role in cyber resilience. On that note, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again. So our wonderful moderators, Stephen Williams, Brian White, and Kamala Hamilton. We will now move into our final executive presentation today, entitled Interactive Executive Simulation, Anatomy of a Cyber Breach. This session will take a practical hands-on approach to understanding how cyber incidents unfold, the decisions leaders are forced to make in real time, and the organizational impacts when things go wrong. Through this interactive simulation, participants will gain insight into response, accountability, and resilience from an executive perspective. So please join me in welcoming Kevin Gordon, who will lead us through this interactive executive simulation, Anatomy of a Cyber Breach. While he sets up, let me tell you, Kevin Gordon is the CEO of Simply Secure LLC, a cybersecurity firm recognized by Gartner as one of the top managed security vendors for 2025. With 32 years in technology, he leads a global team across 10 countries, delivering AI-driven end-to-end managed security solutions with real-time threat intelligence and response. Kevin is also a passionate leader and advocate for faith-driven leadership. So welcome, Kevin.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. What kind of clap is that? Come on, man. You guys can do better. Thank you very much. I know you guys are very tired, but I promise you I won't be long. I was told I have an hour and a half. Come on. So I'm going to take at least 20 to 25 minutes just to go through. There are a few things that were spoken about today which are important. The threat I'm going to launch is called WannaCry. It's a very old threat, but it created $4 to $8 billion in damages. Let that sink in. Not Barbados dollars or EC dollars, US dollars in damages. It affected over 150 countries in less than 24 hours. And yes, I'm going to launch that attack today in this room. So if you're connected to the Wi-Fi, you are? Anybody connected to the Wi-Fi? Disconnect your phones, laptops, PCs, you name it. I'm just kidding. All right, so what I want to also frame up, guys, here, there are 4 key things before I launch this attack. Kamala spoke about it in some respect. The 4 R's, the right people, the right process, the right technology, and to get you the right results. Now, a lot of companies, when this attack happened, did not realize that they had what we call unpatched systems in their environment. And for the executives who may not understand what that really means, it means that you have old systems or just outdated systems that have not been updated yet. They have been an update for it, but somebody just disregarded it. Microsoft released an update when they were told that this was coming. NSA had this. They had a vulnerability. In other words, they saw that there's a door open in the room. And they realized they could walk through that door anytime, and nobody knew about it. I had those secrets. The hackers took a hold of that. It was released, I think, about April. Microsoft was told about that in March, released the patch and update immediately. And 200 million computers, 200 million computers were affected. Why? Because somebody refused to say update now or restart. It's as simple as that. $4 to $8 billion in damages happened because somebody failed to restart their device. Let that sink in a little bit. On my screen, guys. Can I have it on the middle screen, please? So what you're seeing here, now I need to walk around and point. So if you can ask the guys to put it on the back of the screen, that'd be great. So what you're seeing here are two things. So in the context of thank you very much, my guys are fast. So what you're seeing here is, let's say this is an environment, a company, and your company has, 200-300 computers. Your revenue for the month is, let's call it $30 million for that 1 month. You're making $1 million per day, right? And we're talking hypothetical scenarios, but it has actually happened to a company that we actually know. This represents a number of files that sits on those computers. So it could be your servers, it could be a laptop, it could be a PC. It doesn't really matter. What I'm going to now demonstrate is how quickly ransomware comes into the environment and how quickly you can be affected. But before I do that, I want to show you something. These are legitimate files. I'm going to open them up so you can see them. That's an Excel document. Close that down. This is $1 million contract that we're about to sign with the government. Right, government? Anyone from government here? Nobody? Nobody smiling? And what you'll notice, we spoke about 3 things for cybersecurity. The 3 things: CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Those are all important. What you'll notice on content, on page number 2, is the table of contents. Now, why is that critical? Because we're not just talking about the availability of the data, recovering the data in real time. We're talking about ensuring that the data is recovered not just in real time, but the way it was last left. That is important. You want to get back to your operation as quickly as possible, right? So it is very important that you have the right tools, the right technology, the right people in place so you can recover your environment. Now, another context before I actually launch this, and I promise Kamala I'm going to stay within 20 minutes. Now, another context, and it has been said, a lot of companies don't know that they have been hacked in excess of 9 months. Marriott had a breach, and it took them 4 years to realize that they were hacked. 4 whole years. Somebody sat in the basement of Marriott. No, it's hypothetical. But somebody sat in the basement and they were buying food, filling up their fridge, and somebody came up in the night eating out the food, went back down to the basement, and you gone back to sleep, not realizing that somebody is in the house for 4 years. How does that actually happen? Why? Because we don't have the right tools. Now, with Marriott, they had an acquisition. That was Starwood Resorts. So they brought the two together. They thought everything was okay, not realizing that Starwood Resorts was already compromised. Somebody sat there for 2 whole years. Then it took them another 2 years to realize, oh, snap. But I'm now compromised because I've joined to the hip with somebody else, right? So this is important. Ensure that you're not just talking about the tools. The tools are great. And I'll say this as much. A lot of the things that we see, especially the instant responses, they could have been averted if you change the approach. We talk about the policies. That's so critical, guys. We always run around, like a chicken without the head when things are happening. Nobody knows what to do. What systems are we going to take down? Who is going to communicate? What legal processes do it? Nobody knows until it becomes a problem. And as Kamla said, you cannot walk away from this conference saying that you did not know. All right, so let's get into the attack. So this is my regular user, and I'm going to make this a little bigger. And we always tell people, please don't download stuff. Don't go to websites you shouldn't be going to. But I'm going to do it anyway. I really don't care. The IT guys, they are jokers. What are you telling me about? I want this tool. I'm not listening to Kevin. I'm not listening to Kamala. I don't care. I'm going to download what I need to download because these are, this is important to me. So let me go ahead and download. And what you'll notice as we download, hold on a moment. Resume. And what you'll notice as we download this is that on this side, you'll realize that WannaCry has now been detected. Can everyone see that? Pardon? I'm not hearing you. Yeah. So he's asking if I'm running this in a VM. Yes, I am. It's in a controlled environment. It's not running in this office, so you don't have to worry. I'm just kidding, okay? It's not running in this office. What you'll also notice is that I'm using an AI tool. And this AI tool has the ability to do rollback, remediation. It also has the ability to stop, kill, and quarantine the threat in real time. Why is that important? Because the speed of attack that is happening with AI being used to do exfiltration, being used to do exploits within the environment is at an alarming rate. You can't, as an individual, watch a screen to stop the attacks that are coming today. They are too fast and too furious. No pun intended on the words. Now, what you'll notice here as well as we go through is that on the right-hand side, the AI tool is now showing you that there are a few things. Now, on this here, this is telling you, this F_00011 is telling you that there's something happening within your browser. Something is happening. There's a story being painted. There's a story now being told to you. It's not just a tool, but somebody needs to understand what the story is, what's happening behind the story. I'm going to go ahead and continue with this exploit. So I'm going to right-click. I'm going to extract the file. And in real time, you're also going to see what's happening. Now, in real time, the EDR is now telling me that more than just one thing is happening. I've just extracted the file, and in this folder is called a WannaCry exe file. And you saw me open the files, correct? In real time. Now let's launch this bad boy. Run anyway. And I'm done. I've just allowed a user. Now in my scenario, I've turned my protection off. So I've told the EDR, do nothing. And for persons who don't know what EDR is, it's antivirus on steroids. It's a different way of looking at threats in real time. It is doing behavioral analysis of the environment, understanding the context of how the threat got in, and painting a story, right? That's antivirus on steroids. And now the EDR is doing more than just analyzing. It's telling you a story. My background has now been changed. Can you see that? WannaCry is now on the screen. They're asking me for $600 in Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin now? 70,000. Let's call it 38 million US dollars, 40 million US dollars. What would you do in a scenario like this? Use them. Let me ask a question. Now, what you'll also notice on this, how many of you have ever seen our live ransomware? Never, ever. So this is one of the worst. You have seen it.
No, I try not to get hacked. I mean, that's my job. I try not to get hacked.
And guys, the reason why we're showing this is because sometimes the worst thing for me is that a lot of companies, they underestimate how vulnerable they are, and they overestimate how protected they are. We estimate that I have tools in my environment, I am good. Wrong. You can have the greatest tools in your environment. I've seen companies with the greatest of tools and they're still hacked, still compromised. Why? Because they have no processes in place or they have no people in place. The tools may be sending you a message, but no one is monitoring. No one has the ability to understand, so we just go and we buy. No, guys. And there's another term that I like to use. You go fast, alone. And I know we like control, but guys, we go far together. Use the expertise, use the capabilities of teams that will help you to augment your cybersecurity. Not take it over, but augment it. Stand with you. When there's a crisis like this, what do you do? So let me ask the question. My friend, what's your name? Lorenzo. What would you do in a scenario like this? Don't tell me you'd resign.
Probably would, but definitely reach out for support on
So in a scenario like this, let's say you had how many, 200, 300, 400 devices in your environment, $1 million a day. How long would it take you to recover an environment like this? So your CEO is compromised, his device is also gone. This happened in 24 hours, by the way, to 200 million devices. 24 hours. So Barbados, all gone, one day. What would you do? Let me ask you, you've experienced one, or you have been a part of a team that helped to recover. What would you do? Do you have a mic? It's a very good point.
So the only thing is to contact anyone with as much expertise as you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I would flush the system, go to my backup, and start over.
And how long would that take you?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's not going to cost me $38 million.
I love that answer. No, I like asking these questions because there's one individual in one of the countries I went to, and I asked, what would you do? The IT manager said, man, I resign. I'm gone, I'm out. There's one IT director, IT manager, and it's unfortunate. One IT manager in one of the markets, he had a sister company that had a similar attack. And he wrote an email immediately to say, listen, here is my risk. Here's the gaps in my operation. Here's what we need to do to mitigate these risks. If you don't do this, I am leaving. And he was serious about this. As another individual actually wrote and documented quantified the risk. Your operation, my operation generates close to $3 million a month. If you do not do this, you are putting this business at risk, and you could potentially be down for the next 2 to 3 weeks because of these threats. Here's my recommendation. Here's the cost. I'm not talking about technology. I'm not getting into the nitty-gritty of what the technology does. Here is the risk. Here is the value of what it's going to be protecting. Please sign off. He has never lost that battle. So it will take you, 2-3 days to recover, 4 or 5 days, probably a week. Let me show you how quickly it is to recover when you have the right tool. So it's as simple. Now, I'm not saying everyone should do this. Guys, please, do not try this. There is a disclaimer. Kevin did not say that you could go ahead and put this in, launch ransomware in your environment, and you're okay. Did anybody hear me say that? Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Do not do this at home. Leave that to the professionals, okay? Thank you. Apply. And what you'll also notice here is on the right-hand side, even though I have not touched it, there are a number of, we call evasion. The threats are changing. We call it polymorphic changes. Hashes are changing. It knows that it's being detected. It's like a little baby walking around with information, and it sees that the information is here. Let me pull over here. But by the way, I'm just detecting. I'm going to change my form. I came in looking like this gentleman. And all of a sudden I'm changing. I want to put on a jacket. Hopefully you won't find me out. And then when I find you, you're going to change and you're going to look like him. And it continues like that over and over and over again. What are you seeing on the screen? How long did that take us? 20 minutes. Have I gone 20 minutes yet? So in less than 5 minutes, guys. And we're not talking about one device. Your entire operation. So for the companies who, I try and struggle with this. And I talked about it. We had a conversation with a company. And I think a couple of days before they got attacked. They said, oh, just go on 5 servers. I want to test you out. I said, no, don't do that. Your environment is exposed. Don't just test out. Put it on everything. No, let me test it out on 5. Those 5 servers were the only servers that was protected. That fateful October. I won't tell you the particular day. You guys will start searching to realize who the company is. But that particular company lost, again, millions in dollars across 14 countries because one individual launched, they uploaded something to their data center. That data center had access to their entire operation, and everything was affected in less than an hour. What are we doing about our cybersecurity posture? What policies do we have in place? What governance do we have? Where's our IR plan if there's a problem? We provide for hurricanes. Are we providing for incidents when they happen? Not a matter of if, it will happen. How quickly can you recover? Are you confident today? Let me see hands. Confident that if a ransomware happens today, that you can recover this fast, this quickly. I see one close hand going up. Your hand was going up, my brother? No? No hands, okay. So there's a difference, guys, between just continuing the way you were doing things and a change in our operation. The threats have morphed. It's no longer business as usual. If you have to, go ahead. Mm-hmm. That's correct. That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. So on the eve of that, what the tool tells you is more than, let me just show you that the files have been recovered in less than a minute. All your files are there. I remember what I said, what was happening on page 2. Anybody? $50 for the person. Table of, who said that? There she goes. Cable and Wireless, or Liberty, $50 for her. Table of contents on page 2. But the tool is telling you a story. And that story is powerful enough for you to realize that it's not just 4 files. 7,635 inserts, changes made on my one system in less than, what's this, guys? Talk to me. 3 seconds. I'm going to move further. 4,249 files were either deleted or changed in less than 58 seconds. Now, how quickly can a human respond to a threat like this? It's next to impossible. You cannot find these 4,000 files. You may not even know what was touched or what was inserted, but your tool and your team that's doing the investigation will tell you exactly how it happened. That's the difference, guys. I know how to start, where it got in, how it started. I know what was touched. And more importantly, I know how to respond. That's the difference between a company that is down for 2 to 3 weeks, losing $3 million. Well, actually 3 weeks, $21 million, or someone who is able to recover in less than a minute. And that's my presentation, guys. How long did that take? Less than 20 minutes. So I've left a lot on the table. I've not gone into too many details because there's a widespread variety of individuals. But if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. If not, I'll see you at the cocktail. Or question? Go ahead.
I have a question. I have a little story. Story involves me. I got a call. I work for a Canadian company, so IT and everything is in Canada. And they said, "Do you know anybody in Russia?"
Oh, wow.
Like, no. What have you been doing with your computer? I was like, watching football. Before the end of the day, I couldn't do anything on my computer. They started to disable me. I couldn't go on Teams. I didn't even realize that that's what was happening. I had a Teams call and they couldn't connect. They took my machine totally off of the network. They called me on my cell phone and say, just get rid of that. You're not using that ever again. I don't know if they were able, I don't know if they have your AI tools or what, but they just took that machine. They shut you down completely. They shut me off, changed my computer. I couldn't use that computer anymore, and I had to return it up. But I don't know if the Russians.
There was an 87% increase in 2025 to 2026 of what we call malware-free attacks. Now, what that means is that there's no malware you may not have seen. You've gone to a website, you may have downloaded a tool that you thought is clean, but there's no malware detection. So threat actors are now creating legitimate companies. And they are creating those legitimate companies to trick individuals to download software or applications that have already been infected, loaded. And those detections, they have been transforming themselves to evade the basic detections. I'll go even further to say they are creating applications that will disable connectivity from Microsoft, so your tools may think that it's actually seeing the operating system, but it's not. That's why it's important that when we talk about cybersecurity, it's not just putting a tool in place. It's layers of protection. Like you're peeling that onion apart, at the core is really where you have the data that you want to protect. That's the heart of your operation. But over that, you're putting other detection capabilities in place. So for you to get to the onion, to the core of the onion, man, you have to slice through everything, right? And there's so many, those layers are not easy to peel apart. And when you're peeling them, there's a scent that's coming up. That's the kind of thing that the attackers see. When you're peeling apart a company that we are protecting, it should cause you pain. Lots of pain. By the time you get to the point where you're seeing, or even get to a point where you potentially see the data, there's already triggers that we know exactly where you are, and more importantly, how to get you out. Because if you're just killing threats in the environment, it's again, absolutely of no use. Just killing the threat does not remove the threat actor. You have to find how they got in. So it's like this young lady coming through the door. I know she came through the door, right? But I took her out, well, I closed the door, right? And I may not know that she's now talking to that young man in front, I'm using you. She's talking to that young man in front. He's now a part of the infection. She's out, but he's there. And the door is still open. It's okay, fine. I found out that she came through, I closed the door, I took her up. But I'm not certain what's happening to him. There's absolutely no connection. And that's why it's important that we have layers of defense. So if you come through the door, I'm going to see you. If you're talking to him, I'm also going to see you. If you bypass one tool or one control, I will have others. That will give me an idea of where you are and what you're doing. Any other questions, guys? I can be here all day. I have time. I'm not leaving until tomorrow morning. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. How much?
Thank you very much, Kevin. Kamala, he was within his time. Have you enjoyed the day for those of you who were here for the entire day? I certainly did. I've learned a lot. I won't be letting out my flash drive. I probably will never download anything again. I'm just nervous now. And I'm going to take my passwords all out of one place. So we have another giveaway before we end the evening. And we are going to be giving you an S25. And when I say we, I do mean Liberty Business. So thank you very much to them. Let's give them a round of applause. So without any further ado, the winner is, one more drum roll, Jacqueline Gill. Anthony Jordan will join us on the stage to present the prize. You look very happy, Jacqueline. Congratulations. Thank you both. And now to deliver the official vote of thanks, I now invite Kim Haynes to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys had just as good of a time as I did. It was a pleasure to spend the day with you. As we bring the Cybersecurity Leadership Summit, Safeguarding Business Resilience to a close, I am Kim Haynes, Manager, Enterprise Sales, Liberty Business, and it is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks. Today has been both insightful and impactful. On behalf of Liberty Business, I extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to the success of this summit. We begin by expressing our gratitude to the Sagicor Carefield School of Business and Management for having us and for the continued role they play in shaping business and leadership. We value our partnership and look forward to continued collaboration. We also extend our sincere thanks to the University of the West Indies Carefield campus for its ongoing commitment to academic excellence and for providing a space where critical conversations like today's can take place. To our corporate partners, Sagicor Bank and Sagicor General, we thank you for your support on this initiative and for your shared commitment to advancing awareness and action around cybersecurity. We also thank Ramel Sargent, Senior Manager at Liberty Business, for setting the tone with thoughtful opening remarks that reminded us that cybersecurity is not simply a technical issue, but a leadership responsibility. Our sincere appreciation goes to our international keynote speaker, Sarah Armstrong-Smith, whose presentation on the evolving cyber threat landscape provided valuable global perspective and practical insights for executives navigating today's increasingly complex digital environment. We are also deeply grateful to our panelists and presenters for sharing their expertise and experience throughout the day. We extend our sincere thanks to Michaela Catwell, Roger Blenman, and LG Ramakan for their insightful discussion on building cyber-resilient organizations, and that was expertly moderated by Stephen Williams. We also thank Christian Benjamin for his presentation on data loss protection and executive risk exposure. Our appreciation goes to Antonia Arthur, Janelle Germain, and David Gittings for their engaging exploration of emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, and enterprise risks, with that session ably moderated by Tremaine Trotman. We further thank Brian White and Kamala Hamilton for their important discussion on leadership, governance, and accountability in cybersecurity, once again guided by Stephen Williams as moderator. We also thank Kevin Gordon, who conducted the executive simulation, Anatomy of a Cyber Breach, which served as a powerful reminder that preparation, collaboration, and strong leadership are essential in responding to cyber incidents. I also want to take this opportunity because it thrilled me to see so many females as a part of the discussion today. And so I want all the gentlemen in the room to give a round of applause to the females, tech leaders who participated in today. Consider that your applause as well. To our distinguished guests, business leaders, and participants, thank you for investing your time, engaging meaningfully in the discussions, and contributing to the exchange of ideas that will strengthen cybersecurity awareness and resilience across our organizations. A special thank you to our master ceremonies, Paula Ann Jackman, who guided today's proceedings with grace, professionalism, and energy, ensuring a smooth and engaging experience for all. We also extend our appreciation for the support of the Liberty Business sales team and all other teams from Liberty Business and Sagicor Carefield School of Business and Management, whose planning and coordination ensure the seamless execution of today's event. Our marketing manager, Damian Maskell, and his team, who moved this event from paper to a reality. Once again, thank you for your participation and support. I wish you a wonderful evening, and I invite you, as Paula Ann will most likely do as well, to the cocktails this evening. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And thank you, Kim. You couldn't thank yourself, so I'll do it. So yes, thank you to everyone who also joined us online for joining the stream. You will miss this exciting part of the evening where we will head over to the cocktail area. It is located in the same space as lunch, and mixologist Shane McLean is waiting for you. So one last thank you for joining us today and being part of the Cybersecurity Leadership Summit, Safeguarding Business Resilience. Please enjoy the rest of your evening and see you at the next one.
I still am. I was yours from the moment I saw, steps made of light. I was yours from the moment I saw, steps made of light.